Chapter 1. The Elf's Secret. Harry Potter could have walked away from it all. It would have been temptingly easy. Slip out of the castle some night, disapparate to anywhere that wasn't here. Let someone else deal with the bloody Triwizard Tournament and the stares and the whispers that followed him through every corridor. But something always pulled him back. Maybe it was the weight of expectation that pressed down on his shoulders like a physical thing, or maybe it was just the stubborn part of him that refused to give Malfoy and his lot the satisfaction of seeing him flee. Tonight, though, lying in his four-poster bed with the curtains drawn tight against the October chill seeping through the dormitory windows, Harry wondered if staying had been the right choice after all. The castle was quiet around him, settled into the deep silence that only came after midnight, when even the portraits had dozed off in their frames. Ron's steady snoring filled the air from the bed next to his, punctuated occasionally by Dean's mumbled sleep talk and Neville's restless turning. Normal sounds, comforting sounds, the kind that reminded him he wasn't completely alone, even when it felt like the entire wizarding world was watching him with hungry eyes, waiting for him to either triumph spectacularly or fail in equally spectacular fashion. He'd grown tired of being watched. The tournament had made it worse. Every meal in the Great Hall was an exercise in ignoring the pointed stares and hushed conversations that died the moment he walked past. Even his friends had started treating him differently, though they tried to hide it. Hermione fussed over him more than usual, pressing extra books into his hands with titles like Advanced Protective Charms and Tournament Survival Strategies. Ron alternated between boisterous encouragement and periods of uncomfortable silence, as if he wasn't quite sure whether to be proud or terrified. Harry understood the feeling. He wasn't quite sure either. The first task loomed ahead of him like a storm cloud on the horizon, something dark and inevitable that he could see coming but couldn't quite prepare for. Bagman's cheerful hints had done nothing to settle his nerves, and Hagrid's well-meaning advice to "just be yourself, Harry," felt woefully inadequate when faced with the prospect of facing down a dragon in front of hundreds of people who expected him to either die heroically or live up to the impossible legend they'd built around him. He shifted restlessly against his pillow, trying to find a position that didn't make his ribs ache. The bruise from Malfoy's latest accidental collision in the corridor had faded to a dull yellow-green, but it still twinged when he moved wrong. Small cruelties, stacked on top of larger ones, until some days he felt like he was drowning in them. That was when he heard it, the soft pop of displaced air that meant someone had apparated into the dormitory. Harry's hand went instinctively to his wand on the nightstand, though he didn't draw it. There was only one magical creature he knew who could bypass Hogwarts' anti-apparition ward so easily, and despite everything that had happened between them, he'd never felt threatened by Dobby the house elf. "Master Harry Potter, sir." The voice was barely a whisper, trembling with something that might have been fear or excitement, or both. "Dobby is hoping you are awake, sir. Dobby has something very important to tell Harry Potter." Harry sat up slowly, pulling his curtains back just enough to peer out into the moonlit dormitory. Dobby stood beside his bed. But this wasn't the ecstatic, bouncing creature who had once blinded himself with an iron in Harry's defense. This Dobby was still, his enormous green eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that made something cold settle in the pit of Harry's stomach. "Dobby." Harry kept his voice low, conscious of his sleeping roommates. "What are you doing here? It's past midnight." "Dobby knows, sir. Dobby is very sorry for disturbing Harry Potter's sleep, but this cannot wait." The house elf's hands twisted in the tea towel he wore like a toga, and Harry noticed that his usual enthusiasm was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was something almost grim about the set of his shoulders, something that spoke of terrible purpose rather than simple devotion. Harry slipped out of bed, padding barefoot across the cold stone floor to where Dobby stood. The elf barely reached his waist, but there was nothing diminutive about the way he carried himself tonight. If anything, he seemed to fill more space than his small frame should allow, radiating a kind of magical presence that made the air around him feel thick and charged. "What's wrong?" Harry asked, crouching down so he could meet Dobby's eyes properly. "Has something happened? Are you in trouble?" "Oh no, sir. Dobby is not in trouble. But—" The elf's voice trailed off, and he looked around the dormitory, as if checking for eavesdroppers. When he spoke again, it was in an even lower whisper, the words carrying a weight that made Harry's skin prickle with unease. "Dobby has been keeping a secret, Harry Potter. A terrible, important secret about the great Dumbledore." The name hit Harry like a physical blow. He rocked back on his heels, staring at Dobby in confusion and growing alarm. "What are you talking about? What about Dumbledore?" But Dobby was already shaking his head, his ears flapping with the violent motion. "Not here, sir. Too many listening ears, too many watching eyes. Even at Hogwarts, there are those who serve the great wizard without knowing what they truly serve." "Dobby, you're scaring me." And it was true. There was something in the elf's manner that set every one of Harry's instincts on edge. This wasn't the simple, devoted creature who had tried to save him from imaginary dangers. This was something else entirely, something that spoke with the gravity of real knowledge and real fear. "Dobby does not mean to frighten Harry Potter," the elf said, his voice gentling slightly. "But Harry Potter must know the truth. He must know what Miss Lily knew before she died." Harry's blood went cold. His mother's name, spoken in this hushed, urgent tone, made everything else fade away. The dormitory, his sleeping friends, even his own confusion. There was only Dobby's enormous eyes and the terrible certainty in his voice. "My mother?" The words came out as barely a breath. "What about my mother?" "Miss Lily Potter was a very brave witch, sir. Very brave and very clever. She saw things that others did not see, knew things that others did not know." Dobby's hands stilled in his tea towel, and for a moment he looked older than his years, burdened with the kind of knowledge that aged a person from the inside out. She knew what the great Dumbledore was planning. She knew, and she was afraid. The words hung in the air between them like a curse, heavy and wrong, and impossible to take back. Harry felt something inside him recoil from what Dobby was suggesting, the loyal part of him that had been raised on stories of Dumbledore's wisdom and kindness. But there was another part, a smaller and more frightened part, that whispered that he had always known something wasn't quite right, the way Dumbledore looked at him sometimes, as if he were solving a particularly complex equation rather than speaking to a person. The way conversations died when he entered rooms where the adults were talking. The way no one ever seemed to tell him the whole truth about anything. "That's impossible," Harry said. But even as he spoke the words, he could hear how hollow they sounded. "Dumbledore would never— He's been protecting me. He's been protecting all of us." "Yes, sir. That is what everyone believes. That is what Dobby used to believe too." The elf's expression was infinitely sad, as if he were breaking his own heart along with Harry's. "But Dobby has seen things, sir, heard things, been bound to protect something that belongs to Harry Potter by right, something that Miss Lily hid before she died." "What are you talking about? What kind of something?" But Dobby was already backing away, his eyes darting once more around the dormitory, as if he expected to find spies lurking in the shadows. "Not here, sir. Dobby has already said too much. If the great wizard knew that Dobby was speaking of these things—" The elf's entire body shuddered, and Harry was reminded suddenly of how house elves were bound to their masters, how they could be forced to punish themselves for disobedience. But Dobby was free now, wasn't he? Harry had made sure of that. So what was he afraid of? "Dobby, please. You can't just say something like that and then leave. If you know something about my mother—" "Tomorrow night," Dobby interrupted, his voice urgent and low. "Harry Potter must come to the room of requirement tomorrow night, after all the students have gone to bed. Dobby will show you then what Miss Lily wanted you to see, what she died trying to protect from the great wizard. The word sent a chill down Harry's spine that had nothing to do with the cold dormitory air. There was something in Dobby's tone, some terrible certainty, that made Harry want to cover his ears and refuse to listen. But he couldn't. Not when it was about his mother. Not when Dobby was looking at him with such desperate earnestness, as if Harry's entire world was about to change, and there was nothing either of them could do to stop it. "How do you know about my mother?" Harry asked, his voice cracking slightly on the question. "How could you possibly know anything about what she wanted, or what she was afraid of?" For a long moment, Dobby was silent, his great eyes reflecting the moonlight that streamed through the dormitory windows. When he finally spoke, his voice was so soft that Harry had to lean closer to hear him. "Because Dobby was there, sir. Before Miss Lily died, before Master Harry was left with his terrible relatives, Dobby was sent to Potter Manor to clean. But house elves see many things while they clean, sir. House elves hear many things. And sometimes, when the magic is very strong and very desperate, house elves can hold on to memories that are not their own." Harry felt the world tilt around him, as if someone had shifted the axis of the earth without warning. "You were there? At my parents' house?" "Only for a short time, sir. Master Lucius sent Dobby to look for things that might be useful to know. Dobby did not want to do it, but house elves must obey their masters." The shame in Dobby's voice was painful to hear, but he pressed on. "But Miss Lily, she was so kind to Dobby, so gentle. She gave Dobby tea and biscuits and spoke to him as if he were a person, not just a servant. And when she was frightened, when she was desperate, her magic reached out and touched everything around her, including Dobby." "What kind of memories?" The question came out strangled, barely recognizable as his own voice. "Memories of meetings, sir. Meetings with the great Dumbledore. Memories of things she discovered. Things that made her afraid for baby Harry. Things that made her hide evidence where only those who truly loved baby Harry would ever find it." Dobby's voice dropped to barely a whisper. "Dobby has been carrying those memories for 14 years, sir. Waiting for Harry Potter to be old enough to understand, old enough to bear the truth." Harry stared at the house elf, his mind reeling. Everything Dobby was saying felt impossible, a violation of everything he thought he knew about the world and his place in it. But there was something in the elf's manner, some bone-deep sincerity, that made it impossible to dismiss as fantasy or delusion. "The room of requirement," Harry said slowly, the words feeling strange and significant on his tongue. "Tomorrow night." "Yes, sir. After midnight, when the castle sleeps. Dobby will prepare everything." The elf hesitated, then stepped closer, his voice dropping to the barest thread of sound. "Harry Potter should know. Once you see what Dobby has to show you, there will be no going back. You cannot unknow what Miss Lily discovered. You cannot unfeel what she felt when she realized what the great wizard had planned." Planned for what? But even as Harry asked the question, he thought he already knew the answer. The cold weight in his stomach, the sense of being watched and measured and found either wanting or useful, it all pointed to the same terrible conclusion. "For you, sir," Dobby said, confirming Harry's worst fears. "Everything the great Dumbledore has done, every choice he has made, has been leading to this moment. To you, standing here, ready to face the dragon and all the trials that will come after. Miss Lily saw it, sir. She saw the great wizard's plan, and she tried to protect you from it." The room was spinning around Harry, the familiar dormitory suddenly feeling like a trap, a cage he'd been living in without realizing it. His mother had known something, had been afraid of something, and that something was connected to Dumbledore and to Harry himself, and to the tournament that was slowly consuming his life. "Tomorrow night," he repeated, his voice sounding distant and hollow in his own ears. "Yes, sir. And Harry Potter, you must tell no one. Not your friends, not your teachers, not anyone. The great wizard has many ears in this castle, and if he learns what Dobby intends to show you—" The elf's entire body trembled with some unnamed fear. Miss Lily's sacrifice will have been for nothing. With that, Dobby disapparated as suddenly as he had appeared, leaving only the faint scent of clean laundry and the echoing weight of his words. Harry stood alone in the moonlit dormitory, staring at the spot where the elf had been, his mind struggling to process what he had just learned. His mother had been afraid of Dumbledore, had known something about him that was terrible enough to hide, to die protecting. And now, 14 years later, that secret was about to be revealed. Harry climbed back into his bed with hands that shook slightly, pulling the covers up to his chin as if they could shield him from the implications of what Dobby had told him. Tomorrow night he would learn the truth about his mother's fears and Dumbledore's plans. Tomorrow night his world would change forever. But tonight he lay awake until dawn, staring at the ceiling and wondering if he had the courage to face whatever revelation awaited him in the room of requirement. And for the first time in his life, he wasn't sure he wanted to know the truth. Outside, the wind howled around the castle towers, and somewhere in the darkness, a clock chimed the hour. Time was moving forward, whether Harry wanted it to or not, carrying him toward a confrontation with secrets that had been buried for longer than he had been alive. The tournament had seemed like the most important thing in his world just hours ago. Now, it felt like nothing more than a distraction from the real battle that was about to begin. Not against dragons or rival schools or even dark lords, but against the very foundation of everything he had believed about the man he had trusted most. Harry closed his eyes and tried to summon his mother's face from his few precious memories, wondering what she would tell him if she were here now. Would she be proud of him for seeking the truth? Or would she beg him to leave the past buried and find a way to live with the illusions that had protected him for so long? He supposed he would find out soon enough. Tomorrow night, in the room of requirement, with Dobby as his guide, he would finally learn what Lily Potter had died trying to protect him from. And whatever that truth was, whatever it cost him to know it, he would face it with the same courage his mother had shown in her final moments. Even if it destroyed everything he thought he knew about the man who was supposed to be his greatest protector and ally. The thought should have been terrifying. Instead, as exhaustion finally began to pull him toward sleep, Harry found himself feeling something that might have been relief. At last, after years of feeling like he was missing pieces of a puzzle he didn't even know he was supposed to be solving, he was going to get some answers, no matter how much they might hurt. Chapter 2. The Memory Keeper. Harry spent the entire next day in a state of barely controlled anxiety, jumping at shadows and finding himself unable to focus on anything for more than a few minutes at a time. Every conversation felt like it was happening through a thick pane of glass. Every familiar sight in the castle seemed somehow foreign and suspect. Even his friends noticed the change in him, though they attributed it to pre-tournament nerves rather than the earth-shattering revelation that was waiting for him in the room of requirement. "You're being mental, mate," Ron said over dinner, stabbing at his shepherd's pie with unnecessary violence. "I know the first task's got you wound up, but you're acting like someone put a confundus charm on you. Keep this up and you'll be seeing dragons in your porridge." Hermione shot Ron a reproachful look before turning to Harry with concern, written plainly across her face. "You do seem unusually distracted today, Harry. Are you sleeping properly? I've been reading about stress-induced insomnia in Magical Maladies and their mundane manifestations, and the symptoms are quite—" "I'm fine," Harry interrupted, pushing food around on his plate without really seeing it. "Just thinking about things." It wasn't entirely a lie. He had been thinking about things, about house elves and memories and his mother's face when she was afraid, about Dumbledore's plans and the weight of secrets that had been kept from him for 14 years, about the terrible possibility that everything he thought he knew about his life was built on foundations of sand. The great hall buzzed with its usual evening chatter, but Harry found himself studying the faces around him with new eyes. How many of these people knew something he didn't? How many were part of whatever web Dobby had hinted at? Professor McGonagall caught his eye from the staff table and gave him a small, encouraging nod that felt like a knife twisting in his chest. Had she always looked at him with that mixture of fondness and pity? Or was he only noticing it now that Dobby had planted the seed of doubt in his mind? Dumbledore himself was absent from the high table, which should have been a relief, but somehow made Harry feel even more unsettled. Where was he? What was he doing? And why did Harry suddenly feel like a chess piece being moved around a board by players whose game he couldn't even see? "Harry!" Hermione's voice cut through his spiraling thoughts, sharp with worry. "You've been staring at your plate for 5 minutes. What's wrong?" "Nothing," he said automatically, then forced himself to take a bite of his dinner. It tasted like ash in his mouth. "Just tired." But Hermione's eyes had narrowed in the way they did when she smelled a mystery, and Harry knew he would have to be more careful. The last thing he needed was for her to start investigating whatever was going on. If Dobby was right about Dumbledore having ears throughout the castle, then the fewer people who knew about tonight's meeting, the better. The thought of actively hiding something from his best friends made his stomach churn. But what choice did he have? Dobby had been very clear about the need for secrecy, and Harry had learned the hard way that underestimating the house elf's insights was a dangerous game to play. The rest of dinner passed in a haze of forced normalcy, Harry nodding at appropriate intervals, while Ron complained about Snape's latest assignment, and Hermione outlined her study schedule for the upcoming weeks. Every tick of the clock felt like an eternity, every passing minute both bringing him closer to the answers he desperately needed and making him question whether he really wanted to hear them. When they finally made their way back to Gryffindor Tower, Harry pleaded exhaustion and escaped to his dormitory early, claiming he needed a good night's sleep before starting his tournament preparation in earnest. It wasn't entirely false. He did feel exhausted, wrung out by a day of constant vigilance and worry. But sleep was the furthest thing from his mind as he lay in his bed, fully clothed beneath his pajamas, watching the hands of his watch crawl toward midnight. The dormitory around him settled into its familiar nighttime rhythms. Ron's snores filled the air within minutes of his head hitting the pillow, while Neville tossed and turned for nearly an hour before finally falling into restless sleep. Dean and Seamus whispered together for a while about some Quidditch match they'd listened to on the wireless, their voices gradually fading into drowsy mumbles, and then silence. Only when Harry was certain that all 4 of his roommates were deeply asleep did he slip out from under his covers, grab his invisibility cloak from his trunk, and make his way quietly out of the dormitory and through the portrait hole. The fat lady grumbled sleepily about inconsiderate students who couldn't keep decent hours, but she swung open without demanding a password, apparently too tired to put up much of a fight. The castle corridors were eerily quiet at this hour, lit only by the occasional torch casting dancing shadows on the stone walls. Harry had walked these passages at night many times before, but tonight they felt different somehow, full of hidden watchers and unspoken threats. Every suit of armor seemed to track his movement. Every portrait appeared to be listening even in sleep. The walk to the 7th floor felt like it took forever, but eventually Harry found himself standing in front of the familiar stretch of blank wall opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. He paced back and forth 3 times, concentrating on his need for a place to meet Dobby safely, and watched as a door materialized out of nothing. The room of requirement had taken many forms for Harry over the years, but nothing had prepared him for what he found when he stepped inside tonight. Instead of the vast space he had expected, the room was intimate and warmly lit, decorated in shades of deep red and gold that reminded him immediately of Gryffindor House. But it was the details that made his breath catch in his throat. The room had transformed itself into what could only be described as a perfect recreation of a witch's private study. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with leather-bound volumes that looked well-loved and frequently consulted. A desk sat near one wall, its surface covered with parchment and quills, and what appeared to be detailed notes written in a graceful hand. Comfortable chairs were arranged around a fireplace where flames crackled merrily, casting warm light over everything. But it was the photographs scattered throughout the room that made Harry's chest tight with sudden emotion. They were everywhere, on the mantelpiece, the desk, even tucked between books on the shelves. All of them showed the same young woman with long, dark red hair and bright green eyes that were startlingly familiar. Lily Potter, his mother. Some of the photographs showed her alone, reading or writing or simply smiling at something beyond the camera's view. Others included a tall, thin man with untidy black hair and glasses who could only be James Potter. In a few, Harry could see a baby with his mother's eyes and his father's impossible hair, himself, before the world fell apart. "Harry Potter, sir." Harry spun around to find Dobby standing near the door, but this wasn't the nervous, uncertain creature from the dormitory. Here, in this recreation of Lily Potter's study, Dobby seemed somehow larger, more substantial. His usual tea towel had been replaced by a simple but clean tunic, and his enormous eyes held depths that Harry had never noticed before. "Dobby." Harry's voice came out rough with emotion. "This place, how did you—" "The room knows what is needed, sir. Dobby asked it to show Harry Potter where Miss Lily did her thinking, her worrying, her planning." The house elf moved deeper into the room, his small hands trailing along the backs of chairs and the spines of books with something that looked like reverence. This is where she tried to find a way to protect her baby from what she had learned. This is where she wrote the letters and hid the evidence, and made the choices that would outlive her. Harry sank into one of the chairs without conscious thought, his legs suddenly unsteady. Being surrounded by these echoes of his mother's life was overwhelming in ways he hadn't expected. He could almost smell her perfume in the air, almost hear her voice humming softly as she worked at the desk. "How is this possible?" he asked. How could the room know what her study looked like? "Magic leaves traces, sir. Strong emotions, powerful spells, desperate love. They all leave marks on the world that those who know how to look can find." Dobby settled into the chair across from Harry, and for the first time since Harry had known him, the house elf looked almost human in his dignity and gravity. Miss Lily's magic was very strong, especially when she was afraid for her baby. The room remembers what she felt, what she saw, what she hoped for. "And you remember too," Harry said quietly. It wasn't quite a question. "Yes, sir. Dobby remembers." The elf's voice was soft with old pain. "House elves are different from wizards, Harry Potter. Our magic works differently, touches different parts of the world. When we clean a place, we do more than remove dirt and dust. We absorb things, impressions, feelings. Sometimes, when the magic is strong enough, even memories." Harry leaned forward in his chair, drawn in spite of himself by the earnestness in Dobby's voice. "I don't understand. How can you absorb someone else's memories?" "It is hard to explain to wizards, sir. Your magic is about changing things, controlling things, making things do what you want them to do. House elf magic is about connecting, becoming part of the places we serve, the families we protect. We feel what our masters feel, know what they know." Dobby's large eyes fixed on Harry's face with an intensity that made him shift uncomfortably. Usually this is just small things, knowing when someone is hungry or sad or needs comfort. But sometimes, when the emotions are very strong and very desperate, the magic gets stronger, Harry finished, beginning to understand. "Yes, sir. Miss Lily was the most frightened Dobby had ever felt, the most desperate. Her love for baby Harry was like a fire burning through the whole manor, so bright and fierce that it touched everything, including Dobby." The house elf stood up slowly, moving to a small table that Harry hadn't noticed before. On its surface sat what looked like a crystal bowl filled with silvery, luminescent liquid that seemed to move and swirl of its own accord. But as Harry looked closer, he realized it wasn't quite liquid. It was too bright, too alive, moving with purposeful currents that reminded him of memories, he breathed. Miss Lily's memories, sir. The ones that burned brightest in her mind during those last terrible weeks. Dobby's voice was barely above a whisper now, reverent in the face of what he was showing. Dobby has carried them for 14 years, waiting for Harry Potter to be old enough to understand what they mean. Harry stood up on unsteady legs and approached the bowl, drawn by some force he couldn't name. The memories, if that's what they truly were, swirled and eddied like silver smoke given substance, occasionally forming shapes that might have been faces or gestures before dissolving back into formless light. "How many?" he asked. "4, sir. 4 memories that Miss Lily tried to share with baby Harry before she died. 4 conversations that she never wanted him to forget." Dobby moved to stand beside the bowl, his small hands hovering over its surface, as if he could feel the warmth radiating from the memories within. She knew she might not live to tell Harry Potter the truth herself, so she tried to find another way. And you became that way. Dobby was in the right place at the right time, sir. Or perhaps Miss Lily's magic chose him for this purpose. House elves live much longer than wizards, you see. She would have known that Dobby might still be alive when Harry Potter was grown enough to learn the truth. The implications of that hit Harry like a physical blow. His mother, in her final weeks of life, had somehow planned for this moment, had known that she might die, and had tried to ensure that her warnings would reach him anyway. The thought of her desperation, her love, her terrible prescience made his eyes burn with unshed tears. "What do they show?" His voice came out hoarse with emotion. "Meetings, sir. Conversations between Miss Lily and the great Dumbledore. Things he told her. Things he asked her to do. Things he planned for baby Harry that made her afraid." Dobby's voice carried a weight of old grief and older anger. Things that made her realize the great wizard was not the protector everyone believed him to be. Harry's hands clenched into fists at his sides. What kind of things? But Dobby was already shaking his head. "Dobby cannot tell you, sir. The memories must speak for themselves, or you will not believe what they show. But—" The elf hesitated, then looked up at Harry with something like pleading in his enormous eyes. "Harry Potter must be very sure he wants to see them. Once you know what Miss Lily knew, you cannot unknow it. Your world will change, and not all changes can be undone." Harry stared down at the swirling silver contents of the bowl, watching patterns form and dissolve in endless repetition. 4 memories. 4 conversations that his mother had been desperate enough to preserve, that she had found a way to reach beyond death itself, to share them with him. 4 pieces of truth about Dumbledore that had frightened her enough to risk everything trying to protect him from them. He thought about the man who had become his mentor, his guide, the closest thing to a grandfather he had ever known. Dumbledore with his twinkling eyes, and his wisdom, and his unwavering certainty that everything would work out for the best. The man who had saved him from the Dursleys, who had taught him about magic and courage and the power of love. But then he remembered the other side of that coin, the secrets that were always being kept from him, the feeling that he was being prepared for something he didn't understand. The way adults looked at him sometimes, as if they were seeing not Harry Potter the person, but Harry Potter the symbol, the weapon, the necessary sacrifice. "My mother was afraid," he said quietly, not really asking a question. "Yes, sir. Very afraid. For you, for your father, for the future that the great wizard was planning." Dobby's voice was gentle but implacable. "She died trying to change that future, Harry Potter. She died believing that love could triumph over any plan, no matter how carefully made. And did it? That depends on what you choose to do with what she left you. Harry reached out slowly, his fingers hovering just above the surface of the memory bowl. He could feel something emanating from it. Not heat exactly, but a kind of energy that made his skin tingle. His mother's emotions, preserved in magical form and waiting for him to claim them. "If I look at these memories," he said carefully, "will I still be able to trust him? Will I still be able to work with him? To learn from him?" Dobby's expression was infinitely sad. "Dobby does not know, sir. That will depend on what you see and what you choose to do about it." Harry nodded slowly, feeling the weight of decision settling over him like a cloak. There was no going back from this moment, no way to return to the comfortable certainties of yesterday. Either he would look into the bowl and learn truths that might destroy everything he thought he knew, or he would walk away and spend the rest of his life wondering what his mother had been so desperate to tell him. When he put it like that, there was really no choice at all. "How does it work?" he asked. "You must put your face into the memories, sir, just as you would with a pensieve. But these are different from ordinary memories. They carry Miss Lily's emotions as well as her experiences. You will not just see what she saw. You will feel what she felt." The prospect was both thrilling and terrifying. To experience his mother's emotions directly, to feel her love and her fear and her determination as if they were his own. It was more than Harry had ever dared hope for, and more than he was sure he could bear. "Will you be able to bring me back?" he asked. "If it becomes too much?" "Yes, sir. Dobby will watch over you, just as he watched over Miss Lily all those years ago." The house elf's voice carried a promise that went deeper than words. "You will be safe, Harry Potter. Whatever else happens, you will be safe." Harry took a deep breath, steeling himself for whatever was to come. Around him, the room of requirement hummed with magical energy, and the photographs of his parents seemed to watch with encouraging smiles. His mother had risked everything to preserve these memories for him. The least he could do was have the courage to look at them. "Which one first?" he asked. Dobby moved around the bowl, pointing to a particular strand of memory that seemed brighter and more agitated than the others. "This one, sir. The first meeting after Miss Lily learned she was going to have a baby. Before she knew to be afraid, when she still trusted the great wizard completely." Harry nodded, understanding the progression Dobby was offering him. He would see his mother's trust erode gradually, experience her growing fear and disillusionment as she learned whatever truth had ultimately driven her to hide these memories in the first place. "All right," he said, leaning forward over the bowl. "I'm ready." But even as he said the words, Harry knew he wasn't ready. Not really. How could anyone be ready to learn that their entire life was built on lies? How could anyone prepare to discover that the person they trusted most in the world might not deserve that trust? Still, as he lowered his face toward the swirling silver memories of his mother's love and fear and desperate hope, Harry Potter chose truth over comfort, whatever the cost. The last thing he saw before the memory claimed him was Dobby's solemn nod of approval, and the last thing he heard was the house elf's whispered blessing. "Be brave, Harry Potter. Miss Lily believed you would be brave enough for this. Dobby believes it too." Then the world dissolved into silver light, and the echo of his mother's voice, calling him forward into a truth he wasn't sure he could survive learning. Chapter 3. The First Memory. The Meeting. The sensation of entering the memory was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. It began as a gentle tugging at the edges of his consciousness, as if the silver liquid was drawing him down into its depths, and then suddenly he was falling, not through space, but through time itself, through layers of emotion and experience that weren't his own but felt more real than his own memories. When the world solidified around him, Harry found himself standing in what he recognized as Dumbledore's office, but it was subtly different from the version he knew. The same circular room, the same portraits lining the walls, but everything seemed somehow brighter, more hopeful. Fawkes perched on his stand near the window, his plumage a brilliant scarlet gold in the afternoon sunlight, and the various magical instruments hummed and whirred with quiet contentment. But it wasn't the familiar surroundings that made Harry's breath catch in his throat. It was the young woman seated in the chair across from Dumbledore's desk, Lily Potter, his mother, barely 20 years old, and glowing with an inner light that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with pure joy. Her long red hair fell in waves around her shoulders, and her green eyes, so like his own, sparkled with barely contained excitement. She was beautiful in a way that photographs could never quite capture, alive and vibrant and so present that Harry felt his heart clench with longing. She was also visibly pregnant. The realization hit Harry like a physical blow. He was looking at his mother when she was carrying him, when he was nothing more than potential and possibility growing beneath her heart. The knowledge that he was witnessing this moment, this conversation that had taken place months before his birth, made the entire experience feel both sacred and deeply unsettling. But what truly shook him was that he could feel everything she felt. It wasn't like watching a memory in a pensieve, where he remained an observer. This was immediate and overwhelming. Lily's emotions flooded through him as if they were his own. Her excitement bubbled up in his chest, warm and effervescent. Her love for the child she carried wrapped around him like a physical embrace. Her absolute trust in the wizard sitting across from her filled him with a confidence that felt foreign and wonderful. "Professor Dumbledore," Lily was saying, her voice musical with happiness, "thank you for agreeing to see me on such short notice. I know how busy you must be with the war effort, but I had to tell someone, and James is away on order business, and I simply couldn't wait another moment." Harry felt himself leaning forward along with her, caught up in her enthusiasm despite knowing that something terrible was coming. Through her eyes, he saw Dumbledore smile that familiar grandfatherly smile, his blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. "My dear Lily, you know you are always welcome here. You seem positively radiant today." "I trust all is well?" "More than well," Lily replied, and Harry felt her hand move instinctively to rest on her still small belly. The gesture sent a wave of protective tenderness through him, so intense it made his knees weak. "Professor James and we're going to have a baby." For just a moment, Dumbledore's expression was exactly what it should have been. Delighted surprise, warm congratulations, the kind of joy that one mentor might feel upon hearing such news from a beloved former student. But then, so quickly that Harry almost missed it, something else flickered across the older wizard's features. A calculating look, sharp and assessing, that turned Lily's announcement from a personal joy into something else entirely. Something that could be useful. Harry felt Lily's happiness falter slightly, a tiny seed of unease blooming in her chest as she registered that brief change in Dumbledore's expression. But she pushed it aside, choosing to focus on the words rather than the momentary coldness she thought she had imagined. "A baby!" Dumbledore exclaimed, his voice warm with what sounded like genuine pleasure. "How wonderful, my dear. James must be beside himself with joy. When are you expecting the happy arrival?" "Late July," Lily replied, her smile returning full force. "The healer says everything is progressing perfectly. We're both so excited, Professor. In the middle of all this darkness, this war, the thought of bringing new life into the world feels like an act of defiance, a declaration that we still believe in the future." Harry felt tears prick at his eyes, not his own tears, but hers. The depth of her hope, her faith in tomorrow, despite the danger surrounding them, was almost too much to bear. She was so young, so trusting, so certain that everything would work out, because she was loved and loving, and the universe surely couldn't be cruel enough to destroy something so precious. "Late July," Dumbledore repeated thoughtfully, and Harry felt Lily's first real flutter of discomfort as she noticed the way the headmaster's eyes had gone distant, as if he were calculating something. How precise are these predictions, would you say? Could the birth be earlier? Later? The question struck Lily as odd. Harry could feel her confusion like a cold current running through her happiness. Why would the exact timing matter to anyone except her and James? But Dumbledore was her former professor, the leader of the Order, a wizard she trusted completely. Surely he was just making conversation. The healer seemed quite confident, she replied carefully, though she said first babies sometimes come a bit late. Why do you ask? But Dumbledore was already moving on to his next question, his fingers steepled in front of him in that familiar gesture that Harry had seen 1,000 times. And have you given thought to where you'll be during the final weeks of your pregnancy? The war has made travel dangerous, but perhaps you and James have considered relocating somewhere more secure. Relocating? Lily's confusion deepened, and Harry felt it like a knot forming in his stomach. We hadn't really discussed it. I mean, our flat has perfectly good wards, and we're both members of the Order. Surely we're as safe there as anywhere else. Of course, Dumbledore said soothingly, but Harry caught the way his eyes sharpened with interest. I was merely thinking that a woman in your condition might benefit from quieter surroundings, away from the hustle and bustle of London. Somewhere peaceful, where the child could be born without the stress of urban life. There was something in his tone that made Lily shift uncomfortably in her chair, and Harry felt her growing unease like a shadow falling across the sunlight. Why was Dumbledore so interested in where she would give birth? Why did his suggestions feel less like concern for her well-being and more like planning? I suppose we could consider it, she said slowly, though I'd hate to be away from St. Mungo's if something went wrong. Oh, I'm sure arrangements could be made, Dumbledore replied airily, waving away her concerns with the confidence of someone accustomed to having his suggestions followed without question. There are excellent healers throughout Britain who would be honoured to assist with such an important birth. Important. The word hung in the air like a weight, and Harry felt Lily's pulse quicken with sudden anxiety. Important how? Important to whom? She was just a young witch having her first baby, not some precious cargo to be managed and positioned for maximum advantage. Professor, she began hesitantly, is there something specific you're concerned about? Some threat to the baby that you haven't told us about? Dumbledore's smile never wavered, but something in his eyes went very still. My dear Lily, in times like these, we must all be cautious. Your child will be born into a dangerous world, and those who fight against darkness must sometimes make difficult choices to protect what they hold dear. The words were reasonable, even wise, but they sent a chill through Lily that Harry felt as keenly as if ice water had been poured down his spine. There was something in the way Dumbledore said, "Your child," as if he were already thinking of the baby as more than just her and James's son or daughter, as if the child were destined for something that extended far beyond its parents' hopes and dreams. What kind of choices? Lily asked quietly, her hand moving protectively over her belly once again. Oh, nothing that need concern you now, Dumbledore replied, but he was watching her face with the intensity of someone taking careful note of her reactions. I was simply wondering, has the child shown any signs of magic yet? Any unusual manifestations of power? The question hit Lily like a slap, and Harry felt her recoil with such force that he nearly stumbled backward in sympathy. It was far too early for any magical signs to manifest. Most wizard children didn't show accidental magic until they were much older. The fact that Dumbledore was asking suggested either a profound ignorance of child development that was completely at odds with his reputation, or something far more disturbing. Professor, the baby isn't even born yet, Lily said, her voice sharp with the first edge of real suspicion. What exactly are you asking me? But instead of backing down or explaining his strange interest, Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, his blue eyes fixed on her face with an intensity that made her skin crawl. Some children are special, Lily, born with destinies that extend far beyond the ordinary. Such children sometimes announce themselves even before birth, through dreams or visions or unusual magical phenomena surrounding the pregnancy. Harry felt his mother's growing horror as if it were his own. The way Dumbledore spoke about special children and destinies made her feel like a broodmare being evaluated for the quality of her offspring. The warm, grandfatherly figure she had trusted was showing her another face entirely, calculating, manipulative, and utterly focused on what her child might be able to do for him. "I don't know what you mean," she said stiffly, pulling back in her chair as if she could physically distance herself from his probing questions. "Of course not, my dear. Forgive an old man's curiosity." Dumbledore's smile was meant to be reassuring, but Harry could feel how false it seemed to Lily now that she was looking at him with newly suspicious eyes. "I simply want to ensure that you and James receive every possible support during this blessed time." But as he spoke, Harry noticed something that made his blood run cold. Dumbledore's hand had moved to his desk, where a quill was scratching notes on a piece of parchment all by itself. The headmaster wasn't just making conversation. He was documenting everything Lily told him: her due date, her medical information, her living arrangements, everything that might be useful for someone who was planning something that required precise timing and careful coordination. Lily noticed it too, and Harry felt her stomach drop as the implications sank in. "Professor, are you taking notes about my pregnancy?" Dumbledore glanced down at the parchment, as if he had forgotten it was there, then looked back at her with that same twinkling smile. "Merely keeping track of the health and well-being of our Order members, my dear. In times of war, it's important to know who might need additional protection." The explanation was reasonable, even logical, but it did nothing to ease the cold knot of fear that was growing in Lily's chest. Protection was one thing. This felt like surveillance, like she was being catalogued and assessed for purposes she couldn't understand and hadn't consented to. "I see," she said quietly, her voice carefully neutral. "Well, I should let you get back to your work. Thank you for your time, Professor." She started to rise from her chair, but Dumbledore held up a gentle hand to stop her. "Before you go, Lily, there is one more thing I feel compelled to mention. Have you and James given any thought to naming the child? I ask because names have power, as I'm sure you know, and in uncertain times it can be wise to choose carefully." The question was the final straw. Harry felt Lily's composure crack as the full weight of Dumbledore's invasive interest finally hit her. He wasn't offering support or congratulations. He was trying to control every aspect of her pregnancy and her child's life before the baby was even born. The realization filled her with a fury so pure and bright that Harry gasped with the force of it. "We'll choose a name we like," she said coldly, her green eyes flashing with the same temper that Harry had inherited. "A name that means something to us, not to anyone else's agenda." For just a moment, Dumbledore's mask slipped completely, and Harry saw something in his expression that chilled him to the bone. Disappointment, yes, but also a kind of irritated calculation, as if Lily had just demonstrated that she would be less malleable than he had hoped, as if her defiance was a problem to be solved rather than a woman's natural protective instinct toward her unborn child. "Of course, my dear," Dumbledore said smoothly, his grandfatherly persona sliding back into place. "I meant only to express my interest in your happiness. Perhaps we might continue this conversation when you've had time to consider the various opportunities that lie ahead. Opportunities. Not blessings, not joys, but opportunities. As if her child were a resource to be exploited, rather than a person to be loved and protected." Lily stood up abruptly, her whole body trembling with suppressed anger and growing fear. I think I'll be going now. Thank you again for your time, Professor. It was my pleasure, Lily. Please give my regards to James when he returns. Dumbledore's voice followed her as she moved toward the door, warm and concerned, and completely at odds with the coldness in his eyes. And do remember what we discussed about safer locations for the birth? I have several suggestions that might interest you. Lily paused at the door, her hand on the handle, and Harry felt her make a decision that would change everything. When she turned back to face Dumbledore, her expression was calm and composed, but underneath the surface she was already planning. "I'll certainly discuss it with James," she said evenly. "We'll be in touch." But as she left the office and walked through the corridors of Hogwarts, Harry felt the true depth of her distress. The joy she had carried into that meeting was gone, replaced by a sick certainty that something was very wrong. Dumbledore's questions hadn't been those of a caring mentor. They had been the probing of someone with an agenda that had nothing to do with her well-being and everything to do with her child's potential usefulness. She was no longer a young woman sharing happy news with a trusted teacher. She was a mother-to-be who had just realized that the most powerful wizard in Britain was taking a disturbing interest in her unborn baby, and she had no idea why. The memory began to fade as Lily's emotions overwhelmed the magical framework holding it together, and Harry felt himself being pulled back toward the present. But the last thing he experienced through his mother's consciousness was her desperate, fierce resolve. Whatever Dumbledore was planning, whatever agenda he was pursuing, she would not let him use her child for it. Not without a fight. Harry surfaced from the memory, gasping and shaking, his own emotions a chaotic tangle of grief and rage and disbelief. The room of requirement materialized around him again, warm and safe, and utterly at odds with the cold calculation he had just witnessed. Dobby was beside him instantly, pressing a cup of tea into his trembling hands and watching him with those enormous, concerned eyes. "Harry Potter, sir, are you all right? The first memory is always the hardest. Miss Lily's emotions are very strong." Harry tried to speak, but found that his throat was too tight with unshed tears. The experience of feeling his mother's joy turn to fear, of seeing Dumbledore through her increasingly suspicious eyes, had shaken him more than he was prepared to admit. He had gone into the memory expecting to find evidence of some subtle manipulation, some minor breach of trust that could be explained away with good intentions. He had not expected to feel his mother's growing horror at being treated like a broodmare for some unnamed agenda. Harry's voice came out as barely a whisper. He was already planning something. Before I was even born, he was already making plans. "Yes, sir," Dobby said sadly. The great wizard knew very early that Harry Potter would be important to his purposes. Miss Lily could feel it in his questions, in the way he looked at her. She knew something was wrong. Harry set down his teacup with hands that still shook, his mind racing as he tried to process what he had just experienced. The Dumbledore in that memory had been wearing the same kind, grandfatherly mask that Harry knew so well. But underneath it had been something cold and calculating, something that saw Harry not as a person, but as a potential asset to be managed and deployed. But he was trying to protect her, Harry said desperately, clinging to the last vestiges of his faith in the man who had been his mentor and guide. The questions about where she would give birth, about safer locations, he was worried about her safety. Dobby's expression was infinitely gentle, but his voice carried a weight of old sadness. Harry Potter must ask himself, if the great wizard was truly concerned only for Miss Lily's safety, why did he care so much about the exact timing of the birth? Why did he want to know if baby Harry showed signs of magic before he was even born? Why was he taking notes? The questions hit Harry like physical blows, each one chipping away at his desperate attempt to maintain his trust in Dumbledore. Because Dobby was right, none of those behaviors suggested simple concern for a pregnant woman's well-being. They suggested someone who was gathering intelligence, making preparations, positioning pieces on a chessboard that Lily hadn't even known she was playing on. Maybe there was a prophecy, Harry said weakly. Maybe he already knew that I would be important in the fight against Voldemort, and he was trying to make sure I survived to fulfill my destiny. Perhaps, sir, Dobby agreed quietly. But if that was true, why did he not tell Miss Lily? Why did he let her walk into that meeting, thinking she was sharing happy news with a trusted friend? Why did he make her feel like she was being hunted and catalogued? Harry had no answer for that. The Dumbledore he knew, or thought he knew, would never deliberately cause distress to someone he cared about. If there had been a prophecy, if Harry's birth was somehow crucial to the war effort, surely Dumbledore would have explained the situation honestly and asked for their cooperation, rather than manipulating them through misdirection and half-truths. Unless, of course, he had known that they would refuse to cooperate if they understood what he was really asking of them. The thought made Harry feel physically sick. He pressed his hands to his face, trying to block out the memory of his mother's growing fear, the sick realization that she was being hunted by the very man she had trusted to protect her. The other memories, he said through his fingers. Do they get worse? They get clearer, sir, Dobby replied, which wasn't really an answer, but somehow managed to be more frightening than a simple yes would have been. Harry sat in silence for a long time, staring at the photographs of his parents that decorated the reproduced study. In them, James and Lily looked so young, so hopeful, so certain that their love would be enough to protect them and their child from whatever darkness the world might hold. They had no idea that the greatest threat to their family wouldn't come from obvious enemies like Death Eaters and Dark Lords, but from the man they trusted most to keep them safe. Why didn't she leave? Harry asked suddenly. If she suspected that Dumbledore had some kind of agenda involving me, why didn't she and my father just disappear? Go into hiding somewhere he couldn't find them? Dobby's ears drooped with old grief. She tried, sir. After that first meeting, Miss Lily tried very hard to find a way to protect you from whatever the Great Wizard was planning. But Dumbledore is very powerful, and he has many allies. And Miss Lily was young and frightened and didn't understand yet how deep his planning went. But she kept trying. Oh yes, sir, she never stopped trying. The other memories, they show how hard she fought, how clever she was, how much she loved baby Harry. Dobby's voice was warm with admiration, even as his eyes remained sad. Miss Lily was a very brave witch, Harry Potter. She died believing that love could triumph over any plan, no matter how carefully made. Harry felt fresh tears prick at his eyes. His mother had fought for him, had seen the danger, and tried to protect him from it, even when she didn't fully understand what she was up against. She had died trying to save him, not just from Voldemort's killing curse, but from Dumbledore's manipulations. And Harry had spent his entire life unknowingly walking the path that Dumbledore had laid out for him, believing that he was making his own choices, when in reality he was following a script that had been written before his first breath. I need to see the other memories, he said quietly. All of them. I need to understand what she learned, what she was trying to protect me from. Are you certain, sir? There is no shame in taking time to— I'm certain. Harry's voice was stronger now, steadied by resolution. She preserved these memories for me, risked everything to make sure I would eventually see them. The least I can do is have the courage to look. Dobby nodded solemnly. Very well, Harry Potter. But perhaps we should wait until tomorrow night for the next one. Miss Lily's emotions are very intense, and you need time to recover between viewings. Harry wanted to protest, wanted to demand all the answers right now, but he could feel the exhaustion creeping through his bones. Living through his mother's memory had drained him in ways he hadn't expected, and he knew Dobby was right about needing time to process what he had learned. Tomorrow night, he agreed. But Dobby, promise me you'll show me everything. Even if it's terrible. Even if it destroys every good thing I thought I knew about him. Dobby promises, sir. Miss Lily wanted Harry Potter to know the truth, whatever the cost. Dobby will honor her wishes. Harry stood up slowly, his legs still unsteady from the emotional weight of what he had experienced. As he prepared to leave the room of requirement and return to his dormitory, he took one last look at the photographs of his parents, seeing them now with new eyes. They weren't just the heroes who had died protecting him from Voldemort. They were young people who had been manipulated and maneuvered by someone they trusted, who had fought against forces they barely understood to try to give their son a chance at a life of his own choosing. His mother had known. Somehow, impossibly, she had seen through Dumbledore's grandfatherly mask to the calculating manipulator beneath, and she had tried to warn Harry, had found a way to reach across death itself to show him the truth. Now it was up to him to decide what to do with that truth, whether to confront Dumbledore with what he had learned, or to continue pretending that he knew nothing while he gathered more evidence and tried to understand the full scope of what had been planned for him. As Harry made his way back through the dark corridors of Hogwarts, his mother's words echoed in his mind. Love could triumph over any plan, no matter how carefully made. He could only hope she was right. Chapter 4. The Second Memory. The Prophecy Discussion. Harry spent the next day in a state of barely concealed turmoil, the memory of his mother's growing fear playing on an endless loop in his mind. Every time he looked at Dumbledore during meals or caught sight of him in the corridors, Harry felt a sick twist in his stomach as he remembered the calculating gleam in those twinkling blue eyes, the way the headmaster had taken notes on Lily's pregnancy, like she was a specimen to be studied, rather than a young woman sharing joyful news. But even as the evidence of Dumbledore's manipulation grew clearer in his mind, Harry found himself clinging to desperate rationalization. Maybe there had been a good reason for the questions. Maybe Dumbledore had already known about some prophecy or threat that made Harry's birth significant. Maybe the clinical interest had been necessary, even if it was handled poorly. These fragile justifications crumbled to dust when he entered the second memory that night. Once again, the silver liquid drew him down into his mother's consciousness. But this time there was no joy waiting for him. From the moment the memory began, Harry was immersed in Lily's barely controlled fury and growing dread. She was pacing back and forth in what appeared to be a sitting room, not Dumbledore's office this time, but somewhere more private and intimate. The Order's headquarters, Harry realized, recognizing the shabby but comfortable furnishings. Lily was noticeably more pregnant now, her belly round and prominent beneath her robes. But it wasn't her physical state that caught Harry's attention. It was the rage that blazed from her like a physical force. Her green eyes, so like his own, were bright with unshed tears of anger, and her hands clenched and unclenched at her sides, as if she were restraining herself from hexing something. Through her heightened senses, Harry could feel the magical energy crackling around her like a storm barely held in check. This was what happened when a powerful witch's protective instincts were aroused. The very air seemed to thrum with her fury. "Professor Dumbledore," she said, when the familiar figure appeared in the doorway, her voice deadly calm in a way that reminded Harry uncomfortably of the moments before Voldemort struck. "We need to talk. Now." If Dumbledore was surprised by her tone, he didn't show it. He stepped into the room with his usual, unhurried grace, closing the door behind him with a soft click that somehow sounded ominous in the charged atmosphere. "Of course, my dear. You seem distressed. Has something happened to upset you?" Harry felt Lily's lip curl with barely suppressed contempt. The grandfatherly concern in Dumbledore's voice felt like mockery now that she knew what lay beneath it. She had spent weeks since their last meeting, researching, investigating, asking careful questions of other Order members. What she had learned had shattered the last of her illusions about the man she had once trusted. "I overheard Remus and Sirius talking," she said without preamble. They were discussing the prophecy child and how important it was that the birth happen at exactly the right time. They seemed to think I didn't know what they were talking about. Harry felt her pause. watching Dumbledore's face carefully for any sign of guilt or remorse. What she saw instead was a flicker of calculation, as if he were rapidly reassessing his strategies now that his careful secrecy had been compromised. "I see," Dumbledore said quietly. "And what exactly did you hear?" "Enough," Lily replied sharply. "Enough to know that there's a prophecy about my son. Enough to know that you've been planning around it for months without bothering to tell his parents. Enough to realize that your interest in my pregnancy had nothing to do with my well-being, and everything to do with whatever agenda you're pursuing." The words hung in the air between them like drawn blades. Harry felt his mother's heart pounding with a mixture of rage and terror as she confronted the most powerful wizard of their age with his deception. Through her eyes, he could see Dumbledore weighing his options, deciding how much truth he could safely reveal and how much he could continue to conceal. "Lily," Dumbledore began, his voice taking on that warm, persuasive tone that Harry knew so well. "You must understand that in times of war, certain information must be carefully managed. The prophecy—" "Don't you dare!" Lily interrupted, her magic flaring so brightly that the lights in the room flickered. "Don't you dare try to manage me the way you've been managing everyone else. I want to know exactly what this prophecy says about my child, every word. Right now." For a long moment, Dumbledore was silent. Harry could feel Lily's tension ratcheting higher with each passing second, her protective fury building toward something that might become dangerous if it wasn't addressed. Finally, the headmaster sighed and seemed to come to a decision. "Very well," he said, settling into a chair across from her. "But you must understand, my dear, that some knowledge is a burden. Once you hear the prophecy, you cannot unhear it. It will change how you see your son's future, and not necessarily for the better." "Tell me," Lily demanded, sinking into her own chair but remaining rigid with tension. "Whatever it is, whatever it says, I have the right to know what you think my child's destiny is supposed to be." Dumbledore studied her for another long moment, then began to recite in a voice that was flat and emotionless, as if he were reading from a particularly dry textbook. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives." The words hit Lily like physical blows, and Harry felt each one tear through her heart with devastating clarity. Her son, the baby she could feel moving restlessly in her womb even now, was destined to either kill or be killed by the most dangerous wizard alive. There was no middle ground, no possibility of escape or normal life. Just death, violence, and a burden that no child should ever have to carry. Harry experienced his mother's horror as if it were his own, the absolute revulsion of learning that her beloved child was marked for destruction before he had even drawn his first breath. Through her emotional state, he felt the prophecy's weight settle over him like a shroud, cold and suffocating, and inescapable. "No," Lily whispered, her hands moving instinctively to cradle her belly. "No, that can't be right. That can't be what you think is going to happen to my baby." But even as she spoke, the denial, Harry felt her terrible understanding growing. The prophecy wasn't just a prediction. It was a blueprint that Dumbledore intended to follow. All his questions about timing, about where the birth would take place, about the baby's magical development, suddenly made sickening sense. He hadn't been gathering information to protect Harry from his destiny. He had been positioning him to fulfill it. "I'm afraid the prophecy is quite specific," Dumbledore said gently, but his eyes remained fixed on Lily's face with that same calculating intensity Harry remembered from the first memory. "Your son will be born at the end of July, and Voldemort will indeed mark him as a threat. These things will come to pass, whether we wish them to or not." "But you could stop it," Lily said desperately. "You could hide us, protect us, Find some way to prevent Voldemort from ever learning about the prophecy. You're the most powerful wizard alive. Surely you could." "My dear child," Dumbledore interrupted, and there was something almost pitying in his tone that made Harry's skin crawl. "Prophecies are not suggestions. They are statements of what must be. We cannot prevent your son's confrontation with Voldemort any more than we can prevent the sun from rising. We can only guide how it unfolds." The word guide sent a chill through both Lily and Harry that was bone-deep and terrifying. There was something in the way Dumbledore said it that suggested he had no intention of merely allowing events to unfold naturally. He meant to shape them, to ensure that they happened according to his vision of how the prophecy should be fulfilled. "Guide?" Lily's voice was barely above a whisper, but it carried a weight of growing understanding that made the air in the room feel thick and oppressive. "What do you mean, guide?" Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled in that familiar gesture, and when he spoke, his voice carried the confident authority of someone who had spent years planning for this moment. "The prophecy speaks of power that the Dark Lord knows not," he said thoughtfully. "Love, sacrifice, the willingness to die for others. These are magics that Voldemort cannot understand or counter. If your son is to have any hope of survival, he must be shaped by these forces from the very beginning." Harry felt his mother's blood turn to ice as the implications of Dumbledore's words sank in. He wasn't just talking about teaching Harry to value love and sacrifice. He was talking about engineering situations where those qualities would be tested, forged in the fires of suffering and loss. "You want him to suffer," Lily said, her voice flat with horrified realization. "You think that if he experiences enough pain, enough loss, he'll be willing to die when the time comes. I want him to understand the value of life deeply enough that he will choose to protect it, even at the cost of his own," Dumbledore corrected gently. "Prophecies can be self-fulfilling, Lily, but they can also be guided toward the most favorable outcome. Your son's survival depends on his developing the right character, the right motivations, the right understanding of what truly matters." The clinical way he spoke about manipulating a child's entire life made Lily's fury blaze even hotter. Harry felt her magic crackling around them like a living thing, responding to her maternal rage with an intensity that made the windows rattle in their frames. "He's not even born yet," she snarled. "He's not even born, and you're already planning to use him as a weapon against Voldemort. You're talking about deliberately causing him pain so that he'll be willing to die when it's convenient for your war effort." "I'm talking about giving him the best possible chance of survival," Dumbledore replied, but there was steel in his voice now, a hardness that most people never saw beneath his grandfatherly facade. "The prophecy is clear, Lily. Either your son will kill Voldemort, or Voldemort will kill your son. There are no other options. Would you prefer that I leave him unprepared for what he must face?" "I would prefer that you find another way," Lily shot back, rising from her chair with such force that it nearly toppled backward. "I would prefer that you use your vast wisdom and power to protect an innocent child, rather than turning him into a sacrifice for the greater good." The words, "greater good," hung in the air like a curse, and Harry felt his mother's recognition of the philosophy that would justify any cruelty, any manipulation, any betrayal, if it served a larger purpose. It was the same reasoning that dictators and tyrants had used throughout history to excuse their atrocities, that individual suffering was acceptable as long as it served the collective. "The greater good sometimes requires difficult choices," Dumbledore said quietly, confirming Lily's worst fears. "I take no pleasure in what must be done, but I will not allow squeamishness to prevent me from doing what is necessary to defeat Voldemort." Harry felt his mother's last illusions about Dumbledore crumble to ash. The man she had trusted, admired, looked up to as a beacon of wisdom and compassion, was revealing himself to be something else, entirely. Someone who could speak of deliberately traumatizing a child with the same calm detachment that he might discuss the weather. "You're talking about my baby," Lily whispered, her voice breaking with a grief that went deeper than tears. "My son. Not some abstract weapon or symbol or tool to be used and discarded. A child who deserves to be loved and protected and allowed to make his own choices about his life." "Of course," Dumbledore agreed, but his tone suggested that he considered her emotional attachment to be both natural and irrelevant. "You will love him, and that love will be part of what protects him in the end. But we must be realistic about what his life will require. Preparation is not cruelty, Lily. It is kindness." The perverse logic of it, calling deliberate trauma kindness, calling manipulation preparation, made Harry feel physically sick. Through his mother's emotions, he experienced the full horror of realizing that the person you trusted most in the world saw your child as nothing more than a games piece to be positioned for maximum strategic advantage. "Get out!" Lily said suddenly, her voice deadly quiet. "Get out of my sight before I do something we'll both regret." Dumbledore rose from his chair with the same unhurried grace he had shown throughout the conversation, seemingly unperturbed by her fury or her threats. "I understand that this is difficult to accept, my dear. Take some time to consider what we've discussed. When you've had a chance to think rationally about your son's best interests." "His best interests?" Lily's voice rose to a shout that made the magical energy in the room spike dangerously. "You think his best interests include being groomed as a sacrifice from birth? You think I should be grateful that you're planning to turn my child into a weapon?" "I think you should be grateful that I'm willing to give him a chance to survive at all," Dumbledore replied, and for just a moment his mask slipped completely, revealing something cold and implacable beneath. "The prophecy will be fulfilled one way or another. Lily, the only question is whether your son faces his destiny prepared and capable, or unprepared and doomed to fail." With that, he turned and walked toward the door, pausing only to deliver one final, devastating blow. "I hope, for his sake, that you will choose to cooperate rather than forcing me to make arrangements without your input. The outcome will be the same either way, but your participation would make the process gentler." The threat was unmistakable. Cooperate with his plans for Harry's manipulation, or he would find other ways to ensure that the boy developed the right character traits. Ways that might not include preserving Lily's relationship with her son, or even her life. After Dumbledore left, Lily sank back into her chair, as if all the strength had gone out of her. Harry felt her devastating grief as if it were his own, the loss of innocence, of trust, of the future she had imagined for her family. The baby she carried was no longer just her beloved child. He was a marked target, a prophesied weapon, a boy whose entire life would be shaped by forces beyond his control or hers. But as Harry watched through the memory, he saw something else begin to grow in his mother's expression. A fierce, determined resolution that reminded him of his own stubborn refusal to give up in the face of impossible odds. If Dumbledore thought she would simply accept his plans for her son, he was about to learn exactly how wrong he was. Lily moved to a desk in the corner of the room and began writing furiously, her quill scratching across parchment with desperate intensity. Harry caught glimpses of her words as she wrote: evidence, witnesses, alternatives, protection. She was documenting everything Dumbledore had told her, creating a record of his intentions that couldn't be dismissed or explained away. More than that, she was beginning to plan. If the most powerful wizard in Britain was determined to use her son as a weapon, then she would find a way to protect him from that fate. She would gather allies, hide evidence, create safeguards that would give Harry a choice about his own destiny when he was old enough to make one. The memory began to fade as Lily's emotions overwhelmed the magical framework holding it together. But the last thing Harry felt through their connection was her fierce, unshakable love, and her absolute determination to save him from Dumbledore's plans, whatever the cost to herself. Harry surfaced from the memory, gasping and shaking, tears streaming down his face as the full weight of what he had witnessed settled over him. The room of requirement materialized around him again. But it felt different now, smaller, more fragile, as if the walls might not be strong enough to protect him from the terrible knowledge he had gained. Dobby was beside him immediately, pressing a warm cup into his hands and watching him with those enormous, concerned eyes. But even the house elf's gentle presence couldn't ease the devastation that was tearing through Harry's chest. "She knew," he whispered, his voice cracked and broken. "She knew what he was planning, and she tried to stop it." "Yes, sir," Dobby said sadly. "Miss Lily understood what the great wizard meant to do to you. She saw through all his gentle words to the truth underneath. That you were never meant to be Harry Potter the person. You were always meant to be Harry Potter, the weapon." The words hit Harry like physical blows, confirming what he had seen in the memory, but had been desperately hoping to deny. From the moment of his conception, Dumbledore had seen him not as a child to be protected, but as a tool to be shaped for a specific purpose. Every moment of Harry's life had been orchestrated, every relationship manipulated, every choice guided toward the ultimate goal of making him willing to die when the time came. The prophecy, Harry said numbly. He could have hidden it, could have found a way to keep Voldemort from ever learning about it. But he didn't want to, did he? He wanted Voldemort to mark me, wanted the confrontation to happen. Yes, sir. The great wizard needed the Dark Lord to choose you, to give you the mark and the connection that would make the final confrontation possible. Without Voldemort's mark, the prophecy could not be fulfilled as Dumbledore wished. The implications were staggering. Dumbledore hadn't just failed to prevent Voldemort from learning about the prophecy, he had actively ensured that it would happen. Harry's parents' deaths, his own suffering at the Dursleys, every moment of pain and loss he had experienced, had all been orchestrated by the man he had trusted most in the world. "My whole life," Harry said quietly, staring at nothing. "Everything that's happened to me, everything I've been through. It was all planned. All of it." "Not Miss Lily's love, sir," Dobby said gently. "Not your father's sacrifice. Not the choices you made to protect your friends and stand up to bullies. Those things were yours. Truly yours. The great wizard could shape the circumstances, but he could not create the love that saved you." It was a small comfort, but Harry clung to it desperately. In a world where everything else had been manipulated and controlled, the knowledge that his parents' love had been genuine felt like the only solid ground he had left to stand on. "The other memories," Harry said, after a long silence. "Do they show how she tried to fight back? How she tried to protect me from his plans?" "Yes, sir. Miss Lily was very clever and very brave. She found ways to hide evidence, to create protections that even the great wizard could not break. She died believing that love could triumph over any plan, no matter how carefully made." "And did it?" Harry asked, though he thought he already knew the answer. Dobby's expression was infinitely sad. "That depends on what you choose to do now that you know the truth, Harry Potter. Miss Lily gave you the tools to fight back, but only you can decide whether to use them." Harry sat in silence for a long time, processing the devastating revelation that his entire life had been a lie. The mentor he had trusted, the wisdom he had relied on, the sense that he was fighting for something good and pure, all of it was contaminated by the knowledge that Dumbledore saw him as nothing more than a weapon to be deployed when the time was right. But beneath the devastation, something else was beginning to grow. The same fierce determination that had driven his mother to fight back against impossible odds. The stubborn refusal to accept that his fate was beyond his control. If Dumbledore thought he could manipulate Harry Potter for his entire life and then discard him when it was convenient, he was about to learn exactly how wrong he was. Just like his mother, Harry would find a way to fight back. Whatever it cost, whatever it took, he would reclaim his right to choose his own destiny. The war against Voldemort was one thing, but the war for Harry Potter's soul had only just begun. Chapter 5. The Third Memory. The Protection Rituals. Harry approached the third memory, with hands that trembled and a heart that felt like it was cracking apart piece by piece. Each revelation had been worse than the last, stripping away another layer of everything he thought he knew about his life and the man he had trusted most in the world. Part of him wanted to stop here, to leave the remaining memories unseen and try to rebuild some kind of life with the fragments of trust that remained. But he couldn't. His mother had preserved these memories for him, had risked everything to ensure he would one day learn the truth. The least he could do was have the courage to see them through to the end, no matter how much it destroyed him in the process. The third memory drew him down into its silver depths with the same inexorable pull as the others. But this time, Harry felt a difference, immediately. Where the previous memories had been charged with Lily's growing suspicion and fury, this one pulsed with something much more complex, a mixture of desperate love, protective rage, and bone-deep terror that made Harry's skin crawl even before the scene fully formed around him. When the world solidified, he found himself in what he recognized as Potter Manor, though he had never seen it in life. It was a warm, comfortable home, filled with the kind of casual luxury that spoke of old money and older traditions. Sunlight streamed through tall windows, illuminating rooms that had been decorated with care and lived in with joy. This was the house where his parents had planned to raise him, where they had dreamed of watching him take his first steps and speak his first words. It was also, Harry realized with a sick twist in his stomach, the house where those dreams had been systematically destroyed. The memory was set in what appeared to be a nursery, painted in cheerful yellows and greens, with a crib positioned near the window to catch the morning light. But it was the scene playing out in front of him that made Harry's blood run cold. Dumbledore stood over the crib where baby Harry, barely 3 months old, tiny and defenseless and utterly innocent, lay sleeping peacefully. The headmaster's wand was drawn, pointed at the infant, and he was performing some kind of magic that made the air around the crib shimmer with complex weaving patterns of light and shadow. Through his mother's eyes and emotions, Harry felt the absolute violation of the scene. This was her home, her child, her most precious and vulnerable treasure, and Dumbledore was doing something to the baby without permission or explanation. The magical energy radiating from his wand felt wrong somehow. Not harmful exactly, but invasive, manipulative, designed to change rather than protect. Lily stood frozen in the doorway, having returned from a quick errand to find this scene playing out in her absence. Harry felt her maternal fury building like a storm, but underneath it was something even more frightening, the terrible certainty that whatever Dumbledore was doing to her baby was connected to all the other suspicious behaviors she had been documenting for months. "What are you doing?" The words came out as barely more than a whisper, but they carried such deadly intent that Dumbledore immediately ceased his spell work and turned toward her. If he was embarrassed or ashamed to be caught performing unauthorized magic on her infant son, he didn't show it. Instead, his expression held that same calculated assessment Harry had seen in the previous memories, as if he were deciding how much truth he could safely reveal and how much he needed to continue concealing. "Lily, my dear," Dumbledore said warmly, lowering his wand but not putting it away. "I was just strengthening some of the protective enchantments around young Harry. With the war intensifying, I thought it wise to ensure that he has every possible safeguard against dark magic." It was a reasonable explanation, the kind that most people would accept without question from the most powerful wizard of the age. But Lily was no longer most people. Months of growing suspicion had sharpened her instincts, and what she was seeing didn't match what Dumbledore was telling her. "What kind of protective enchantments?" she asked, moving into the nursery with the predatory grace of a mother defending her young. "I didn't sense any dark magic in the house, and James and I have already warded this room as thoroughly as possible. These are Specialized protections, Dumbledore replied, and Harry caught the slight hesitation that suggested he was choosing his words very carefully. Based on certain magical principles that require precise timing and preparation to implement properly. Lily's eyes narrowed as she moved closer to the crib, her magical senses extended to their fullest as she tried to determine exactly what Dumbledore had been doing to her child. What she found made her step back in shock and growing horror. The magic surrounding baby Harry wasn't protective in any traditional sense. It was binding, constraining, designed to channel and direct rather than shield. More than that, it felt familiar in a way that made Lily's skin crawl. She had encountered similar magical signatures before in her research into mind magic and behavioral modification. "That's not protection," she said, her voice flat with dawning realization. "That's conditioning. You're putting some kind of compulsion on my son." Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes went very still. "I assure you, my dear, that everything I do is in Harry's best interests. The magic I've been weaving will help ensure that he develops the proper character traits to survive what he must face." The euphemisms made Lily's fury blaze even hotter. Character traits, proper development. As if her child were a plant to be pruned and shaped, rather than a person with his own inherent worth and the right to grow according to his own nature. "What kind of character traits?" she demanded, moving to place herself between Dumbledore and the crib. "What exactly are you trying to make my son into?" But instead of answering directly, Dumbledore made what would prove to be a fatal mistake. Perhaps thinking that a demonstration would be more convincing than words, or perhaps simply overconfident in his ability to control the situation, he reached out with his magic toward Lily's mind, not to attack or control, but to share images and impressions that would explain his reasoning. It was a miscalculation that would cost him everything. Lily's magical defenses, already heightened by her protective fury and months of paranoid preparation, reacted to the mental contact like a snake striking at a threat. Instead of passively receiving whatever Dumbledore wanted to show her, her mind reached back along the connection and seized hold of his thoughts with the desperate strength of a mother protecting her child. For just a moment, no more than a few seconds, Lily Potter saw directly into Albus Dumbledore's mind and witnessed the full scope of what he had planned for her son. The vision that flooded through her consciousness was so horrific that Harry felt her knees buckle with the force of it. Through their shared connection, he experienced the revelation as she did, a cascade of images and intentions that painted a picture of such calculated cruelty that it defied comprehension. He saw Harry as a small child, deliberately placed with relatives who would despise and mistreat him, hungry and neglected, and desperate for any scrap of kindness. He saw the careful orchestration of that misery, letters to the Dursleys encouraging their worst instincts, magical monitoring to ensure the abuse continued at precisely the right level, intervention only when Harry was in danger of permanent damage or death. He saw Harry at Hogwarts, surrounded by friends and warmth and love, drinking in the acceptance like a man dying of thirst. He saw how that contrast would be used. The boy so grateful for basic human kindness that he would do anything to protect it, would sacrifice anything to keep from losing the only home he had ever known. He saw Harry growing up isolated and self-sacrificing, taught to see his own life as less valuable than others, conditioned from birth to believe that dying for the greater good was not just acceptable but noble. He saw the careful cultivation of guilt and responsibility, the gradual loading of weight onto shoulders too young to bear it, the systematic destruction of any sense of self-worth that might interfere with his willingness to die when the time came. And underneath it all, he saw Dumbledore's cold satisfaction at how perfectly the plan was working. The magical connection lasted only seconds, but in that time, Lily saw 14 years of her son's future, mapped out with horrific precision. Every moment of pain, every betrayal, every loss had been calculated and orchestrated to create the perfect weapon. A boy so broken by suffering and so grateful for love that he would walk willingly to his death when Dumbledore judged it necessary. When the connection broke, Lily staggered backward as if she had been physically struck. Through her eyes, Harry saw Dumbledore's face change as he realized what had just happened, that his carefully maintained facade had been stripped away to reveal the calculating monster beneath. "You," Lily whispered, her voice shaking with such rage that the very air around her began to crackle with uncontrolled magic. "You monster. You were never planning to protect him. You were planning to break him." Dumbledore raised his hands in a gesture that might have been meant to be calming, but his eyes remained alert and calculating. "Lily, you must understand." "I understand perfectly," she snarled, cutting him off with a wave of her hand that sent books flying from their shelves. "You want my son to suffer. You need him broken and desperate and so hungry for love that he'll do anything to keep it. You're going to put him with my sister, my magic-hating sister, because you know she'll make his life hell. The blood protection requires—" "The blood protection is an excuse." Lily's voice rose to a shriek that made the windows rattle in their frames. "You could create 12 different kinds of protection if you wanted to keep him safe. But you don't want him safe. You want him controllable. You want him so damaged that he'll thank you for the privilege of dying for your cause." Harry felt his mother's absolute fury, as if it were his own. The devastating realization that every moment of suffering in his future had been not just foreseen, but planned. The cupboard under the stairs, the starvation, the beatings, the years of being told he was worthless and unwanted, all of it had been deliberate. All of it had been designed to create the perfect martyr. "My sister," Lily continued, her voice dropping to a deadly whisper. "My magic-hating, bitter, cruel sister, who has always resented everything I am and everything I represent. You're going to give my son to her because you know she'll hurt him. Because you know she'll make him feel small and worthless and grateful for any scrap of kindness he might eventually receive from the wizarding world." "Petunia's particular attitudes will indeed provide a useful contrast," Dumbledore admitted, apparently deciding that there was no point in continuing to deny what Lily had seen in his mind. "Harry will need to understand the difference between acceptance and rejection, between love and hate, if he is to properly value what he fights to protect." The clinical way he spoke about engineering a child's misery made Lily's magic flare so brightly that Harry had to shield his eyes from the glare. She was approaching the limits of what her human form could contain, her love and fury burning so hot that they threatened to consume everything around them. "He's a baby," she sobbed, the words torn from her throat with such pain that Harry felt them like physical wounds. "He's my baby, and you're talking about torturing him for years just to make him easier to manipulate. You're going to let my sister hurt him because it serves your agenda." "I'm going to ensure that he survives to fulfill his destiny," Dumbledore replied, his voice taking on that implacable quality that brooked no argument. "The prophecy is clear, Lily. Harry will face Voldemort, and he will either win or die. I can influence which of those outcomes occurs, but only if he develops the proper motivation and character traits. Love learned through loss, sacrifice valued through suffering. These are the tools that will keep him alive when the final confrontation comes." "And what if he doesn't want to face Voldemort?" Lily demanded. "What if he chooses to run, to hide, to live his own life, instead of fulfilling your precious prophecy? What if he decides that he'd rather be happy than heroic?" Dumbledore's expression hardened into something that was almost frightening in its absolute certainty. "Then he will die, and so will everyone he cares about, because no one else has the power to stop the Dark Lord. The prophecy cannot be changed, Lily. It can only be guided toward the most favorable outcome." "Favorable for whom?" Lily shot back. "Certainly not for Harry. You're asking me to hand over my son so that you can spend the next decade and a half breaking him down piece by piece, and you expect me to be grateful for the opportunity? I expect you to be realistic about the alternatives." Dumbledore's voice carried the weight of absolute authority, the tone of someone accustomed to having his will accepted without question. "Harry will face this destiny, whether we prepare him for it or not. Would you prefer that he meet it unprepared and alone, or shaped by experiences that will give him the strength to survive?" But Lily was no longer listening to his justifications. Harry felt her mind racing as she processed everything she had learned, everything she had seen in that brief, terrible moment of connection. The blood protection wasn't just about keeping Harry physically safe. It was about ensuring that his emotional development followed the precise path that Dumbledore had mapped out for him. The magic Dumbledore had been working on, baby Harry hadn't been protection at all. It had been a form of subtle conditioning designed to make the child more susceptible to the specific kinds of trauma that would shape him into the perfect weapon. More responsive to abandonment, more grateful for acceptance, more willing to sacrifice himself to protect others. "You're not just planning to let my sister hurt him," Lily said, her voice hollow with horrified understanding. "You're making him more vulnerable to it. The magic you were doing to him, it's designed to amplify the effects of emotional trauma, isn't it? To make sure that every moment of pain cuts deeper, lasts longer, shapes him more completely." Dumbledore's silence was answer enough. "Get out!" Lily said suddenly, her voice deadly quiet. "Get out of my house. Get away from my son, and don't ever come back." "Lily, get out!" The words erupted from her with such force that every piece of glass in the nursery exploded simultaneously, showering the room with glittering fragments. "Get out before I kill you myself!" For just a moment, Dumbledore's mask slipped completely, revealing something cold and dangerous beneath the grandfatherly facade. It was the look of a man who had been thwarted in something he considered vitally important, and who was calculating what measures he might need to take to ensure that his plans proceeded, regardless of this setback. "You cannot prevent what must happen, Lily," he said quietly, his voice carrying an edge of threat that made Harry's blood run cold. "The prophecy will be fulfilled. Harry will face his destiny. The only question is whether you will help me prepare him for it, or whether I will be forced to make arrangements that do not include your participation." The threat was unmistakable. Cooperate with his plans for Harry's systematic abuse, or be removed from the equation entirely. Lily understood perfectly what he was saying, and Harry felt her terror spike as she realized just how far Dumbledore was willing to go to ensure that his vision of the future came to pass. But underneath the fear was something even stronger, a mother's fierce, unshakable determination to protect her child no matter what it cost her. "Try it," she said, her voice steady despite the tears streaming down her face. "Try to take my son from me. Try to hurt him while I still breathe. I'll fight you with everything I have, and if I can't stop you, I'll make sure that someone else can." "Empty threats will not serve you here, my dear." "Not threats," Lily replied, and Harry felt her certainty like a flame burning in the darkness. "Promises. I've been documenting everything, Albus. Every suspicious conversation, every manipulation, every hint of your true agenda. I have evidence that even you can't make disappear, hidden where you'll never find it. And if anything happens to me or my family, that evidence will find its way to people who won't be as easily manipulated as your current allies." For the first time in their entire acquaintance, Lily saw uncertainty flicker across Dumbledore's face. He had underestimated her, had assumed that a young mother would be too emotional and too inexperienced to pose a real threat to his plans. The realization that she had been working against him for months, that she had been gathering evidence and building safeguards, clearly came as an unwelcome surprise. "You don't understand the forces you're interfering with," he warned. "The greater good sometimes requires—" "Don't you dare talk to me about the greater good," Lily snarled. "There is nothing good about torturing a child, nothing greater about breaking him down until he's willing to die on command. What you're planning isn't heroic, it's monstrous. What I'm planning is the survival of the wizarding world. What you're planning is the sacrifice of my son for your vision of how things should be." Lily moved to the crib and gathered baby Harry into her arms, holding him protectively against her chest. "But I won't let you have him. I'll find another way. A better way. A way that doesn't require destroying an innocent child to save everyone else." Dumbledore studied her for a long moment, his blue eyes calculating and cold. "You cannot protect him forever, Lily. Eventually, the prophecy will claim him, regardless of your efforts." "Maybe," she agreed, "but it will claim him as himself, not as some broken tool you've shaped for your own purposes. He'll face whatever comes with his own strength, his own choices, his own understanding of what's worth fighting for." "His own ignorance of what victory requires," Dumbledore corrected. "You may succeed in keeping him innocent, my dear, but innocence will not save him when he faces the Dark Lord." "Then that's a risk I'll have to take," Lily replied firmly. "Because the alternative, watching you turn my baby into a weapon, is not acceptable under any circumstances." The memory began to fade, as Lily's overwhelming emotions destabilized the magical framework holding it together. But Harry caught one final, crucial image before the scene dissolved completely. His mother, still holding baby Harry protectively in her arms, moving toward a hidden panel in the nursery wall, where she had begun storing evidence of Dumbledore's manipulations and her own desperate preparations to protect her son. She had been fighting for him, Harry realized, with a mixture of pride and heartbreak. Even facing the most powerful wizard of their age, even knowing the odds against her, she had refused to surrender her child to Dumbledore's horrific plans. Harry surfaced from the memory, gasping and retching, his body rejecting the emotional trauma he had just experienced like a poison. The revelation that his abuse at the Dursleys had been not just deliberately allowed, but actively engineered, was more than his mind could easily process. Every moment of hunger, every beating, every night spent locked in his cupboard, had been part of Dumbledore's grand design to create the perfect martyr. Dobby was beside him immediately, pressing a cool cloth to his forehead and murmuring soft reassurances that barely penetrated the chaos in Harry's mind. The room of requirement felt impossibly small and fragile around him, as if the walls might collapse under the weight of what he had learned. "The conditioning," Harry whispered when he could finally speak. "He did something to me as a baby to make the abuse worse, didn't he? To make sure it would shape me the way he wanted." "Yes, sir," Dobby said sadly. "Very subtle magic, very cruel, designed to make Harry Potter more vulnerable to emotional pain, more desperate for acceptance, more willing to sacrifice himself to protect others." Miss Lily recognized it for what it was. "And Petunia," Harry's voice cracked on his aunt's name. "He chose her specifically because he knew she would hurt me, because he knew she would make my childhood hell." The great wizard needed Harry Potter to understand the difference between rejection and acceptance. "Sir, he needed you to be so hungry for love that you would do anything to keep it, even die to protect it." The calculated cruelty of it was staggering. Every moment of Harry's suffering had been orchestrated, planned, designed to create specific psychological responses that would serve Dumbledore's ultimate goal. He wasn't just a victim of unfortunate circumstances. He was a deliberately crafted weapon, forged in the fires of trauma and shaped by systematic emotional abuse. "My whole childhood," Harry said numbly. "Every time I went hungry, every time Vernon hit me, every time Petunia locked me in my cupboard, it was all part of his plan." "Yes, sir. But Miss Lily tried to stop it, tried to find a way to protect you. She never stopped fighting, even when the odds seemed impossible." "And what happened to her evidence?" Harry asked, though he thought he already knew the answer. "Hidden, sir. Hidden where even the great wizard cannot find it. Protected by magic that only love can break. Miss Lily made sure that when Harry Potter was old enough to understand, when he was strong enough to fight back, he would have the tools he needed to claim his own destiny." The thought of his mother's hidden evidence, of her desperate preparations to protect him from Dumbledore's manipulations, was the only thing keeping Harry from falling apart completely. She had known what was coming, had seen the full scope of the horror planned for her son, and she had refused to accept it. Even facing impossible odds, she had fought back. Now it was his turn to carry on that fight. "The last memory," Harry said quietly. "What does it show?" Dobby's expression was infinitely sad. "Miss Lily's final confrontation with the great wizard, sir. The night before she died, when she threatened to expose everything she had learned, and he made his final choice about what to do with someone who knew too much." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "He killed them, didn't he? Not Voldemort. Dumbledore. He set them up to die because my mother was going to expose his plans." "Tomorrow night, sir," Dobby said gently, "when you are ready to see the truth of how your parents really died, and why the great wizard allowed it to happen." Harry nodded slowly, feeling the weight of destiny settling over him like a cloak. Tomorrow night he would learn the final, most devastating truth about the man he had trusted most in the world. Tomorrow night he would finally understand exactly how far Albus Dumbledore was willing to go to ensure that his vision of the greater good prevailed. And then, armed with his mother's evidence and his own newfound understanding of the scope of Dumbledore's manipulations, Harry Potter would begin to fight back. Not as the weapon Dumbledore had tried to create, but as himself, flawed, angry, determined, and absolutely unwilling to be sacrificed for anyone else's vision of how the world should be saved. The war for Harry Potter's soul was far from over. But for the first time in his life, Harry was beginning to understand that it was a war he could win. Chapter 6. The Fourth Memory. The Final Confrontation. The fourth memory pulled Harry down into its depths with an urgency that was different from the others, charged with a desperate energy that spoke of final chances and last desperate measures. Before the scene had even fully formed around him, Harry could feel his mother's emotional state, a volatile mixture of fury, terror, and grim determination that made his own heart race with sympathetic adrenaline. When the world solidified, he found himself in the sitting room of what he recognized as the cottage in Godric's Hollow. It was smaller and more modest than Potter Manor had been, the kind of safe house that people used when they were hiding from forces too powerful to face directly. The room was dimly lit by a few scattered candles, and outside the windows Harry could see that it was fully dark. Night had fallen on October 30th, 1981. Less than 24 hours before, his parents would be dead. The knowledge hit him like a physical blow, made worse by the fact that through his mother's consciousness he could feel her own terrible awareness of time running out. She was pacing back and forth across the small room like a caged animal, her movements sharp and agitated, her magic crackling around her in visible sparks of barely contained energy. Spread across the table in front of her were dozens of pieces of parchment, letters, documents, photographs, what appeared to be copied correspondence. Harry caught glimpses of familiar handwriting as she moved past the table. Dumbledore's elegant script, the Dursleys' more pedestrian penmanship, official ministry letterhead, evidence, proof, the ammunition she had been gathering for months in preparation for this final confrontation. The sound of the front door opening made her freeze in place, every muscle in her body tensing like a predator preparing to strike. Through the sitting room doorway, Harry could see James Potter moving through the entrance hall. But something about his posture was wrong. His movements were too fluid, too controlled, lacking the natural warmth and energy that should have characterized a young man coming home to his wife and infant son. "James?" Lily called out, but there was suspicion in her voice rather than relief. "Not James, I'm afraid." The voice that answered was Dumbledore's, and as he appeared in the doorway, Harry felt his mother's fury spike to dangerous levels. The headmaster looked exactly as he always did, serene, grandfatherly, with that familiar twinkle in his blue eyes. But Lily was no longer fooled by appearances, and through her heightened senses, Harry could detect the subtle wrongness in his demeanor. The calculation behind the kindly mask, the way his eyes immediately catalogued the evidence, spread across the table. "Where is my husband?" Lily demanded, her wand already in her hand, though she hadn't yet raised it. "James is safe," Dumbledore replied calmly, stepping into the room with that unhurried grace Harry knew so well. "He's attending to some last-minute order business that required his immediate attention. I took the liberty of using Polyjuice to ensure that your wards would admit me without question." The casual admission that he had deceived and manipulated his way into their safe house sent another wave of rage through Lily, but she forced herself to remain focused. She had spent months preparing for this moment, gathering evidence and planning exactly what she would say. She couldn't afford to let emotion derail her now, not when her son's entire future hung in the balance. "How convenient," she said coldly. "I suppose you also arranged for Harry to be sleeping so soundly that a battle in the sitting room wouldn't wake him?" Dumbledore's slight smile confirmed what she had already suspected. Her child was magically unconscious upstairs, prevented from witnessing what was about to unfold. The violation of her home, her family, her child's natural sleep patterns was just one more entry in the long list of Dumbledore's crimes against them. "I thought it best that this conversation take place without interruptions," he said mildly. "From your message, I gathered that you have some concerns about Harry's future that you wish to discuss." "Concerns?" Lily's voice dripped with contempt as she gestured at the evidence spread across the table. "I suppose that's one way to put it. Tell me, Professor, how long have you been corresponding with my sister?" If Dumbledore was surprised that she had uncovered his secret communications with Petunia Dursley, he didn't show it. Instead, he moved closer to the table, his eyes scanning the documents she had so carefully arranged with the thoroughness of someone assessing the scope of a security breach. "Petunia and I have exchanged several letters over the years," he admitted without apparent shame. "I thought it important to ensure that she understood the unique circumstances surrounding Harry's placement with her family." "Unique circumstances?" Lily picked up one of the letters, her hand shaking with barely suppressed rage as she read from it in a voice heavy with sarcasm. "Listen to this, Professor. This is from a letter you sent to my sister just last month. It is crucial that the boy understand from an early age that magic is not a gift to be taken for granted. A certain degree of difficulty in his home environment will ensure that he properly values the acceptance he will eventually find in our world." The words hung in the air between them like a curse, their full meaning unmistakable. Dumbledore hadn't just known that Petunia would mistreat Harry, he had actively encouraged it. The blood protection he claimed was so essential to Harry's survival was nothing more than a convenient excuse for engineering the exact kind of childhood trauma that would serve his larger agenda. "And this one," Lily continued, her voice rising with each word, "from just 3 weeks ago. The boy's gratitude for rescue from his circumstances will be proportional to the severity of those circumstances. I trust you understand the implications. You've been coaching my sister on exactly how to abuse my son. I have been ensuring that Harry develops the character traits necessary for his survival," Dumbledore corrected, his voice carrying that infuriating tone of reasonable authority that Harry had heard so many times over the years. "The prophecy makes his confrontation with Voldemort inevitable. My correspondence with Petunia simply helps guarantee that he will face that confrontation with the proper motivation and mindset. By making sure he's so desperate for acceptance that he'll die to protect it," Lily snarled, grabbing another letter from the pile. "You've been planning this for over a year, haven't you? Even before Harry was born, you were already writing to Petunia, already setting up the perfect prison for my child." The evidence was overwhelming, undeniable. Page after page of correspondence, detailing exactly how Harry should be treated, what kinds of deprivation would be most effective, how to ensure that he remained grateful and compliant without causing permanent psychological damage that might interfere with his usefulness. It was a manual for the systematic emotional abuse of a child, written by the most trusted wizard in Britain. "I have been planning for every possible contingency," Dumbledore replied, settling into a chair across from her, with the calm confidence of someone who believed his cause justified any means. "The wizarding world's survival may depend on Harry's willingness to make the ultimate sacrifice when the time comes. That willingness cannot be assumed. It must be carefully cultivated. Through torture," Lily spat, "through years of deliberate cruelty, designed to break his spirit and make him so hungry for love that he'll throw his life away to protect it. Through experiences that will teach him the true value of love, friendship, and community," Dumbledore corrected gently. "Harry will face a choice between saving himself and saving everyone he cares about. For him to make the right choice, he must understand viscerally what it means to lose those things and how precious they truly are." The clinical way he spoke about engineering her son's trauma made Lily's magic flare so brightly that the candles in the room flickered and danced in response. Harry felt her overwhelming rage as if it were his own, the maternal fury of a woman watching the man she had once trusted plan the systematic destruction of her child's happiness. "You're talking about deliberate child abuse," she said, her voice shaking with the effort to maintain control. "You're describing a plan to emotionally torture my baby for 15 years, and you expect me to be grateful for your foresight." "I'm describing a plan to ensure that your baby lives to see his 16th birthday," Dumbledore replied, his tone sharpening with impatience. "The prophecy is quite clear, Lily. Either Harry kills Voldemort, or Voldemort kills Harry. There are no other outcomes. Would you prefer that I leave him unprepared for what he must face?" "I would prefer that you find another way," Lily shot back, rising from her chair to face him directly. "You're supposed to be the most powerful wizard alive, the defeater of Grindelwald, the champion of the light, and the best plan you can devise involves torturing a child for over a decade." "Sometimes the light requires us to make choices that seem dark from the outside," Dumbledore said, his voice taking on that philosophical tone that Harry had heard him use when justifying difficult decisions. "The greater good sometimes demands—" "Don't you dare!" Lily interrupted, her voice rising to a near shout. "Don't you dare talk to me about the greater good while you sit there planning to destroy my son's childhood. There is nothing good about what you're proposing, nothing greater about it. It's just another old man playing games with other people's lives." For just a moment, Dumbledore's grandfatherly mask slipped, revealing something cold and annoyed beneath. "You are being emotional and short-sighted, my dear. I understand that maternal instinct makes it difficult for you to see past your immediate desire to protect Harry, but you must consider the larger picture." "The larger picture?" Lily laughed, but there was no humor in the sound. "The larger picture is that you've decided my son's happiness is an acceptable sacrifice for your vision of how the war should end. The larger picture is that you think breaking a child's spirit is justified if it serves your agenda. The larger picture," Dumbledore said firmly, "is that millions of people will die if Voldemort is not defeated. Harry is the only one with the power to stop him, but that power is useless without the proper character traits to wield it effectively. Love, sacrifice, the willingness to die for others. These things cannot be taught through books or lectures. They must be learned through experience." "Through trauma, you mean? Through understanding what truly matters, and what happens when those things are lost." Dumbledore leaned forward in his chair, his blue eyes fixed on her face with an intensity that made Harry's skin crawl. "You speak of my plans as though they are arbitrary cruelty, but every element serves a specific purpose. Harry's time with the Dursleys will teach him humility and gratitude. His rescue into the wizarding world will show him the difference between rejection and acceptance. His friendships at Hogwarts will give him something worth dying to protect." The calculated nature of it was breathtaking in its scope and horrifying in its implications. Every relationship Harry would form, every moment of happiness he might experience, every connection that would make life worth living, All of it was being orchestrated to serve the ultimate goal of making him willing to die when Dumbledore deemed it necessary. "And what if he refuses?" Lily asked quietly. "What if he grows up and decides that he doesn't want to be your weapon? What if he chooses his own happiness over your greater good?" Dumbledore's expression darkened in a way that made Harry feel genuinely afraid for his mother's safety. "Then he will die anyway, along with everyone he cares about, because he will be unprepared for the confrontation that awaits him. The prophecy cannot be changed, Lily. It can only be guided toward the most favorable outcome." "Or maybe," Lily said, her voice taking on a dangerous edge, "the prophecy was never as inevitable as you want everyone to believe. Maybe you've just found it convenient to have a predetermined script that justifies whatever manipulations you think are necessary." The accusation hung in the air between them like a drawn blade, and Harry felt his mother's growing certainty that she had struck close to something Dumbledore very much did not want examined too closely. Through her heightened awareness, he could sense the headmaster's momentary uncertainty, the flicker of something that might have been guilt or fear. "The prophecy is authentic," Dumbledore said, but his voice lacked its usual confident authority. "Oh, I'm sure it is. But prophecies can be interpreted in many ways, can't they? And some interpretations serve your agenda better than others." Lily moved to the table and picked up a thick folder that Harry hadn't noticed before. "I've been doing research, Professor. Lots and lots of research. Did you know that there have been dozens of prophecies throughout history that seemed to predict inevitable doom, only to be fulfilled in completely unexpected ways when people stopped trying to force specific outcomes?" Dumbledore's eyes fixed on the folder with laser intensity, and Harry could feel his mother's grim satisfaction at having clearly struck a nerve. "You've been so focused on interpreting the prophecy in the way that serves your war effort that you've never seriously considered alternatives," she continued. "What if neither can live while the other survives doesn't mean they have to kill each other? What if it means something else entirely? What if there's a way to fulfill the prophecy that doesn't require turning my son into a willing sacrifice?" "You are grasping at straws, my dear. Am I? Or have you just been so committed to your interpretation that you've never bothered to look for other possibilities?" Lily opened the folder and pulled out several sheets of parchment, covered in her neat handwriting. "Because I have found other possibilities, interpretations that make just as much sense as yours, but don't require destroying a child's life to achieve them." The threat was unmistakable. Lily hadn't just been gathering evidence of Dumbledore's manipulations. She had been developing alternatives to his entire approach. She was offering him a choice: abandon his plans for Harry's systematic abuse, or face the possibility that his interpretation of the prophecy might be challenged by someone with equally valid alternatives. "You cannot change what must be," Dumbledore said. But there was something desperate in his voice now, a recognition that his careful control over the situation was slipping away. "I can try," Lily replied firmly. "And I will, unless you swear a magical oath, right here and right now, to abandon your plans for Harry's placement with my sister. Unless you promise to find a way to protect him that doesn't involve deliberate trauma and emotional manipulation." The demand hung in the air between them, backed by the full force of a mother's determination to protect her child. Harry felt Lily's desperate hope that somehow, even now, the man she had once trusted might be redeemed. That faced with irrefutable evidence of his cruelty and the possibility of alternative interpretations, Dumbledore might choose a better path. That hope died when she saw his expression. The grandfatherly mask didn't just slip, it fell away completely, revealing something cold and implacable beneath. The twinkling blue eyes became chips of ice, and when Dumbledore spoke, his voice carried the kind of absolute authority that brooked no argument or compromise. "I will not be dictated to by a child who understands nothing of the forces at work in this war," he said, rising from his chair with fluid grace. "Your son's destiny is already written, Lily. My plans will proceed as scheduled, with or without your cooperation." "Then I'll stop you," Lily said, her own voice carrying a steel that matched his. "I'll take this evidence public. I'll show the wizarding world exactly what kind of man they've been trusting with their futures. I'll expose every manipulation, every calculated cruelty, every lie you've told to justify your agenda." "And who would believe you?" Dumbledore asked with that same infuriating calm. "A young mother making wild accusations against the defeater of Grindelwald. The Order would assume you were under the influence of dark magic. The Ministry would dismiss you as hysterical. The public would see it as nothing more than wartime paranoia." "Maybe," Lily conceded, "but some would believe me. Some would ask questions. Some would demand investigations. Is your position really secure enough to survive that kind of scrutiny?" For the first time in their conversation, Dumbledore looked genuinely uncertain. His power and influence were vast, but they were built on trust and reputation. If enough people began questioning his motives and methods, even he might find his carefully constructed authority beginning to crumble. "You are making a grave mistake, my dear." "The only mistake I made was trusting you in the first place." Lily moved to the fireplace and began pulling books from the mantelpiece, revealing a hidden compartment behind them. "But I won't make that mistake again, and I won't let you make Harry into your weapon." From the hidden space, she withdrew a small crystal vial filled with silvery liquid. A memory, Harry realized, recognizing the substance from his recent experiences with Dobby. But this wasn't just any memory. As his mother held it up to the candlelight, Harry could see that it pulsed with an intensity that spoke of powerful emotions and crucial information. "A copy of everything," Lily said, her voice steady, despite the tears streaming down her face. "Every conversation we've had, every letter you've written to my sister, every moment of your true nature that I've witnessed, all of it preserved in perfect detail, along with my research into alternative interpretations of the prophecy." Dumbledore's expression shifted to something that might have been genuine alarm. A memory could not be altered or dismissed as easily as written evidence. It could not be explained away or attributed to emotional instability. If Lily had truly preserved everything she claimed, she possessed the means to utterly destroy his reputation and credibility. "Where would you take such a memory?" he asked quietly. "Who would you trust to view it objectively?" "I've already made arrangements," Lily replied, though Harry could sense through their connection that she was partially bluffing. She had plans, contingencies, but nothing fully concrete yet. "People who can't be bought or intimidated. People who care more about truth than politics. There are no such people in positions of sufficient influence." "Then I'll find a way to give them influence." Lily's voice carried the unshakable determination of someone who had passed beyond fear into pure resolve. "I'll spend the rest of my life if I have to, but I will not let you destroy my son's future for your vision of the greater good." The silence that followed was heavy with tension and unspoken threats. Harry could feel his mother's desperate hope warring with growing certainty that this confrontation would not end the way she wanted it to. Dumbledore was too powerful, too entrenched, too willing to sacrifice anything and anyone who threatened his plans. When Dumbledore finally spoke, his voice was soft and almost regretful, but it carried an undertone that made Harry's blood run cold. "You know, Lily, I had hoped it wouldn't come to this. I genuinely believed that maternal love, properly channeled, could be a useful force in Harry's development. But I see now that your attachment to him is too strong, too irrational. You cannot see past your immediate desires to the larger necessities." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that sometimes the greater good requires us to remove obstacles, no matter how much we might wish otherwise." Dumbledore's voice carried that same philosophical tone he had used when discussing Harry's planned abuse, as if he were contemplating an interesting but ultimately solvable problem. "Your threats to expose my work cannot be allowed to succeed. Too much depends on Harry developing exactly as I have planned." The implication was unmistakable, and Harry felt his mother's terror spike as she realized exactly what Dumbledore was suggesting. Not just Harry's removal from her care, but her own removal from the equation entirely. Her death, arranged and orchestrated to look like a tragic casualty of war, but actually designed to eliminate an obstacle to the headmaster's grand design. "You can't," she whispered. But even as she spoke the words, Harry could feel her terrible certainty that he not only could, but would. "I can. And if necessary, I will." Dumbledore moved toward the door, his robes billowing behind him with theatrical effect. "However, there is another possibility. Tomorrow night, Voldemort will attack this house. It has been arranged. If you and James were to die defending your son, your sacrifice would trigger the most powerful protection magic imaginable. Harry would survive, and your love would shield him until he is old enough to face his destiny." The casual way he spoke about arranging their murders made Lily stagger backward, as if she had been physically struck. Through their shared consciousness, Harry experienced her absolute horror at learning that their deaths the next night would not be a tragic accident or the fortunes of war, but a calculated murder orchestrated by the man they had trusted most. "You're going to have us killed," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm going to allow events to unfold in a way that serves the greater good," Dumbledore corrected, with that same infuriating calm. "Your deaths will protect Harry far more effectively than your lives ever could. The blood protection, triggered by ultimate sacrifice, will keep him safe until he is ready to fulfill his destiny. And if we refuse to cooperate? If we run, hide, take Harry somewhere you can't find us?" Dumbledore's smile was genuinely frightening in its coldness. "Then you will die anyway, but your deaths will serve no purpose and provide no protection. Harry will be left defenseless and alone, easy prey for either Voldemort or myself, whichever finds him first. At least this way, your sacrifice means something." The choice he was offering wasn't really a choice at all. Die according to his plans and provide Harry with magical protection, or die as fugitives and leave Harry completely vulnerable. Either way, Lily and James would be dead within days, and Harry would be delivered into Dumbledore's hands to be shaped according to his design. "You monster!" Lily breathed, her voice breaking with grief and rage. "You absolute monster! You're talking about murdering us to make our son easier to manipulate, and you expect us to be grateful for the opportunity." "I expect you to be realistic about the situation," Dumbledore replied, moving to stand in the doorway. "Tomorrow's events will unfold as they must. The only question is whether you choose to make them meaningful, or whether you force me to arrange alternatives that serve no one's interests." With that, he turned and walked toward the front door, leaving Lily alone with her terror and her desperate last-minute preparations. But before he left completely, he paused and delivered one final devastating blow. "Give my regards to young Harry when he wakes up, and do try to make your last hours together memorable. It would be a shame if his final memories of you were tainted by unnecessary fear or sorrow." The front door closed behind him with a soft click that sounded like the lid of a coffin falling shut. Lily stood frozen in the sitting room for a long moment, processing the full scope of what she had just learned. Tomorrow night, Voldemort would come for her family. But he wouldn't be coming because of the prophecy or the fortunes of war. He would be coming because Dumbledore had arranged it, orchestrated it, planned it down to the smallest detail. Her death, James's death, Harry's orphaning, all of it was just another move in Dumbledore's grand game, calculated to produce exactly the outcome he desired. But even facing impossible odds, even knowing that her time was measured in hours rather than days, Lily Potter refused to give up. If she couldn't save herself and James, she could at least try to give Harry the tools he would need to eventually save himself. Moving with desperate efficiency, she began pulling items from their hiding places throughout the house, Documents, memories, letters, research. Everything she had been gathering for months in preparation for this confrontation. Some of it she sealed in magical containers designed to survive almost any catastrophe. Some of it she sent away with owl post, though she wasn't entirely certain it would reach its destinations safely. And some of it she entrusted to the only being she could think of who might be able to preserve it long enough for Harry to eventually claim it. "Dobby," she called softly, and the house elf appeared immediately, his enormous eyes wide with concern at the magical distress radiating from her. "Miss Lily is calling for Dobby. Listen to me very carefully," Lily said, kneeling down to bring herself to the elf's eye level. "Something terrible is going to happen tomorrow night. James and we won't survive it. But Harry will, and when he grows up, he's going to need to know the truth about why we died and who was responsible." Dobby's ears drooped with sorrow, but he nodded solemnly. "Dobby understands, Miss Lily. What must Dobby do?" "Take these memories," she said, pressing the crystal vial into his small hands. "Hide them where no one else can find them. Protect them until Harry is old enough to understand what they mean. And when the time comes, show him everything. Help him learn the truth about Dumbledore's plans, about the prophecy, about the choice he'll have to make." "Dobby promises, Miss Lily. Dobby will protect the memories and show them to Master Harry when he is ready. And Dobby, if you get the chance, if you find a way to help him fight back against what Dumbledore has planned, please help my son choose his own path instead of the one that's been laid out for him. Dobby swears it, Miss Lily. On his magic and his life, Dobby swears to help Master Harry find his own way." The house elf disapparated with a soft pop, taking with him the most crucial evidence of Dumbledore's crimes and Lily's desperate hope for her son's future. But even with that task completed, there was still more to be done. Letters to write, protections to cast, final preparations to make for the confrontation she knew was coming. The memory began to fade as Lily's overwhelming emotions destabilized its magical framework, but the last thing Harry saw through her consciousness was her tearful determination as she bent over parchment, writing furiously by candlelight. Even facing certain death, even knowing that all her efforts might come to nothing, she refused to stop fighting for her son's right to choose his own destiny. Harry surfaced from the memory sobbing, his body racked with grief so intense it felt like physical pain. The knowledge that his parents' deaths had been not just foreseen, but arranged by Dumbledore, was more than his mind could easily process. Everything he had believed about that night, the random tragedy, the fortunes of war, even Voldemort's role as the primary villain, had been lies designed to conceal the truth about who had really been responsible. "My parents," he gasped through his tears. "He killed them. Not Voldemort, Dumbledore. He arranged their deaths because my mother was going to expose him." "Yes, sir," Dobby said sadly, his own eyes bright with tears. "The Great Wizard needed Miss Lily and Master James to die so that their sacrifice would protect you and make you easier to control. Their love was powerful, but their deaths served his agenda even better. And tomorrow night," Harry's voice cracked as he spoke. "October 31st. It's not a coincidence that Voldemort came that night. Dumbledore told him where to find us. The Great Wizard has many ways of ensuring that information reaches the right ears at the right time," Dobby confirmed. "Master Harry's parents died believing they were protecting their son, never knowing that their deaths were exactly what their greatest enemy had been planning all along. The betrayal was so complete, so devastating, that Harry felt like his entire world was crumbling around him. Not only had Dumbledore planned to abuse and manipulate him for his entire life, but he had murdered Harry's parents to make that manipulation possible. The blood protection, the placement with the Dursleys, even Harry's survival that night, all of it had been orchestrated by the man he had trusted most in the world. "What do I do?" Harry whispered, feeling lost and broken and utterly alone. "How do I fight someone who's been planning this for my entire life? How do I even begin to expose something this massive? With the weapons Miss Lily left you, sir, Dobby replied gently. With the truth she died, trying to preserve, and with the evidence she made sure would survive long enough for you to claim it. The great wizard may be powerful, but his power depends on people trusting him, and trust, once broken, is very difficult to repair. Harry nodded slowly, feeling something cold and hard settling in his chest where his naive faith in Dumbledore had once been. His mother had died fighting for his right to choose his own path. The least he could do was honor that sacrifice by refusing to follow the script that had been written for him in her blood. The war for Harry Potter's soul was about to begin in earnest, and this time Harry would be fighting back. Chapter 7. The Shattered Hero. For a long time after emerging from the final memory, Harry couldn't speak. He couldn't move. He couldn't even think coherently. He simply sat in the chair in the room of requirement, staring at nothing, while the full weight of what he had learned crashed over him in waves that left him gasping and shaking. His entire life was a lie. Not just parts of it. Not just the comfortable stories about his parents' death or the noble reasons for his placement with the Dursleys. Everything, every relationship, every moment of guidance, every choice he thought he had made freely, all of it had been orchestrated by a man who saw him as nothing more than a weapon to be forged in the fires of deliberate suffering. The memories Dobby had shown him weren't just revelations about the past. They were a lens through which his entire existence suddenly came into terrible focus. Every interaction with Dumbledore that had seemed wise or caring now revealed itself as manipulation. Every moment of hardship that had seemed like unfortunate circumstance was exposed as calculated cruelty designed to shape him into the perfect martyr. Harry felt something inside his chest cracking apart. Some fundamental belief in the basic goodness of the world that had somehow survived 11 years of abuse and 4 years of war. The sound it made as it shattered was audible only to him, but it reverberated through his entire being like the destruction of something sacred. "Harry Potter, sir." Dobby's voice seemed to come from very far away, though the house elf was sitting right beside him. "Sir, you must breathe. You must stay with Dobby." Harry tried to focus on the elf's concerned face, but his vision kept swimming with tears he hadn't realized he was shedding. The room of requirement, which had felt so safe and comforting just hours ago, now seemed fragile and temporary, a small island of truth in an ocean of lies that could be swept away at any moment. "I can't," Harry whispered, his voice cracked and broken. "I can't. It's too much. Everything I thought I knew." "Is built on deception, yes, sir," Dobby said gently. "But not everything, Master Harry. Not the things that truly matter." "What could possibly matter now?" Harry's voice rose dangerously, echoing off the walls with a desperation that made the magical photographs flutter in their frames. "Everything I am. Everything I've done. It's all been him. All of it. Even sitting here talking to you, even learning the truth. He probably planned for this too, didn't he? Maybe this is just another part of his grand design." The possibility hit Harry like a physical blow. What if even this moment of revelation was orchestrated? What if Dumbledore had always intended for Harry to learn these truths at exactly this time, in exactly this way? What if his rebellion was just another form of obedience to a script that had been written in his mother's blood? Dobby's voice, when it came, was firm and uncompromising in a way Harry had never heard from him before. "No, sir. This was not planned by the great wizard. This was planned by Miss Lily, with Dobby's help, as an act of rebellion against everything Dumbledore represented. The memories you saw tonight were hidden for 14 years, specifically to prevent him from knowing about them." Harry forced himself to focus on the house elf's words, using them as an anchor against the spiraling panic that threatened to overwhelm him. His mother had planned this. His mother had fought back. This moment of revelation wasn't another manipulation. It was an act of love and defiance that had survived longer than its creator. She fought him, Harry said quietly, testing the words like a prayer. She fought him with everything she had, sir. Even knowing she would die, even facing impossible odds, Miss Lily never stopped trying to protect you from his plans. Dobby's enormous eyes were bright with unshed tears, but his voice remained steady. She saw what the great wizard intended to do to you, and she refused to accept it. But she lost. The words came out flat and hopeless. She died, and I ended up exactly where he wanted me anyway. Living with the Dursleys, suffering exactly as he planned, grateful for any scrap of kindness from the wizarding world. She lost the battle, sir, but not the war. Dobby reached out and touched Harry's hand with surprising gentleness. You are here, learning the truth, making choices he never intended for you to make. That is Miss Lily's victory, not Dumbledore's manipulation. Harry wanted to believe that, desperately wanted to cling to the idea that there was some part of his life that truly belonged to him. But the scope of Dumbledore's planning was so vast, so comprehensive, that it was hard to imagine anything had been left to chance. My friends, Harry said suddenly, the thought hitting him with sickening clarity. Ron and Hermione. They were placed in my life deliberately, weren't they? Their friendship, their loyalty, it's all part of his design. Dobby's expression grew troubled, and Harry felt his heart sink even further. Dobby cannot say for certain, sir. The great wizard is very good at making his manipulations seem like natural coincidence. But what? Miss Hermione's acceptance to Hogwarts despite her Muggle heritage was unusually smooth. Master Ron's family has been close to Dumbledore for many years, and his mother seems to know things about Harry Potter that were never made public. Dobby's voice was gentle but relentless. It is possible that they care for you genuinely, sir, but it is also possible that their presence in your life serves the great wizard's purposes. The possibility that even his closest friendships might be artificial constructs designed to manipulate him was almost more than Harry could bear. Ron and Hermione were the foundation of everything good in his life at Hogwarts. They were the reason he had found the courage to face Voldemort, the motivation behind his willingness to sacrifice himself to protect others, exactly as Dumbledore had intended. He needed me to have something worth dying for, Harry said, his voice hollow with realization. Something that would make the sacrifice feel noble instead of just wasteful. So he gave me friends, people to care about, a place where I felt like I belonged. Perhaps, sir, or perhaps Miss Hermione and Master Ron chose to care for you despite the great wizard's plans, not because of them. Dobby's voice carried a note of hope that Harry desperately wanted to share. Love cannot be manufactured, Master Harry. It can be encouraged or discouraged, positioned or redirected, but it cannot be created from nothing. If your friends love you, that love is real, even if the circumstances that brought you together were not. It was a distinction that mattered, but one that Harry wasn't sure he had the strength to pass right now. The line between authentic emotion and manufactured circumstance was too blurry, too complicated to untangle when his entire worldview was crumbling around him. What about everything else? Harry asked, his mind racing as he began to see his entire life through the lens of Dumbledore's manipulation. The Philosopher's Stone, the Chamber of Secrets, the tournament. Were those real threats, or just more tests designed to shape me? Dobby's ears drooped with sad acknowledgement. Dobby believes they were real threats, sir, but also opportunities that the great wizard was prepared to use for his own purposes. He did not create Voldemort or the Dark Lord's plans, but he allowed dangerous situations to develop because they served his goal of testing and strengthening Harry Potter. The pattern was becoming clearer now, and it made Harry feel physically sick. Every trial he had faced, every moment of courage he had shown, every heroic choice he had made, All of it had been observed, evaluated, and incorporated into Dumbledore's assessment of his usefulness as a weapon. His bravery wasn't virtue, it was compliance. His willingness to sacrifice himself wasn't noble. It was the inevitable result of systematic conditioning. "First year," Harry said, his voice growing stronger as anger began to burn through the despair. "He knew Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort, didn't he? He let me face that thing because he wanted to see how I would react. He wanted to test whether I would choose to save the stone or save myself. And when you chose to save the stone, he knew his conditioning was working," Dobby agreed sadly. A boy who had been loved and protected his whole life might have chosen to flee, to let adults handle the danger. But a boy who was grateful for acceptance, who felt he had to earn his place in the wizarding world, would risk his life to prove he was worthy of it. Harry's hands clenched into fists as the full implications sank in. Second year, too, the Chamber of Secrets. He knew what was happening, knew that Ginny was possessed, but he let it continue because he wanted to see if I would risk my life to save someone I barely knew. The memory of that terrifying descent into the chamber felt different now, tainted by the knowledge that his courage had been observed and war catalogued like data in an experiment. Tom Riddle's diary, Ginny's possession, his own near death at the hands of the basilisk, all of it had been allowed to happen because it served Dumbledore's larger agenda. "And this year," Harry continued, his voice rising with fury, "the tournament. He knew I didn't put my name in the goblet, but he let me compete anyway. Another test, another chance to see if I would choose honor and duty over my own safety. The Great Wizard has been watching you your entire life, sir, measuring your responses and adjusting his plans accordingly," Dobby confirmed. "Every trial has been both a genuine threat and a calculated evaluation of your character development." Harry felt something cold and hard settling in his chest, pushing aside the grief and despair that had overwhelmed him just moments before. This wasn't just sadness anymore. It was rage. Pure, clean fury at the scope of the violation that had been perpetrated against him, at the systematic theft of his agency and autonomy that had been going on for his entire life. "He's been playing me like a chess piece," Harry said, his voice deadly quiet, "moving me around the board, sacrificing other pieces to put me in position for the final gambit. And I've been cooperating because I thought I was making my own choices. But now you know the truth, sir," Dobby pointed out. "Now you can choose to step off his game board entirely." "Can I?" Harry looked at the house elf with desperate intensity. "Or is even this rebellion part of his plan? Maybe he wants me to be angry. Maybe righteous fury makes a better weapon than grateful compliance." It was a terrifying possibility, but Dobby shook his head firmly. "No, sir. The Great Wizard's power comes from people trusting him, from his allies believing he is wise and good. If Harry Potter were to expose his manipulations publicly, it would destroy that trust. That is why he worked so hard to prevent Miss Lily from gathering evidence. That is why he arranged her death when she threatened to reveal the truth." The reminder of his mother's murder sent a fresh wave of grief and anger through Harry, but this time the emotions felt clean and purposeful rather than overwhelming. His mother had died trying to protect him from Dumbledore's plans. The least he could do was honor that sacrifice by refusing to follow the script that had been written in her blood. "What would it take?" Harry asked quietly. "To expose him, I mean. To show the wizarding world what he really is?" "Evidence, sir. Unassailable proof that even his most loyal supporters could not dismiss or explain away." Dobby's expression grew thoughtful. "Miss Lily gathered much evidence before she died, but Dobby does not know if it survived the years since her death. The Great Wizard has had 14 years to find and destroy whatever she hid." "But the memories survived," Harry pointed out. "You kept them safe all this time." "Yes, sir. But memories can be dismissed as false or altered. To truly destroy the Great Wizard's reputation, you would need something more concrete. Documents, correspondence, testimony from multiple witnesses who could corroborate the accusations. The task seemed overwhelming, impossible even. How could one 14-year-old student hope to gather enough evidence to bring down the most powerful and respected wizard in Britain? Dumbledore had spent decades building his reputation and cultivating allies. His influence extended through every level of wizarding society, from the ministry to the media to the very school where Harry lived. But as Harry sat there, contemplating the impossibility of the task ahead of him, he felt something shift in his chest. The broken pieces of his faith in Dumbledore were reforming into something else, a determination that was harder and sharper than anything he had felt before. His mother had fought against impossible odds. The least he could do was try to follow her example. "Where would I even start?" he asked. "With the evidence Miss Lily left behind, sir, if any of it still exists. And with careful observation of the great wizard's current manipulations. He is still actively working to shape Harry Potter's development. That means there are still traces to find, patterns to document." Harry nodded slowly, his mind already beginning to work through the possibilities. He would have to be careful, subtle. If Dumbledore suspected that Harry was investigating him, he would take steps to prevent any damaging revelations from coming to light. The headmaster had already proven that he was willing to arrange murders to protect his secrets. "The tournament," Harry said suddenly. "You said he knew I didn't put my name in the goblet. That means he knows who did, doesn't it? And he's allowing it to continue anyway because it serves his purposes." "Very likely, sir. So if I could find proof of that, evidence that he knows the tournament is compromised but is allowing me to be endangered anyway, that would be a start." It wasn't much, but it was something concrete that Harry could investigate without arousing too much suspicion. He was already supposed to be preparing for the first task. No one would think it odd if he spent time researching the tournament's history or asking questions about how the selection process worked. "Dobby," Harry said carefully, "you said you learned things while you were bound to the Malfoy family. Things about how Dumbledore operates, about his allies and methods. Would you be willing to help me gather evidence against him?" The house elf's enormous eyes filled with something that looked like relief. "Dobby has been waiting 14 years for Harry Potter to ask that question, sir. Miss Lily made Dobby promise to help you fight back when you were ready, and Dobby will honor that promise with everything he has." The alliance felt fragile and impossible. A 14-year-old boy and a house elf against the most powerful wizard alive. But it was a start. More than that, it was a choice. For the first time in his life, Harry was making a decision based on his own judgment, rather than following a path that had been laid out for him by others. "We'll need to be careful," Harry said, his mind already racing ahead to the challenges they would face. "Dumbledore has spies everywhere. People who report to him without even realizing they're doing it. If he suspects what we're planning, he will try to stop us, sir, yes. But Dobby knows how to move unseen and undetected. House elf magic is different from wizard magic, harder to trace, easier to hide. And Dobby has spent years learning the great wizard's methods and weaknesses." "Weaknesses?" Harry seized on the word with desperate hope. "He has weaknesses?" "Oh yes, sir. The great wizard's greatest weakness is his absolute certainty that he is the smartest person in any room. He makes plans based on the assumption that no one else will be clever enough to see through them." Dobby's expression grew almost fierce. But Miss Lily was clever enough, and Harry Potter, with his mother's intelligence and his father's courage, will be clever enough too. The faith in Dobby's voice was humbling and terrifying in equal measure. Harry had never thought of himself as particularly clever. That was Hermione's role in their friendship. But maybe intelligence wasn't just about book learning and memorized facts. Maybe it was also about seeing patterns, asking questions, refusing to accept comfortable lies when uncomfortable truths were available. "I'll need time to think," Harry said finally. "To plan. To figure out how to investigate without getting caught or killed." "Of course, sir. But remember, Time is not unlimited. The Great Wizard's plans for Harry Potter are moving toward their conclusion. The longer you wait, the fewer options you will have. Harry nodded, understanding the urgency, but also recognizing his own limitations. He was still just a student, still dependent on Dumbledore for shelter and protection and education. He couldn't simply declare war on the headmaster without careful preparation and strategic thinking. But he could start gathering information. He could begin documenting the subtle manipulations and calculated guidance that had shaped his entire life. He could look for patterns, inconsistencies, evidence of the vast conspiracy that had robbed him of his childhood and was planning to rob him of his future. The other students, Harry said suddenly. The ones who've died or been hurt over the years. Myrtle, Cedric, when his time comes, others I don't even know about. Were their deaths part of his plan, too? Dobby's expression grew infinitely sad. The Great Wizard does not create tragedies, sir, but he is very good at using them for his own purposes. Every death, every loss, every moment of grief becomes another tool for shaping the survivors according to his vision. The callousness of it was staggering. Harry thought about moaning Myrtle, trapped for decades in a bathroom, because her death had been convenient for Dumbledore's larger agenda. He thought about the students who had faced the basilisk, the innocent people who had suffered while Dumbledore gathered data about Harry's developing character. "No more," Harry said quietly, the words carrying a weight of finality that surprised him. Whatever he has planned for the rest of this year, whatever trials or tests or character-building experiences he's arranged, I'm not playing along anymore. I'm going to find a way to stop him. Even if it means giving up everything you think you know about yourself? Dobby asked gently. Even if it means discovering that nothing about your life has been what you believed it to be? Harry thought about that for a long moment, weighing the comfort of ignorance against the painful clarity of truth. It would be so easy to pretend he had never seen the memories, never learned about Dumbledore's manipulations. He could go back to his dormitory, continue preparing for the tournament, follow the script that had been written for him from birth. But his mother's face floated before his mind, young and fierce and determined to protect her son from the man who wanted to use him as a weapon. She had died rather than cooperate with Dumbledore's plans. The least Harry could do was live according to her example. "Yes," he said firmly. "Even then. Especially then." Dobby smiled, the first genuine expression of joy Harry had seen from him all night. Then Harry Potter is truly his mother's son, and Miss Lily's sacrifice was not in vain. The word settled into Harry's chest like a blessing, warming places that had been frozen since the memories began. Whatever happened next, whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them as himself, rather than as the weapon Dumbledore had tried to create. It wouldn't be easy, and it might not end well, but it would be honest. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter would be making his own choices about his own destiny. And if those choices led him into conflict with the most powerful wizard alive, then so be it. The war for his soul was just beginning, but at least now he knew which side he was fighting for. As Harry prepared to leave the room of requirement and return to his dormitory, he took one last look at the photographs of his parents, scattered throughout the recreated study. They seemed different now, not just victims of tragedy, but fighters who had refused to accept the role that had been chosen for them. James and Lily Potter had died protecting their son from Voldemort, but more than that, they had died protecting him from Dumbledore's vision of what he should become. Their love hadn't just saved his life, it had preserved his right to choose his own path, even if it had taken 14 years for him to understand that gift. Harry touched his hand to his forehead, where his scar had always marked him as special, as chosen, as destined for greatness or destruction. Tonight, for the first time, it felt less like a burden and more like a reminder, not of what he was supposed to do, but of what his parents had died trying to give him, the freedom to be himself, whatever the cost. Thank you, he whispered to the photographs, to his mother's memory, to the forces of love and defiance that had somehow preserved the truth long enough for him to claim it. Then he squared his shoulders, pulled his invisibility cloak around him, and walked out into the corridors of Hogwarts as someone he had never been before. Not Harry Potter the weapon, not Harry Potter the savior, but Harry Potter the free. It felt terrifying and wonderful and absolutely right. Chapter 8. The Hidden Evidence. 3 days after viewing the final memory, Harry found himself standing at the edge of the Forbidden Forest in the pre-dawn darkness, his heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and terror. The plan he and Dobby had devised was risky, potentially suicidal if they were caught, but it was also their best chance of finding the evidence Lily Potter had hidden before her death. If that evidence still existed at all. "Are you certain about this, sir?" Dobby asked quietly, his large eyes reflecting the pale starlight filtering through the trees. "Once we leave Hogwarts, Dobby cannot guarantee Harry Potter's safety. The Great Wizard's surveillance extends far beyond the castle walls." Harry pulled his invisibility cloak tighter around his shoulders, checking once more that it covered him completely. They had chosen this night carefully. A moonless evening when the darkness would provide additional cover, and when Dumbledore was supposed to be attending a meeting of the Wizengamot in London. But there were still risks. Other teachers who might patrol the grounds, ministry officials who monitored magical activity around significant locations, and the possibility that Dumbledore's absence was itself a trap. "I'm certain," Harry replied, though his voice betrayed none of the confidence he was trying to project. "My mother died trying to preserve that evidence. If there's even a chance it survived, I have to try to find it." Dobby nodded solemnly, understanding the weight of that obligation. Over the past 3 days, as they had planned this expedition, in whispered conversations in empty classrooms and abandoned corridors, the house elf had shared more details about what Lily Potter had been doing in her final weeks. The frantic preparations, the careful documentation, the desperate attempts to create safeguards that would outlast her own death. "Miss Lily was very clever about hiding things, sir," Dobby had explained during one of their planning sessions. "She used magic that most wizards do not know, old protection charms that respond to blood and intent rather than skill or power. If her evidence cache survived the destruction of Potter Manor, it would be very difficult for anyone else to find, but Harry Potter, as her son, would have the best chance of accessing it." The theory was sound, but theories were cold comfort when faced with the reality of what they were attempting. They were planning to break into the ruins of a house that had been the site of a double murder, search for evidence that might not exist, and do it all while avoiding detection by the most powerful wizard alive and his extensive network of allies and informants. "Remember, sir," Dobby said, as he prepared to transport them both. "Once we arrive at Godric's Hollow, we must move quickly and quietly. The ruins are monitored by the Ministry, and there may be memorial visitors even at this hour. We cannot afford to be seen or detected." Harry nodded, steeling himself for what was to come. He had never been to Godric's Hollow. Dumbledore had always claimed it would be too dangerous, too emotionally difficult, too likely to attract unwanted attention. Now Harry understood that the real reason was much simpler. Dumbledore hadn't wanted him to discover whatever evidence his mother might have left behind. "Let's go," he said quietly. Dobby's magic was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. There was no wrenching sensation of apparition, no feeling of being squeezed through a narrow tube. Instead, the world simply shifted around them, as if reality itself was being gently rearranged to accommodate their passage. One moment they were standing in the shadow of Hogwarts's ancient walls, and the next they were crouched behind a low stone wall in what appeared to be a quaint English village. Godric's Hollow. Even in the darkness, Harry could feel the weight of history pressing down on him. This was where he had been born, where he had taken his first steps, where he had lived for the first 16 months of his life before everything had gone wrong. The knowledge that his parents, Murderer. The real murderer, not just Voldemort, but the man who had arranged their deaths, was walking free while his victims lay in their graves, made Harry's hands shake with suppressed rage. "This way, sir," Dobby whispered, leading him through the village's narrow streets with the confidence of someone who had visited this place before. Potter Manor is on the outskirts, away from the other houses. Miss Lily chose the location carefully, close enough to the village for protection, far enough away for privacy. They moved through the sleeping village like ghosts, Harry's invisibility cloak rendering him completely undetectable, while Dobby used his own house elf magic to mask his presence. The houses they passed were dark and silent, their occupants unaware that the famous Harry Potter was walking through their streets for the first time since his infancy. As they reached the edge of the village, Harry saw it, the ruins of Potter Manor, or what was left of it after 14 years of neglect and deliberate destruction. The building had clearly once been impressive, a sprawling country house that spoke of old money and older traditions. But Voldemort's attack had left it gutted and broken, and the years since had not been kind. The roof had partially collapsed, leaving gaping holes that exposed the interior to the elements. Walls that had once been painted in warm colors were now stained with moisture and overgrown with ivy. Windows were either shattered completely or boarded up with rough planks that did nothing to improve the building's desolate appearance. "It's worse than I expected," Harry said quietly, staring at the ruins of what should have been his childhood home. "The Ministry wanted to tear it down completely," Dobby explained, his voice heavy with old sadness. "But there were too many protective charms woven into the foundations, too many memories embedded in the stones. So they declared it a memorial and left it to decay naturally." A memorial? Harry almost laughed at the bitter irony. The house where his parents had been murdered on Dumbledore's orders had been preserved as a monument to their heroic sacrifice. Every year, wizarding families probably brought their children here to pay respects to the Potters' noble deaths, never knowing that those deaths had been arranged by the very man they trusted most. "Where would she have hidden the evidence?" Harry asked, as they approached the ruined structure. "Miss Lily's study was on the second floor, sir, but Dobby does not think she would have hidden anything there. Too obvious, too vulnerable to discovery." Dobby's large eyes surveyed the ruins thoughtfully. "She spoke often of wanting to create a safe place for baby Harry, somewhere he could go if he ever needed to feel close to his family. Dobby thinks she would have chosen a location connected to that desire." They circled the building carefully, avoiding the areas where the structure looked most unstable. Harry's heart ached as he caught glimpses of what the house had once been. A nursery with faded yellow walls where his crib had once stood, a kitchen where his parents had shared meals and made plans for the future, a sitting room where they had probably read to him and played with him and dreamed of watching him grow up, all of it destroyed by the man who claimed to be protecting him. "Here, sir," Dobby said suddenly, stopping near what had once been a garden area behind the house. Dobby remembers now. Miss Lily spent many hours in this garden while she was pregnant, talking to baby Harry about all the things they would do together when he was born. She said the roses would be his first friends, that he would learn to walk among the flower beds. The garden was overgrown now, wild roses and brambles choking out whatever formal landscaping had once existed. But as Harry looked more carefully, he could see traces of what it had been, carefully planned paths, the remains of ornamental hedges, patches of earth that had once been flower beds where his mother had knelt to tend plants while dreaming of his future. "If she hid something here," Harry said, "how would we find it? The garden has been wild for 14 years. But Dobby was already moving toward a section of the garden where the rose bushes grew particularly thick, their thorny branches forming an almost impenetrable barrier. Miss Lily loved roses, sir. She said they were beautiful but dangerous, gentle but strong, like a mother's love for her child. The house elf approached the rose thicket with reverent care, his hands moving in complex patterns as he cast detection spells that Harry didn't recognize. The magic felt different from normal wizardry, older, more elemental, connected to growing things and the earth itself. "Here," Dobby said suddenly, his voice tight with excitement. "There is something here, hidden beneath the roses. Magic that responds only to Potter blood." Harry pushed through the brambles, ignoring the thorns that caught at his cloak and scratched his hands. At the center of the thicket, nearly invisible beneath years of overgrowth, he found what appeared to be a small stone marker, the kind that might mark a beloved pet's grave or commemorate a special memory. But as his fingers touched the stone, it began to glow with soft, warm light that reminded him instantly of his mother's presence in the memories. Words appeared on its surface, written in Lily Potter's elegant handwriting, "For my beloved son, when he is ready to know the truth. Touch your blood to the stone and speak my name." Harry's hands were already bleeding slightly from the rose thorns, so he pressed his palm against the marker and spoke clearly, "Lily Potter." The response was immediate and dramatic. The ground beneath the stone began to sink, revealing a hidden chamber that had been concealed by powerful magic for 14 years. Stone steps led down into darkness, and as Harry descended them with Dobby close behind, magical torches flared to life along the walls. The chamber was small but perfectly preserved, protected by charms that had kept it dry and safe despite the years of neglect above. It was clearly meant to be a sanctuary, walls lined with bookshelves, comfortable chairs arranged around a small fireplace, and most importantly, a large desk covered with carefully organized documents. But it was the walls that made Harry's breath catch in his throat. They were covered with photographs of him, not the formal portraits that appeared in newspapers and history books, but candid shots of a baby and toddler living a normal, happy life. Harry taking his first steps, Harry playing with magical toys, Harry sleeping peacefully in his crib while his parents watched over him with expressions of such profound love that it made Harry's chest ache. "She created this place as a gift for you, sir," Dobby said softly. "Somewhere you could come to see what your life was meant to be like before the great wizard's plans destroyed it." Harry moved to the desk with trembling hands, hardly daring to believe that his mother's evidence had survived intact after all these years. The surface was covered with documents, carefully sorted and labeled in Lily's precise handwriting. Letters, journal entries, copies of correspondence, magical photographs, everything she had managed to gather during her desperate investigation into Dumbledore's true nature. The first thing he picked up was a leather-bound journal, its pages filled with his mother's careful observations and growing horror as she uncovered the truth about the man she had once trusted. October 15th, 1981. "I confronted Albus today about the prophecy. What he told me, I can barely bring myself to write it down. He expects my son to either kill or die, and he speaks of it as if it's already decided, as if Harry has no choice in the matter. But the worst part is that he's been planning for it. Every conversation we've had since I told him about the pregnancy has been about positioning Harry for this confrontation. I keep thinking about all his questions, where the baby would be born, whether Harry showed signs of magic, whether we had considered safer locations for the birth. I thought he was concerned for our safety. Now I realize he was gathering intelligence for his own purposes. I have to find a way to protect my son from this man's plans. Whatever it costs, whatever I have to sacrifice, Harry will not be raised as a weapon for Albus Dumbledore's war." Harry turned the pages with growing dread, watching his mother's initial confusion give way to suspicion, then to horror, and finally to grim determination as she uncovered the full scope of Dumbledore's manipulations. October 20th, 1981. I've been investigating the blood protection that Albus keeps insisting is so crucial to Harry's survival. What I've found is disturbing. The magic he describes would indeed protect Harry from direct magical attack, but only if specific conditions are met. Conditions that would require placing Harry with blood relatives who despise magic and would make his life miserable. When I challenged him about this, he admitted that the protection works best when the child understands the difference between rejection and acceptance. In other words, Harry must suffer with my sister, so that he'll be grateful for any kindness he receives from the wizarding world later. This isn't protection. This is conditioning. He's planning to use my death and my son's suffering to create the perfect martyr. Harry's hands were shaking as he continued reading, each entry revealing new depths to Dumbledore's manipulation. October 25th, 1981. I found them. The letters. Albus has been corresponding with Petunia for months, coaching her on exactly how to treat Harry. He's told her that magic is dangerous and uncontrolled in children, that Harry will need firm discipline to keep his powers in check. He's encouraged every one of her worst instincts about magic and magical people. The most damning letter was dated just last week. The boy's gratitude for eventual rescue will be proportional to the severity of his current circumstances. A certain degree of deprivation and hardship will ensure that he properly values the acceptance he finds in our world. He's planning to torture my baby. He's planning to arrange years of deliberate abuse, so that Harry will be desperate enough for love to die protecting it when the time comes. Harry set the journal aside, with hands that were now shaking so violently he could barely hold it. The scope of the evidence was overwhelming, more comprehensive and damning than he had dared to hope. His mother hadn't just suspected Dumbledore's manipulations, she had documented them meticulously, creating an unassailable record of his crimes. "Sir," Dobby said gently, "there is more. Look at the correspondence files." Harry turned to a thick folder labelled Letters D to D in his mother's handwriting. Inside were copies of dozens of letters between Dumbledore and the Dursleys, spanning several months and detailing exactly how Harry should be treated to achieve maximum psychological impact. One letter from Dumbledore to Vernon Dursley was particularly chilling. "Mr. Dursley, I trust you understand the importance of maintaining strict discipline in your household. The boy must learn that magic comes with consequences, that his abilities make him dangerous and unwanted in normal society. A certain degree of correction may be necessary to ensure he develops proper humility. I cannot stress enough how crucial it is that he understands his place. When he eventually enters our world, his gratitude for acceptance must be complete and unquestioning. Any sense of entitlement or self-worth could interfere with his willingness to make necessary sacrifices. I will be monitoring the situation carefully. Please do not hesitate to contact me if you require guidance on appropriate measures." Harry felt bile rising in his throat as he read letter after letter, detailing the systematic abuse that Dumbledore had not just planned, but actively encouraged. Every beating, every day spent locked in his cupboard, every meal denied, all of it had been orchestrated by the man who claimed to be protecting him. But it was the final folder that contained the most devastating revelations. Labeled simply, Subject P, Development Notes, it contained what appeared to be Dumbledore's own research files on Harry's psychological conditioning. The first page made Harry's blood run cold. Subject P, Development Assessment Age. 16 months current status, optimal for conditioning protocols. Initial placement with hostile blood relatives has produced expected results. Subject shows high responsiveness to approval/disapproval stimuli, and demonstrates marked gratitude for minimal positive reinforcement. Attachment patterns suggest successful implementation of abandonment anxiety protocols. Recommend continuing current environmental stresses through age 11. Periodic monitoring indicates subject is developing desired character traits, self-sacrifice, need for approval, willingness to protect others at personal cost. Note: Mother's interference has been neutralized as planned. Father's protective instincts eliminated simultaneously. Subject is now fully isolated and dependent on manipulated environmental factors for emotional development. Asterisk. The clinical language made it even more horrifying. Harry wasn't a person in these notes. He was a test subject, a weapon being systematically crafted through deliberate trauma, and the casual reference to his parents' neutralization made it clear that their murders had been part of the plan from the beginning. Harry turned the pages with mounting horror, watching as Dumbledore documented year after year of Harry's development, noting with satisfaction how each calculated trauma and manufactured crisis had shaped him into exactly the kind of person who would willingly sacrifice himself when the time came. Subject P. Development assessment age, 11 years. Current status, approaching optimal conditioning threshold. Introduction to Wizarding World has produced expected gratitude response. Subject demonstrates strong attachment to Hogwarts environment and displays appropriate willingness to risk personal safety for institutional protection. See Philosopher's Stone incident. Friendship bonds with carefully selected peers are developing as planned. Granger subject provides intellectual validation and moral guidance toward self-sacrificial behavior patterns. Weasley subject offers emotional support while modeling loyalty unto death value system. Recommend introducing graduated trauma scenarios to test and strengthen conditioning. Subject must be prepared for ultimate sacrifice within 4-year timeline. The revelation that even his closest friendships had been manipulated was devastating, but it was the final document that broke Harry's heart completely. At the bottom of the folder was a letter in his mother's handwriting, addressed simply to Harry. My dearest son, if you are reading this, then I am dead and you have finally learned the truth about the man who claims to be protecting you. I pray that this knowledge comes to you when you are old enough and strong enough to act on it, because the fight ahead of you will not be easy. I want you to know that everything your father and I did was out of love for you. Every choice we made, every risk we took, every moment we spent planning and preparing, it was all to give you the chance to choose your own path, rather than following the one Albus Dumbledore has laid out for you. You are not a weapon, my darling boy. You are not a sacrifice waiting to happen. You are a person with your own thoughts and feelings and dreams, and no prophecy or manipulation or grand plan can change that unless you let it. The evidence in this room will show you the truth about how your life has been shaped and controlled, but more importantly, it will give you the tools to fight back. Use it wisely, trust carefully, and remember that true strength comes not from being willing to die for others, but from being willing to live for yourself. I love you more than words can express. I am proud of the young man you will become, not because of what you accomplish or what you sacrifice, but simply because you are my son. Choose your own destiny, Harry. That is the greatest gift your father and I can give you. All my love, Mum. Harry was sobbing by the time he finished reading, his tears falling freely onto the parchment that his mother had written, knowing she would never see him again. The love in every word, the fierce determination to protect him, even from beyond the grave, the absolute faith that he would be strong enough to fight back when the time came. It was overwhelming and beautiful and heartbreaking all at once. She knew, he whispered through his tears. She knew what he was planning, and she tried to stop it. Miss Lily never stopped fighting for you, sir, Dobby said gently. Even when facing impossible odds, even when she knew she would not survive to see the results, she never gave up hope that love could triumph over manipulation. Harry wiped his eyes and looked around the hidden chamber with new understanding. This wasn't just a cache of evidence. It was a sanctuary, a place where his mother's love had been preserved in its purest form. Every photograph, every document, every carefully chosen word in her letter to him was proof that he had been loved completely and unconditionally. not for what he might accomplish, but simply for who he was. "We need to copy all of this," Harry said, his voice steady despite the emotions churning in his chest. "Every document, every letter, every note. If we're going to expose Dumbledore, we'll need proof that can't be denied or destroyed." Dobby nodded, already moving to begin the duplication process. House elf magic made short work of copying the documents, creating perfect replicas that carried all the magical signatures and protective charms of the originals. As they worked, Harry found himself thinking about the enormity of what they had discovered. This wasn't just evidence of manipulation or abuse. It was proof of a conspiracy that reached into every aspect of wizarding society. Dumbledore had spent decades building his reputation as a champion of the light, and he had used that reputation to justify atrocities that would have been condemned if committed by anyone else. How many others? Harry asked suddenly. How many other people has he manipulated like this? How many lives has he destroyed for the greater good? "Dobby does not know for certain, sir," the house elf replied sadly. "But the great wizard has been playing his games for many decades. There have been other orphans, other chosen ones, other tragedies that served his purposes." The thought of other children suffering as Harry had suffered, other families destroyed by Dumbledore's manipulations, filled Harry with a cold fury that was different from anything he had felt before. This wasn't just about his own life anymore. It was about justice for every victim of Dumbledore's schemes, past and future. "We're going to stop him," Harry said quietly, but his words carried the weight of absolute conviction. "Whatever it takes, however long it takes, we're going to make sure he can never hurt anyone else the way he hurt my family." "Yes, sir," Dobby agreed, his own voice fierce with determination. "Miss Lily's sacrifice will not be in vain. The truth will be known, and the great wizard will answer for his crimes." As they finished copying the evidence and prepared to leave the hidden chamber, Harry took one last look at the photographs covering the walls. His parents looked so young, so hopeful, so certain that their love would be enough to protect their child from the darkness of the world. They had been wrong about the protection, but not about the love. That love had sustained Harry through 14 years of manipulation and abuse, and it would sustain him through the battle ahead. Whatever Dumbledore had planned, whatever allies he commanded, whatever power he wielded, it would not be enough to overcome the simple truth that Harry Potter was loved. Truly, completely, unconditionally loved. And that love would be his strength as he fought to reclaim his destiny from the man who had stolen it from him before he was even old enough to know it was his to claim. The war for Harry Potter's soul was no longer just beginning. It was about to be won. Chapter 9. The Public Revelation. The day of the third task dawned bright and clear, with a crisp November wind that carried the scent of autumn leaves and the electric anticipation of hundreds of spectators gathering for the final challenge of the Triwizard Tournament. Harry stood at his dormitory window, watching the crowds stream toward the Quidditch pitch where a massive hedge maze had been constructed for the evening's festivities, and felt none of the nervousness that should have been consuming him. Instead, he felt calm, purposeful, ready. For weeks, he and Dobby had been planning this moment with the meticulous care of generals preparing for war. Every detail had been considered, every contingency accounted for. Tonight, in front of the largest gathering of wizarding dignitaries, ministry officials, and international observers in decades, Harry would reveal the truth about Albus Dumbledore's systematic manipulation and abuse. Tonight, the weapon that Dumbledore had spent 14 years forging would finally turn against its maker. "You're certain about the magical amplification system?" Harry asked quietly, as Dobby appeared beside him, with the characteristic soft pop of house elf apparition. "Yes, sir. Dobby has spent weeks studying the tournament's broadcasting charms. They are designed to ensure that every spectator can see and hear what happens in the maze, but they can be redirected to show other things as well." Dobby's large eyes gleamed with satisfaction at his own cleverness. When Harry Potter activates the modified spell sequence, everyone in the stadium will experience Miss Lily's memories directly. They will not just see what happened, they will feel what she felt. It was a stroke of genius that Harry never could have conceived on his own. The tournament's magical infrastructure was designed to create shared experiences for the audience, allowing thousands of people to witness events that would normally be private or hidden. By hijacking that system and feeding it Lily's preserved memories instead of the maze challenges, Harry would be able to show the entire wizarding world exactly what Dumbledore was capable of. No one would be able to dismiss what they saw as lies or propaganda. They would experience Lily Potter's growing horror at Dumbledore's plans as if it were their own. They would feel her desperate love for her son, her fury at his systematic abuse, her terror at learning that her family's deaths had been arranged by the man they trusted most. "The timing has to be perfect," Harry said, more to himself than to Dobby. "Too early, and Dumbledore might be able to shut down the broadcast before people see enough to understand. Too late, and the crowd might disperse before the full truth comes out." "Dobby has calculated the optimal moment, sir. When Harry Potter reaches the center of the maze and claims the Triwizard Cup, that is when the amplification charms will be at their strongest. Everyone will be watching. Everyone will be listening. That is when you must activate Miss Lily's memories." Harry nodded, feeling the weight of his mother's evidence pressing against his chest where he had hidden it beneath his tournament robes. The memories were stored in the same kind of crystal vial that Dobby had used to preserve them, but now they had been modified and amplified to work with the tournament's broadcasting system. When activated, they would override every magical monitoring device in the stadium and force thousands of people to confront the truth about their beloved leader. "What about Dumbledore himself?" Harry asked. "He'll try to stop the broadcast as soon as he realizes what's happening." "The Great Wizard is powerful, sir, but even he cannot instantly overcome charms that have been woven into the very foundations of the tournament structure. Dobby estimates at least 10 minutes before he can fully shut down the magical amplification, long enough for the most crucial memories to be shared." 10 minutes. It wasn't much time to expose a lifetime of manipulation and abuse, but it would have to be enough. Harry had carefully selected which of his mother's memories would have the greatest impact. Her confrontation with Dumbledore about the prophecy, her discovery of his correspondence with the Dursleys, and most devastatingly, her final conversation where Dumbledore admitted to arranging their deaths. Those 3 memories would be enough to destroy any reasonable person's faith in Albus Dumbledore. And once that faith was shattered, once people began questioning his motives and methods, the rest of his carefully constructed reputation would crumble like a house of cards. The hours passed with agonizing slowness as Harry went through the motions of preparing for the tournament. He attended the champions' briefing, where Bagman explained the maze's challenges with his usual cheerful enthusiasm. He endured Crouch's stern warnings about following the rules and maintaining proper sportsmanship. He even managed to participate in the pre-tournament feast without arousing suspicion, though the food turned to ash in his mouth as he watched Dumbledore holding court at the staff table. The headmaster looked exactly as he always did, grandfatherly, wise, twinkling with benevolent authority. It was almost impossible to reconcile this familiar figure with the cold manipulator Harry had seen in his mother's memories. But that was Dumbledore's greatest strength, Harry realized, his ability to wear masks so convincing that even his victims doubted their own perceptions of his cruelty. Tonight, those masks would be stripped away for the entire wizarding world to see. As the sun set and the crowd began filing into the stadium, Harry made his way to the champion's tent, with Dobby trailing invisibly behind him. The house elf would remain hidden throughout the challenge, ready to assist with the memory broadcast, but otherwise staying out of sight. If their plan failed, if Dumbledore somehow managed to stop them, Harry didn't want Dobby to suffer the consequences of their rebellion. "Feeling nervous, Potter?" Harry looked up to see Victor Crumb entering the tent, followed closely by Fleur Delacour. The other champions looked exactly as they should, focused, determined, but with the healthy anxiety that came from facing unknown dangers, Harry envied them their simple concerns. Win or lose, survive or die, those were clean, comprehensible stakes compared to the web of deception and manipulation that surrounded his own life. "A bit," Harry replied honestly. He was nervous, though not for the reasons Crumb probably assumed. "It's hard to believe this is really the end." "The end of the tournament, perhaps," Fleur said with a small smile. "But for the winner, it will be the beginning of much greater things. Fame, opportunities, a place in magical history." Harry almost laughed at the irony. If his plan succeeded tonight, he would indeed secure a place in magical history, but not as a tournament champion. He would be remembered as the boy who brought down Albus Dumbledore, the weapon who turned against his maker, the victim who refused to stay silent about his abuse. Bagman appeared at the tent entrance, his face flushed with excitement, and what Harry suspected was alcohol. "Champions, are you ready? The crowd is magnificent tonight. Representatives from 17 different magical governments, reporters from every major publication in Europe, and of course our wonderful audience of students and families. This will be a night to remember." More than he could possibly know, Harry thought grimly. They were led from the tent to the entrance of the maze, where the hedge walls rose 20 feet high and disappeared into shadow. The crowd roared as each champion appeared, and Harry felt the familiar mixture of exhilaration and nausea that came from being the center of so much attention. But tonight, for the first time in his life, that attention would serve his purposes rather than Dumbledore's. "Ladies and gentlemen," Bagman's magically amplified voice echoed across the stadium, reaching every corner of the packed stands. "Welcome to the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament. Tonight, our 4 champions will navigate a magical maze filled with obstacles and creatures, all competing for the glory of claiming the Triwizard Cup." The crowd cheered, but Harry barely heard them. His attention was focused on the judges' table, where Dumbledore sat with Crouch and Madame Maxime and Karkaroff. The headmaster's eyes met his across the distance, and for just a moment, Harry thought he saw something flicker in those twinkling blue depths. Suspicion? Concern? Or just the natural worry of a mentor watching his student face danger? It didn't matter. Within the hour, Dumbledore would understand exactly what kind of student he had created with his years of manipulation and abuse. "Champions, take your positions," Bagman called out. "You will enter the maze in order of your current standings. Mr. Potter, as our points leader, you have the honor of entering first." Harry stepped forward to the maze entrance, feeling the weight of thousands of eyes upon him. Somewhere in those stands were ministry officials who would need to act on what they were about to witness. Somewhere were foreign dignitaries whose governments would demand answers. Somewhere were parents who had trusted Dumbledore with their children's lives and were about to learn how misplaced that trust had been. "Go!" Bagman shouted, and Harry plunged into the maze. The hedges closed around him like the walls of a prison, blocking out the sounds of the crowd and leaving him alone with the whisper of wind through leaves and the distant sounds of magical creatures stirring in the depths of the labyrinth. But Harry's focus wasn't on the challenges ahead. It was on the modified memory vial hidden beneath his robes and the mental countdown he had been running since entering the maze. He needed to reach the center quickly, but not so quickly that it would seem suspicious to the watching crowd. The tournament's challenges were meant to test courage and skill. So he made a show of facing the obstacles he encountered. A blast-ended Scroot that he stunned with a well-placed spell, a boggart that he dispatched with a confident "ridiculous," a sphinx that posed a riddle he answered correctly. All the while, he was moving steadily toward the center of the maze, where the Triwizard Cup waited, gleaming gold in the magical torchlight. And all the while, he was aware that thousands of people were watching his every move through the tournament's magical monitoring system, never knowing that those same charms were about to be turned against the man they all trusted. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only 30 minutes, Harry emerged into the central clearing where the cup sat on its pedestal, beautiful and tempting and completely irrelevant to his actual purpose. He reached into his robes and withdrew the modified memory vial, feeling its crystal surface pulse with warm light in response to his touch. "I'm sorry, Mum," he whispered, thinking of all the ways his life might have been different if Dumbledore had never existed. "But your sacrifice won't be in vain." He raised the vial above his head and spoke the activation phrase that Dobby had taught him. Veritas vincit omnia. Truth conquers all. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. Light exploded from the crystal vial, not just illuminating the clearing, but somehow reaching beyond the physical boundaries of the maze to touch every magical monitoring charm in the stadium. Harry felt the moment when the tournament's amplification system seized control of the memories and began broadcasting them directly into the minds of everyone watching. And then the screaming began. It started as gasps of surprise from the crowd, as their vision suddenly shifted from Harry standing in the maze to a pregnant young woman sitting in Dumbledore's office. But as Lily Potter's emotions flooded through the magical connection, her initial joy at sharing her pregnancy news, her growing confusion at Dumbledore's invasive questions, her rising horror as she realized what his clinical interest really meant, the gasps turned to cries of disbelief and then to outright shouts of fury. Harry couldn't see the crowd from inside the maze, but he could hear them through the hedge walls. Thousands of voices raised in shock and anger as they experienced firsthand what it felt like to have your beloved child treated as a weapon to be forged through deliberate suffering. The first memory faded, replaced immediately by the second, Lily's confrontation with Dumbledore about the prophecy. Harry heard fresh screams from the crowd as they felt her devastation at learning that her son was destined to kill or be killed, followed by roars of outrage as Dumbledore calmly explained how he intended to guide that destiny through systematic abuse and manipulation. And then came the third memory, the final confrontation where Dumbledore admitted to arranging the Potters' deaths, and the sound from the crowd became something beyond mere anger. It was the sound of betrayal given voice, of trust shattered so completely that it left nothing behind but raw, wounded fury. Harry stood in the center of the maze, listening to the death of Albus Dumbledore's reputation, and felt something like peace settle over him for the first time in his life. The memories ended, leaving behind a silence so profound that it seemed to echo in the spaces between heartbeats. Then that silence was broken by a single voice, magically amplified to reach every corner of the stadium. "Lies!" Dumbledore's voice cut through the quiet like a blade, carrying all the authority and righteous anger that had made him one of the most respected wizards alive. Harry couldn't see him from the maze, but he could picture the scene. The headmaster rising from the judges' table, his blue eyes blazing with wounded dignity, his very presence radiating the kind of moral certainty that had convinced generations of witches and wizards to follow him without question. "What you have just witnessed," Dumbledore continued, his voice steady despite the magnitude of the accusations against him, "are fabricated memories, carefully crafted lies designed to destroy my reputation and undermine the fight against darkness. I call upon every person in this stadium to remember who I am, what I have accomplished, the sacrifices I have made in service of the greater good." For a moment, Harry felt a chill of fear. Dumbledore was doing exactly what he did best, using his reputation and authority to reframe inconvenient truths as malicious attacks. How many people would believe him simply because they wanted to believe him? How many would prefer comfortable lies to devastating honesty? But then another voice rose from the crowd, female and furious and heartbroken. "Those weren't lies. That was my sister." The words seemed to hang in the air like a physical presence, and Harry realized that Petunia Dursley must be in attendance, probably brought by the Dursleys' curiosity about the magical world that had made their nephew famous. And if she was confirming the truth of what the memories had shown. My sister Lily, Petunia's voice continued, magically amplified now as the crowd's attention focused on her. I recognize her voice, her face, her handwriting, and those letters. I remember those letters from you, telling me how to treat the boy, telling me he needed to be broken down so he'd be grateful later. You made me into a monster for your grand design. The silence that followed Petunia's confession was somehow even more damning than the memories themselves had been. Here was independent confirmation from someone who had participated in Dumbledore's schemes, someone who had no reason to lie about her role in Harry's abuse. But Dumbledore was far from finished. "Petunia Dursley is hardly a reliable witness," he said, his voice taking on that familiar tone of gentle, reasonable authority. "A woman whose hatred of magic has been documented for decades, who has every reason to shift blame for her own cruelty onto others. The fact remains that these so-called memories could easily have been fabricated by any number of dark wizards seeking to undermine our cause." It was a good argument, the kind that might have worked under other circumstances. But Dumbledore had made a crucial mistake in underestimating how deeply the memories had affected their audience. The people in that stadium hadn't just seen Lily Potter's experiences. They had felt them. They had experienced her love for her son, her growing horror at Dumbledore's plans, her desperate determination to protect Harry from the man who claimed to be his greatest ally. That kind of emotional authenticity couldn't be faked, and the crowd knew it. "Enough!" The new voice came from the direction of the ministry official's box, crisp and authoritative, and absolutely uncompromising. Harry recognized it as belonging to Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and felt a surge of hope. If anyone had both the authority and the integrity to act on what had been revealed tonight, it was her. "I have heard enough," Bones continued, her voice carrying clearly across the stadium through the amplification charms. "What we have witnessed tonight constitutes evidence of conspiracy, child abuse, unlawful imprisonment, and quite possibly murder. Professor Dumbledore, you are under arrest pending a full investigation by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." The crowd erupted at her words, some cheering the promise of justice, others shouting protests at the arrest of their beloved leader, still others demanding explanations and investigations and accountability. But underneath the chaos, Harry could hear something that filled him with grim satisfaction, the sound of Dumbledore's carefully constructed authority crumbling into dust. "Amelia," Dumbledore said, his voice still calm, but carrying an undercurrent of steel that suggested he was far from surrendering quietly. "Surely you cannot seriously intend to arrest me based on fabricated evidence presented by—" "By Harry Potter," Bones interrupted, and Harry heard something in her tone that suggested she was done listening to Dumbledore's explanations. "The boy whose life you have apparently been manipulating since birth. Yes, Professor, I take his evidence very seriously indeed, especially when it's corroborated by documented correspondence and independent witness testimony." Harry heard the sounds of a struggle, shouts, the crack of spells being cast, what sounded like Aura's overwhelming resistance, and realized that Dumbledore was actually fighting his arrest. The man who preached about the rule of law and the importance of justice was using force to avoid facing the consequences of his own actions. It was the final nail in the coffin of his reputation. "Citizens of the wizarding world," Amelia Bones's voice rang out again, steady and implacable despite the chaos surrounding the arrest. "What you have witnessed tonight represents a betrayal of trust so profound that it will require extensive investigation to fully understand its scope. I give you my word that every aspect of these accusations will be thoroughly examined, and that justice will be served regardless of the accused's reputation or position." The crowd's response was immediate and overwhelming, a roar of approval that shook the very foundations of the stadium. Harry felt it in his bones, the sound of a people who had been lied to for decades, finally learning the truth, who had been manipulated and controlled and told it was for their own good, who were now demanding accountability from those who had claimed to protect them. But it was the voice that rose above all others that truly mattered to Harry. "My son!" Arthur Weasley's voice, thick with grief and fury and parental rage. "My son Ron, his friendship with Harry, was that part of your manipulation too? Did you engineer my boy's entire relationship with his best friend?" The question hung in the air like a sword waiting to fall, and Harry realized that this was perhaps the most dangerous moment of all, because if Dumbledore admitted to manipulating Ron and Hermione, if he confirmed that even Harry's closest friendships had been artificial constructs designed to serve his agenda, then the trust that held the wizarding world together would be shattered beyond any hope of repair. And from somewhere near the judge's table, as Aurors dragged him toward the stadium exit, Albus Dumbledore made his final, fatal mistake. "Everything I did was necessary," he said, his voice carrying that familiar tone of absolute moral certainty, even as his arms were bound by magical restraints. "Every choice, every manipulation, every sacrifice, including the friendships that taught Harry Potter the value of love, was required to ensure that he would be willing to face Voldemort when the time came. The greater good sometimes requires us to make difficult decisions about other people's lives." The admission sent a fresh wave of outrage through the crowd, but it was Arthur Weasley's response that truly captured the moment. "You used my children," he said, his voice breaking with a father's anguish. "You used my children as props in your grand design, and you expected us to be grateful for the privilege." And in that moment, Harry knew that the war was won. Not just his personal war for freedom from Dumbledore's manipulation, but the larger war for the soul of the wizarding world. Because Arthur Weasley wasn't just a parent, he was an everyman, a representative of all the ordinary witches and wizards who had trusted Dumbledore with their families and their futures. If Arthur Weasley could turn against Dumbledore, anyone could. The sounds of conflict faded as the Aurors successfully subdued and removed their prisoner, but the chaos in the crowd continued unabated, parents demanding to know if their children had been manipulated, students questioning everything they had been taught, ministry officials calling for emergency sessions and comprehensive investigations. Harry stood in the center of the maze, listening to the death throes of the world Dumbledore had built, and felt something that might have been satisfaction if it hadn't been tempered by so much grief for what had been lost along the way. "Sir," Dobby's voice whispered beside him, the house elf having become visible now that their plan was complete. "It is done. The great wizard's power is broken, his reputation destroyed. The wizarding world will never trust him again." "And how many people will be hurt by that?" Harry asked quietly, thinking of all the children who had looked up to Dumbledore as a symbol of hope and protection. How many lives will be damaged when they learn that their greatest hero was actually their greatest enemy? "The truth is not responsible for the pain it causes, sir," Dobby replied with unexpected wisdom. "Only lies are responsible for that. Miss Lily died believing that truth was more important than comfort. And tonight proved she was right." Harry nodded, feeling the weight of his mother's sacrifice settling over him like a mantle. She had died to give him the chance to choose his own path, and he had honored that sacrifice by refusing to follow the script Dumbledore had written for him. But as the sounds of chaos continued to echo across the stadium, as families confronted the scope of the deception that had shaped their lives, as the wizarding world began the painful process of rebuilding from the wreckage of their shattered trust, Harry couldn't help but wonder what kind of world would emerge from the ashes of Dumbledore's empire. All he knew for certain was that it would be a world where Harry Potter was finally free to choose his own destiny, whatever that might cost him, and whatever it might ultimately become. The boy who was supposed to die for the greater good had instead chosen to live for something greater than good. The simple, radical truth that every person deserved the right to make their own choices about their own life. And in a stadium filled with the sound of a civilization confronting its deepest betrayals, that truth rang out like a bell, clear and bright and utterly uncompromising. The war for Harry Potter's soul was over, Harry Potter had won. Chapter 10. The New Path. The hours immediately following Dumbledore's arrest passed in a blur of chaos that Harry would never be able to fully reconstruct afterward. One moment he was standing alone in the center of the maze, listening to the death of everything he had once believed about his life, and the next he was surrounded by auras, ministry officials, reporters, and what seemed like half the wizarding world demanding explanations, statements, and access to the boy who had just brought down their greatest hero. Through it all, Harry felt strangely detached, as if he were watching someone else navigate the storm of attention and accusation that swirled around him. The adrenaline that had sustained him through the public revelation was fading, leaving behind an exhaustion so profound that it felt like a physical weight pressing down on his shoulders. "Mr. Potter." Amelia Bones's voice cut through the chaos with the kind of authority that made even the most aggressive reporters step back and fall silent. "I need to speak with you immediately about what we witnessed tonight. Would you be willing to provide an official statement to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement?" Harry looked up at her through eyes that felt gritty with fatigue and unshed tears. Bones was a tall, severe-looking witch with iron-grey hair and the kind of face that suggested she had seen too much injustice to be shocked by anything anymore. But there was something in her expression tonight, a carefully controlled fury that spoke of personal betrayal rather than professional outrage. "Yes," Harry said simply. "I'll tell you everything." But as they moved toward the area where the ministry officials had established a temporary command post, Harry became aware of voices raised in argument behind them. He turned to see a crowd of Hogwarts students and their families clustered near the stadium exit, and his heart sank as he realized what was happening. They were arguing about him, about whether he could be trusted, whether his revelations were true, whether he was a hero for exposing the truth or a traitor for destroying their faith in the man who had protected them for so many years. "Can't possibly be true," one voice was saying, shrill with desperate denial. "Dumbledore has saved us all countless times. This is obviously some kind of dark magic, some way of making us see things that never happened. Then explain the letters." Another voice interrupted, cold and precise. "Explain the correspondence between Dumbledore and the Dursleys that Petunia Dursley herself confirmed. You can't fake that kind of evidence, and you certainly can't fake the woman's own admission of guilt." "But Harry Potter is just a boy," a third voice protested. "A troubled boy who's been through trauma that would break most adults. How do we know he hasn't constructed elaborate fantasies to explain his suffering? How do we know he isn't mentally unstable?" The words hit Harry like physical blows, each one confirming his worst fears about what would happen once the initial shock wore off, and people began to process what he had revealed. Of course they would question his sanity. Of course they would look for ways to dismiss or minimize the evidence he had presented. The alternative, accepting that they had spent decades trusting a man who was capable of systematically abusing children, was too painful for most people to bear. "Harry." He turned at the sound of his name to find Ron and Hermione pushing through the crowd toward him, their faces pale and strained but determined. For a moment, Harry felt a surge of relief, so intense it made his knees weak. Whatever else might be uncertain in the aftermath of tonight's revelations, at least he wouldn't have to face it alone. But as they drew closer, Harry found himself studying their expressions with new eyes, looking for signs of the manipulation that Dumbledore's notes had suggested. Was their concern genuine, or was it another layer of conditioning designed to keep him emotionally dependent on their approval? Were they here as his friends, or as unknowing agents of a plan that had outlasted its creator? "Are you all right?" Hermione asked, reaching out as if to touch his arm before seeming to think better of it. "When we saw what was happening, when those memories started playing, Harry, we had no idea. None of us had any idea what he had done to you." "Didn't you?" Harry asked quietly, studying her face for any sign of deception. "According to the evidence I found, both of your families received special attention from Dumbledore over the years." Your Hogwarts admission was unusually smooth for a Muggle-born witch, Hermione. And Ron's family has been in Dumbledore's inner circle for decades, despite having no particular wealth or political influence to offer. He watched their faces carefully as he spoke, looking for the telltale signs of guilt or recognition that would confirm his worst fears about their friendship. But what he saw instead was something that looked like genuine confusion, followed by a dawning horror as the implications of what he was suggesting sank in. "You think we're spies," Ron said, his voice flat with disbelief. "You think we've been reporting to Dumbledore about you all these years?" "I think I don't know what to believe anymore," Harry replied honestly. "Everything I thought I knew about my life has turned out to be a lie. How am I supposed to trust anything or anyone when even my closest friendships might have been manufactured for someone else's convenience?" For a long moment, neither Ron nor Hermione spoke. They just stood there, processing the weight of his suspicion and the terrible possibility that their entire relationship might have been built on a foundation of manipulation and deceit. It was Hermione who broke the silence, her voice steady despite the tears streaming down her face. "You're right to question everything," she said quietly. "After what we learned tonight, after seeing what he was capable of. Harry, if our friendship was part of his plan, if we were somehow used to manipulate you, then I am so sorry. Sorrier than I can possibly express." "But it wasn't," Ron added fiercely, his ears red with the kind of anger that Harry had only ever seen when someone threatened his family. "I don't care what letters my mum might have gotten or what special attention we received. I became your friend because you saved my sister's life, because you treated me like I mattered, even when I felt like I was nothing special. And I've stayed your friend because you're the best person I know, not because some mad old man told me to." The raw honesty in their voices was almost more than Harry could bear. These were his best friends in the world, the people who had stood by him through 4 years of increasingly dangerous adventures, who had risked their lives for him countless times without question or expectation of reward. The idea that their loyalty might be artificial, that their affection might be the product of careful conditioning rather than genuine choice, was almost too painful to contemplate. But even as he struggled with his doubts, Harry found himself remembering something Dobby had said in the Room of Requirement. Love cannot be manufactured. It can be encouraged or discouraged, positioned or redirected, but it cannot be created from nothing. "I want to believe you," Harry said finally. "More than anything, I want to believe that what we have is real. But I need time to figure out how to separate what was genuine from what was orchestrated. And I need you to understand that it's going to take more than words to rebuild the trust that tonight has shaken." Ron and Hermione exchanged a look that seemed to contain an entire conversation, then nodded in unison. "We understand," Hermione said. "And we'll do whatever it takes to prove that our friendship is real, not manufactured, even if it means starting over completely. Even if it means admitting that some of it might have been influenced by things we didn't understand," Ron added. "What matters is what we choose to do, now that we know the truth." Their willingness to acknowledge the possibility of manipulation, their determination to prove their loyalty through actions rather than just words, went a long way toward easing the knot of suspicion in Harry's chest. These were not the responses of people who had been consciously deceiving him for years. These were the responses of friends who were just as horrified by Dumbledore's manipulations as he was, and just as determined to build something genuine from the wreckage of what had been revealed. "Mr. Potter?" Amelia Bones's voice interrupted his thoughts, reminding him that the wider world was still waiting for answers. "We really do need to begin taking your statement. The evidence you've presented tonight has implications that extend far beyond just the charges against Dumbledore." Harry nodded, preparing to follow her to the Ministry command post, but was stopped by another voice calling his name. He turned to see Luna Lovegood approaching through the crowd, her usual serenely detached expression replaced by something that looked like relief, mixed with vindication. "I'm glad you finally told everyone," she said, without preamble, her dreamy voice carrying more conviction than Harry had ever heard from her. "I've been seeing the Rackspurts around Professor Dumbledore for years now, all twisted and dark and hungry. But nobody believed me when I tried to warn them." "Rackspurts?" Harry asked, though he was beginning to understand that Luna's seemingly nonsensical observations often contained more truth than anyone realized. "Creatures that feed on deception and manipulation," Luna explained matter-of-factly. "They're attracted to people who tell lies for power rather than protection. Professor Dumbledore has been covered in them since my second year, but they were always hiding behind all the protective magic he wore like a cloak." The casual way she spoke about Dumbledore's deception, as if it was simply another magical phenomenon to be observed and catalogued, was oddly comforting. Here was someone who hadn't been shocked by tonight's revelations, because she had been seeing through Dumbledore's masks for years. "Luna," Harry said carefully, "why didn't you ever tell me directly what you were seeing?" "Because you weren't ready to hear it," she replied, with that same serene certainty. People can only accept truth when they're prepared to act on it. Before tonight, you still needed to believe that someone was protecting you, even if that someone was secretly your greatest enemy. But now you're ready to protect yourself." Her words were both profound and unsettling, suggesting a level of awareness and understanding that went far beyond her years. But they also offered Harry something he desperately needed: confirmation that his decision to expose Dumbledore had been necessary, not just for his own sake, but for the sake of everyone who had been deceived. "Mr. Potter." The new voice was crisp and formal, with the kind of upper-class accent that Harry associated with old wizarding families. He turned to see a young man about his own age approaching with measured steps, tall, pale, with platinum blonde hair that caught the stadium lights. Draco Malfoy. Harry's hand moved instinctively toward his wand, expecting some kind of attack or taunt, but Malfoy raised his own hands in a gesture of peace. "I'm not here to fight," he said quietly, his usual sneer replaced by something that looked almost like respect. "I'm here to tell you that what you did tonight, it was necessary. Long overdue." The words were so unexpected that Harry almost wondered if he had misheard them. Draco Malfoy, his longtime enemy and tormentor, was supporting his decision to expose Dumbledore? "My father has been trying to warn people about Dumbledore's true nature for years," Malfoy continued, apparently reading the confusion on Harry's face. "Not because he cared about justice or protecting children, but because he recognized a competitor when he saw one. Dumbledore and my father were both trying to control the wizarding world, just using different methods." "And you think my exposing Dumbledore somehow helps your father?" Harry asked suspiciously. "No," Malfoy replied with surprising firmness. "My father is in Azkaban where he belongs, and nothing is going to change that. But Dumbledore's downfall means that maybe, finally, someone with actual integrity might have a chance to lead the fight against darkness. Someone who can't be corrupted, because they've already been tested by the worst kind of betrayal." The implication in his words was clear, and it made Harry's chest tighten with a mixture of pride and terror. People were already looking to him, not just as a victim who had exposed injustice, but as a potential leader who might help rebuild what Dumbledore's manipulations had destroyed. "I'm not interested in leading anyone," Harry said firmly. "I just wanted the truth to come out." "I know," Malfoy replied. "That's exactly why you might be the right person for it." Before Harry could respond to that cryptic statement, another commotion near the stadium exit drew their attention. He turned to see Neville Longbottom pushing through the crowd with the kind of determined purpose that Harry had only ever seen from him in moments of extreme crisis. "Harry!" Neville called out as he approached, slightly out of breath but with his jaw set in a way that suggested he had something important to say. "I needed to find you, needed to tell you. What you did tonight, exposing him like that. My grandmother says it explains everything that never made sense about my parents' case." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that Neville's parents had been tortured into insanity by Death Eaters, but the specific details had always been kept from public knowledge. If Augusta Longbottom was suggesting that Dumbledore had been involved somehow— "What kind of things?" Harry asked, though he wasn't sure he wanted to hear the answer. "The timing," Neville said, his voice tight with controlled anger. "My parents were captured just days after they had started asking questions about certain Order missions, about why so many operations seemed to result in exactly the kind of casualties that would generate public sympathy for Dumbledore's leadership. They thought something was wrong, thought maybe there was a spy in the Order providing information to the Death Eaters." "There was," Harry said quietly. "But it wasn't who they thought it was." Neville nodded grimly. "Gran thinks they were getting close to figuring out that Dumbledore himself was the source of the leaks, that he was deliberately feeding information to Voldemort when it served his larger strategy. And when they started asking the wrong questions—" "They were silenced," Harry finished, feeling sick at the implications. "Not killed, because that would have made them martyrs, but driven insane so that any accusations they might make could be dismissed as the ravings of mad people. The pattern was becoming clear now, and it was more horrifying than anything Harry had imagined. Dumbledore hadn't just manipulated individual lives, he had orchestrated entire chunks of the war, allowing his own allies to be captured and tortured when their continued existence threatened his control over the narrative. "Mr. Potter!" Amelia Bones's voice cut through his growing horror with the sharp efficiency of someone who had waited long enough for answers. "I understand that tonight has been emotionally overwhelming, but we really cannot delay this investigation any longer. There are dozens of cases that may need to be reopened in light of what you've revealed, and we need your full statement to begin that process." Harry nodded, understanding the urgency, even as part of him wanted to retreat somewhere safe and process everything that had happened. But safety was a luxury he couldn't afford right now. Too many people had suffered under Dumbledore's manipulations, and too many more might suffer if the full scope of his crimes wasn't properly investigated. "All right," he said, straightening his shoulders with the kind of resolve that his mother would have recognized. "Let's finish this." The Ministry command post had been set up in one of the stadium's private boxes, hastily warded against eavesdropping, and equipped with the kind of official recording equipment that would ensure Harry's statement could be used in formal proceedings. As he entered the space, Harry was struck by how many people were present, not just Amelia Bones and her Auror team, but representatives from multiple departments, international observers, and what appeared to be several senior members of the Wizengamot. The scope of the investigation that was about to begin was staggering. "Mr. Potter," Bones began formally, as Harry took a seat across from the assembled officials. "Before we begin taking your statement, I need to inform you that you have the right to legal representation during this process. Given the serious nature of the accusations involved and the potential implications for ongoing cases, we strongly recommend that you—" "I don't need a lawyer," Harry interrupted quietly. "I need people to know the truth about what happened to my family and what was done to me. Everything I'm going to tell you can be corroborated by the evidence I found, and I have nothing to hide." Bones studied his face for a long moment, then nodded. "Very well. Please state your full name and age for the record." "Harry James Potter, age 14. Mr. Potter, earlier tonight you broadcast what appeared to be memories belonging to your deceased mother, Lily Potter. These memories contained extremely serious allegations against Albus Dumbledore, including claims of systematic child abuse, conspiracy to commit murder, and manipulation of evidence. Are you prepared to swear under oath that these memories are authentic and unmodified?" Harry met her eyes steadily. "I am." "And are you prepared to provide additional evidence to support these allegations?" "I am. I have copies of correspondence between Dumbledore and my relatives, detailing exactly how I was to be treated, research notes in which he refers to me as Subject P and documents my psychological conditioning, and evidence that he deliberately arranged my parents' deaths to serve his larger agenda. A murmur ran through the assembled officials at his words, but Bones maintained her professional composure. Mr. Potter, allegations of this magnitude will require extensive investigation. Are you prepared to cooperate fully with that investigation, including submitting to veritaserum testing if requested? The offer of truth serum should have been frightening. It would strip away his ability to hide anything, to protect himself through carefully chosen words or strategic omissions. But Harry found himself feeling nothing but relief at the prospect of absolute honesty. Yes, he said firmly, I want the truth to come out completely, whatever the cost. What followed was the most intense 3 hours of Harry's life. Question after question, each one digging deeper into the systematic abuse and manipulation he had suffered, each answer corroborated by the documentary evidence he had recovered from his mother's hidden chamber. The officials took notes, asked for clarifications, and gradually built a comprehensive picture of Dumbledore's crimes that was even more damning than Harry had realized. Because it wasn't just about him. As the investigation proceeded, patterns began to emerge that suggested a much larger conspiracy of manipulation and control. Students who had died in accidents that served to motivate their classmates toward greater sacrifice. Families who had been destroyed in attacks that could have been prevented but weren't because their losses served Dumbledore's narrative needs. Order members who had been fed false information that led them into traps, all in service of a war strategy that prioritized psychological manipulation over tactical success. By the time the formal statement was complete, Harry felt drained but oddly peaceful. For the first time in his life, everything was out in the open. No more secrets, no more lies, no more carefully constructed facades hiding ugly truths. Just the facts, documented and witnessed and officially recorded for anyone who wanted to examine them. Mr. Potter, Bones said, as the recording equipment was shut down and the various officials began preparing to leave, I want you to know that what you've done tonight, exposing these crimes despite the personal cost, represents exactly the kind of courage that our society desperately needs. You have potentially saved countless future victims from suffering the same abuse you endured. I hope so, Harry replied quietly. But what happens now? With Dumbledore under arrest, with his influence removed from the equation, who's going to coordinate the fight against Voldemort? Who's going to protect the students at Hogwarts? It was Kingsley Shacklebolt who answered, speaking from his position near the back of the room where he had been observing the proceedings. That's going to be up to all of us to figure out together, he said, his deep voice carrying a weight of responsibility that Harry found oddly comforting. The Ministry will be establishing new oversight procedures for Hogwarts, and we'll be working with international allies to coordinate anti-Voldemort operations. But the days of one person having unchecked authority over these decisions are over. And what about me? Harry asked. Dumbledore's arrest doesn't change the prophecy. Voldemort is still out there, still trying to kill me. The war isn't over just because we exposed one manipulator. No, Bones agreed soberly, but it does mean that when you face that confrontation, you'll be doing it as a free agent, making your own choices, not as a weapon that someone else has shaped for their own purposes. And you'll have genuine allies helping you, people who respect your autonomy rather than trying to control it. The promise was both reassuring and terrifying. Harry had spent his entire life being told what to do, how to think, who to trust. The prospect of making those decisions for himself, of taking responsibility for the consequences of his own choices, was as daunting as it was liberating. But as he left the Ministry command post and rejoined his friends in the stadium concourse, Harry found himself feeling something he had never experienced before, genuine hope for the future. Not hope based on someone else's promises or plans, but hope based on his own understanding of what was possible when truth replaced lies, when authentic relationships replaced manipulated ones, when people were free to choose their own paths rather than following scripts written by others. The wizarding world would have to rebuild itself from the wreckage of Dumbledore's deceptions, but it would be a world where Harry Potter was finally free to be himself rather than the weapon someone else had tried to make him. And for the first time in his life, that felt like enough. As Harry walked through the crowds of people still processing the night's revelations, some angry, some confused, some relieved, but all finally aware of the truth. He thought about his mother's final letter to him. She had died believing that love could triumph over manipulation, that truth could overcome even the most carefully constructed lies. Looking around at the faces of people who were choosing to support him, despite the social pressure to maintain their faith in Dumbledore, at friends who were proving their loyalty through actions rather than words, at officials who were promising genuine reform rather than cosmetic changes, Harry realized that his mother had been right. Love had triumphed, truth had overcome lies, and Harry Potter was finally free to choose his own destiny, whatever that might entail. It was, he thought, as he stepped out into the cool night air with his real friends beside him, exactly what his parents had died trying to give him. The gift of choice, the right to be himself, the freedom to write his own story instead of following someone else's script. And that, more than any victory over dark wizards or corrupt institutions, felt like the most precious thing in the world. Chapter 11. Justice and Healing. 3 weeks after Dumbledore's arrest, Harry sat in the witness box of courtroom 10 in the depths of the Ministry of Magic, facing a room full of witches and wizards whose entire worldview had been shattered by the revelations of the past month. The Wizengamot chamber was packed beyond capacity, with observers cramming into every available space and overflow crowds listening to the proceedings through magical broadcasting charms in adjacent rooms. This wasn't just a trial, it was the public reckoning that the wizarding world had been avoiding for decades. Albus Dumbledore sat in the defendant's chair with the kind of dignified composure that had once made him the most trusted man in magical Britain. But now, stripped of his official robes and bound by magical restraints that prevented him from accessing his formidable power, he looked smaller somehow, diminished. The twinkle in his blue eyes had been replaced by something cold and calculating that reminded everyone watching why they were here. "Mr. Potter," Chief Warlock Tiberius Ogden said, his voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. "You have sworn under oath to tell the truth about your experiences with the accused. Please describe for the court the nature of your placement with your Muggle relatives following your parents' deaths." Harry had been dreading this moment for weeks, but now that it was here, he felt oddly calm. The truth was finally going to be heard in its entirety, documented for history, impossible to dismiss or minimize. Whatever pain it caused him to relive those memories would be worth it if it prevented other children from suffering the same fate. "I was placed with my aunt and uncle, Petunia and Vernon Dursley, in Little Whinging, Surrey," Harry began, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hands. "I lived with them for 10 years, from the time I was 15 months old until I received my Hogwarts letter." "And how were you treated during that time?" Harry took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. "I was abused, systematically and deliberately. I was locked in a cupboard under the stairs, denied food for days at a time when I displayed accidental magic, beaten for asking questions about my parents, and told repeatedly that I was worthless, unwanted, and that magic was dangerous and evil." A murmur of outrage ran through the courtroom, but Ogden raised his hand for silence. "Mr. Potter, are you stating that this abuse was not merely the result of your relative's natural prejudice against magic, but was instead carried out according to specific instructions?" "Yes," Harry replied firmly. "I am. I have in my possession copies of correspondence between Professor Dumbledore and my relatives, in which he coaches them on exactly how to treat me to achieve maximum psychological impact. He told them that I needed to understand that magic was dangerous, that I required firm discipline to keep my powers in check, and that my gratitude for eventual rescue would be proportional to the severity of my circumstances. The courtroom erupted at his words, voices raised in shock and fury as the full implications sank in. This wasn't a case of good intentions gone wrong or unfortunate oversight. This was evidence of systematic, calculated child abuse orchestrated by the man they had all trusted to protect the innocent. "Order!" Ogden shouted, his voice magically amplified to cut through the chaos. "This court will maintain proper decorum, or I will clear the gallery." As the noise died down, Harry continued with his testimony, detailing year after year of deliberate cruelty designed to shape him into the perfect weapon, the starvation that was meant to make him grateful for any kindness, the isolation that was supposed to make him desperate for acceptance, the constant reminders of his unworthiness that were intended to make him willing to sacrifice his life to protect others. With each revelation, Harry watched the faces of the Wizengamot members grow paler and more stricken. These were people who had children and grandchildren of their own, who had trusted Dumbledore with the safety and education of an entire generation. Learning that he was capable of such calculated cruelty was devastating enough, but knowing that they had enabled it through their blind faith was almost worse. "Mr. Potter," said Madame Marchbanks, her ancient voice quavering with emotion, "are you telling this court that your entire childhood was orchestrated as a form of psychological conditioning?" "Yes, ma'am," Harry replied. "According to the documents I found in Professor Dumbledore's files, I was designated as Subject P in what he called his conditioning protocols. Every aspect of my upbringing was carefully planned to ensure that I would develop what he termed optimal character traits for sacrifice." "And what were those character traits?" "Self-sacrifice, need for approval, willingness to protect others at personal cost. And," Harry's voice caught slightly as he quoted directly from Dumbledore's notes, "gratitude-based compliance that would ensure Subject P's willingness to die when strategically optimal." The silence that followed his words was so complete that Harry could hear the scratch of Quick Quote's quills taking notes in the press section. Then, from somewhere in the gallery, came the sound of someone sobbing, a parent, perhaps, finally understanding the true scope of what had been done to the boy who lived. "Mr. Potter," Ogden continued gently, "I know this is difficult, but we need to address the events of October 31st, 1981. Based on the evidence you've provided, do you believe that your parents' deaths were arranged by Professor Dumbledore?" Harry met Dumbledore's eyes across the courtroom, seeing no remorse there, no acknowledgement of wrongdoing. Just the cold calculation of a man who had always believed that the ends justified any means. "Yes," Harry said clearly. "I believe that Professor Dumbledore deliberately provided information to Voldemort about my family's location because their deaths served his larger strategic goals. My mother was threatening to expose his plans, and my father would never have cooperated with the systematic abuse of their son. Their deaths solved multiple problems while, simultaneously, creating the blood protection that would keep me alive until I was old enough to serve his purposes." The courtroom erupted again, but this time Ogden made no attempt to restore order. The revelation that Dumbledore had essentially murdered the Potters was too enormous, too devastating for the assembled crowd to process quietly. When order was finally restored, it was time for other witnesses to tell their stories, and Harry began to understand just how far Dumbledore's manipulations had reached. Neville Longbottom testified about his parents' accident, describing how Frank and Alice had been asking dangerous questions about certain order operations before they were conveniently captured by Death Eaters. Susan Bones spoke about her aunt's growing suspicions that too many aura operations seemed to result in casualties that served Dumbledore's narrative needs. Dennis Creevey broke down while describing how his brother, Colin's hero worship of Harry, had been deliberately encouraged to make him reckless in dangerous situations. But it was Professor McGonagall's testimony that truly broke the hearts of everyone watching. the woman who had served as Dumbledore's deputy for decades, took the witness stand with tears streaming down her face and described the mounting evidence she had tried to ignore for years. "I noticed patterns," she said, her usually stern voice broken with grief. Students who questioned certain policies would find themselves facing disciplinary actions. Families who raised concerns about their children's safety would suddenly discover that their complaints had been lost or misfiled. But I told myself it was just bureaucratic inefficiency, that Albus would never deliberately harm a child. "When did you begin to suspect otherwise?" Ogden asked gently. "When Harry Potter arrived at Hogwarts covered in bruises and clearly malnourished, but Albus forbade me from investigating his home situation. When I expressed concerns about Harry's living conditions, Albus told me that some hardships were necessary for character development. I should have pressed harder. I should have protected that boy instead of trusting in Albus's judgment." McGonagall's testimony was followed by other Hogwarts staff members, each describing their own observations of Dumbledore's manipulation and control. Madame Pumphrey spoke about being prevented from reporting obvious signs of abuse. Professor Flitwick described how certain dangerous situations had been allowed to develop because they provided valuable learning experiences. Even Professor Snape, testifying under heavy guard and the influence of Veritaserum, revealed the true nature of his loyalty to Dumbledore. "He bound me with guilt and obligation," Snape said, his voice flat and emotionless under the influence of the truth serum. "He made me believe that serving him was the only way to honor Lily Potter's memory, the only path to redemption for my role in her death. But it was never about redemption. It was about ensuring my compliance through emotional manipulation." "And were you aware of his plans for Harry Potter?" the prosecutor asked. "Yes. I was instructed to make the boy's life difficult enough to build character, but not so difficult as to break his spirit completely. I was told that his suffering was necessary, that it was preparing him for a greater purpose." Snape's black eyes found Harry's across the courtroom. "I believed I was protecting him by following those instructions. I see now that I was simply another tool in Dumbledore's campaign of systematic abuse." The revelation that even Snape's cruelty had been orchestrated was almost too much for Harry to process. Every moment of his school life, every relationship, every challenge, all of it had been carefully crafted to serve Dumbledore's vision of what Harry Potter needed to become. But perhaps the most devastating testimony came from Petunia Dursley herself, brought to the court under magical compulsion and forced to confront her role in Harry's abuse. "I didn't want to hurt him at first," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "He was just a baby. My sister's baby. But the letters kept coming, explaining how dangerous he was, how his magic needed to be controlled. Dumbledore convinced me that treating him harshly was the only way to keep him safe, to keep everyone safe." "And you believed him?" "I wanted to believe him," Petunia admitted, tears streaming down her face. "It was easier than admitting that I was hurting an innocent child because I was jealous of my dead sister, easier than facing the truth about what kind of person I had become." Her testimony led directly to criminal charges being filed against both her and Vernon Dursley for child abuse, conspiracy, and willful endangerment of a minor. Watching his aunt break down on the witness stand, finally forced to confront the reality of what she had done, Harry felt a complicated mixture of satisfaction and pity. Justice, he was learning, was more complex than simple revenge. The trial continued for days, with witness after witness describing how Dumbledore's manipulations had touched their lives, parents who had lost children in training accidents that could have been prevented, students who had been psychologically manipulated into dangerous situations, families who had been destroyed by strategic betrayals disguised as tactical necessities. By the time the prosecution rested its case, a portrait had emerged of systematic corruption and abuse stretching back decades. Dumbledore hadn't just manipulated Harry, He had treated the entire wizarding world as his personal chess set, moving pieces around according to his vision of the greater good without regard for the individual costs. When it came time for the defense to present their case, Dumbledore's lawyer, a nervous-looking wizard who clearly wished he was anywhere else, attempted to argue that their client's actions, while perhaps misguided, had been motivated by genuine concern for the wizarding world's survival. My client believed, rightly or wrongly, that extraordinary measures were necessary to defeat the greatest dark wizard of our age, the lawyer argued. Every decision he made, every strategy he employed, was designed to ensure that Harry Potter would be prepared to face Voldemort when the time came. It was a reasonable argument, the kind that might have worked if the evidence hadn't been so overwhelming or the emotional impact so devastating. But too many people had suffered under Dumbledore's greater good, and too many families had been destroyed by his strategic calculations. When Chief Warlock Ogden read the verdict 3 weeks later, his voice carried the weight of history. Albus Percival Wulfric. Brian Dumbledore, this court finds you guilty of conspiracy to commit murder, systematic child abuse, unlawful imprisonment, fraud, and crimes against the magical community. You are hereby sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban, with all magical privileges revoked and all honors and appointments stripped permanently. The courtroom erupted in cheers and tears, but Harry felt only a deep, bone-weary exhaustion. Justice had been served, but it couldn't undo the damage that had been done. It couldn't restore the childhoods that had been stolen or bring back the lives that had been lost in service of Dumbledore's grand design. But it could prevent future children from suffering the same fate. In the weeks that followed the trial, Harry threw himself into the work of building something better from the wreckage of what Dumbledore had left behind. Working with Amelia Bones and a coalition of reform-minded ministry officials, he helped establish new oversight procedures for the care and education of magical children, particularly orphans, and those from troubled homes. The centerpiece of these reforms was the Lily Potter Foundation, a magical child welfare organization dedicated to ensuring that no child would ever again be placed in an abusive situation in the name of character building or strategic necessity. The foundation provided safe housing, trauma counseling, magical education, and legal advocacy for young witches and wizards who had nowhere else to turn. Harry insisted that Dobby be named as one of the Foundation's founding directors, recognizing the house elf's crucial role in preserving Lily's evidence and protecting Harry when no one else would. The appointment required changes to existing magical law regarding house elf rights, but those changes were passed with overwhelming support from a Wizengamot that was eager to demonstrate its commitment to reform. "Dobby is honored beyond words, Harry Potter, sir," the house elf said as they stood together in the Foundation's newly established headquarters, a grand mansion in London that had been donated by a wealthy family seeking to atone for their past support of Dumbledore. "Miss Lily would be so proud of what you have accomplished." "We accomplished," Harry corrected gently. "I couldn't have done any of this without you, Dobby. You've been more of a protector to me than anyone else in my life." The formal guardianship arrangement had been another legal innovation, establishing Dobby as Harry's official magical guardian, with full legal authority to make decisions about his welfare and education. It was an unprecedented arrangement that elevated Dobby's status from servant to family member, giving him rights and recognition that no house elf had ever enjoyed before. But perhaps the most meaningful part of Harry's healing journey was reconnecting with his parents' true friends, the people who had known and loved James and Lily Potter for themselves, rather than for their strategic value to Dumbledore's plans. Remus Lupin, freed from the loyalty bindings that had kept him silent about his suspicions for over a decade, became a regular presence in Harry's life. Together they would spend hours talking about James and Lily as people rather than as symbols, their quirks and flaws, their hopes and dreams, their love for each other, and their son. "Your mother had the worst temper when she was angry about injustice," Lupin told him one evening, as they sat in the Foundation's library, surrounded by photographs and mementos that had been donated by the Potter's friends. She once hexed a 7th-year student for picking on first years, and when McGonagall tried to give her detention, Lily argued for an hour about why protecting the innocent was worth any punishment. She would have fought back against Dumbledore even if she'd known it was hopeless, wouldn't she? Harry asked. Without question, Lupin replied firmly. Lily Potter never backed down from a fight when children were in danger. She would have seen exposing Dumbledore as her sacred duty, regardless of the personal cost. These conversations helped Harry understand that his decision to reveal the truth hadn't just been about personal revenge or justice. It had been about honoring his mother's values and carrying on her fight for the protection of innocent children. But healing wasn't just about building institutions or having meaningful conversations. It was also about learning to live with the trauma he had endured and finding ways to process the complex emotions that came with surviving systematic abuse. The mind healers that the Ministry provided specialized in cases of long-term psychological manipulation, and their work with Harry was slow, careful, and sometimes painfully difficult. Learning to distinguish between his genuine thoughts and feelings and the conditioned responses that Dumbledore had instilled required constant vigilance and self-reflection. You were taught that your value as a person was dependent on your willingness to sacrifice yourself for others, Healer Kestrel explained during one of their sessions. Breaking free from that conditioning means learning to value your own life, your own happiness, your own choices as inherently worthwhile rather than just tools in service of some greater purpose. It was perhaps the hardest lesson Harry had ever tried to learn. 14 years of conditioning didn't disappear overnight, and there were days when the urge to define himself through his usefulness to others felt overwhelming. But gradually, with the support of his real friends, his growing, chosen family, and his own determination to honor his mother's sacrifice, Harry began to build an identity that was truly his own. The process was aided by unexpected sources of support and connection. Draco Malfoy, freed from his own family's expectations and manipulations, became an unlikely ally in the work of reform. His insider knowledge of pure-blood politics and willingness to speak honestly about the corruption he had witnessed proved invaluable in rooting out other systems of abuse and manipulation. My father raised me to believe that power justified any cruelty, Draco told the Wizengamot during his own testimony about the culture of abuse in magical society. But watching Harry Potter choose truth over comfort, justice over revenge, taught me that real strength comes from protecting the vulnerable rather than exploiting them. Even more surprising was the support Harry received from some of Dumbledore's former allies who had genuinely believed in his mission and were horrified to learn how they had been deceived. Kingsley Shacklebolt, Arthur Weasley and others threw their full support behind the Foundation's work, determined to prove that their loyalty to justice was stronger than their loyalty to any individual leader. "We failed you, Harry," Arthur said during one of their meetings, his voice heavy with guilt and regret. "We trusted Dumbledore so completely that we never thought to question his methods or investigate his claims. We let our faith in his reputation blind us to the evidence of what he was doing to you." "You were manipulated too," Harry replied, recognizing the importance of extending forgiveness to those who had been deceived rather than complicit. Dumbledore was very good at making people believe that questioning him was the same as betraying the cause of justice. Breaking free from that kind of manipulation takes courage, and you've shown that courage by supporting the reforms we're trying to implement. The work was exhausting, emotionally draining, and sometimes overwhelming in its scope. There were days when Harry wondered if they would ever succeed in rooting out all the systems of abuse and manipulation that Dumbledore had put in place, or if they would be fighting against his legacy for the rest of their lives. But on other days, when he received letters from children who had been helped by the Foundation's programs, or when he saw former victims finding the strength to tell their stories and seek justice, Harry felt something that he had never experienced before: the deep satisfaction of work that was genuinely meaningful. The final piece of Harry's healing journey came from an unexpected source. a trunk that had been found in Dumbledore's private quarters containing personal items that had belonged to James and Lily Potter, items that Dumbledore had claimed were lost or destroyed, but had actually been kept as trophies or tools for future manipulation. Among these recovered treasures were photo albums, letters, Lily's personal journal from her Hogwarts years, and, most precious of all, a collection of recordings that James and Lily had made for Harry during Lily's pregnancy, messages for their son to hear when he was older. Harry listened to these recordings alone in his room at Grimmauld Place, which had been transformed from a monument to dark magic into a welcoming home for children who needed safe harbour. Hearing his parents' voices, their laughter, their dreams for his future, was both heartbreaking and healing. "If you're hearing this, Harry," his mother's voice said in one recording, warm with love and hope, "it means we're not there to tell you in person how proud we are of you, how much we love you, how excited we were to watch you grow up and become whoever you're meant to be. Not what anyone else wants you to be, but who you choose to be." "That's the most important thing," his father's voice added. "Choice. The freedom to make your own mistakes, follow your own path, love who you want to love, and define success on your own terms. We hope we've given you enough love to carry with you through whatever challenges come your way." Listening to these messages, Harry finally understood what his mother had been fighting for when she gathered evidence against Dumbledore. Not just his physical safety, but his right to autonomy, to self-determination, to a life that belonged to him, rather than to someone else's vision of the greater good. And sitting in that warm, safe house, surrounded by the evidence of his parents' love and the support of his chosen family, Harry realized that in spite of everything, the abuse, the manipulation, the years of stolen childhood, his mother's fight had been worth it. He was free. Finally, truly free to choose his own path and write his own story. The war for Harry Potter's soul had been won, not through violence or revenge, but through the patient work of truth-telling, healing, and building something better from the wreckage of what came before. And that, Harry thought as he prepared for sleep in a bed that was his by choice rather than assignment, was exactly the kind of victory that Lily Potter would have been proud of. Chapter 12. The True Phoenix. 6 months after Dumbledore's conviction, Harry stood at the podium in the great hall of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, looking out at the sea of faces gathered for the school's first graduation ceremony under its new leadership. The hall looked much the same as it always had. 4 house tables stretching toward the staff table, floating candles providing warm light, the enchanted ceiling reflecting a perfect June evening sky. But the atmosphere was completely different. For the first time in decades, Hogwarts felt genuinely safe. The change was most visible in the students themselves. Where once there had been the underlying tension of children who knew they were being prepared for war, now there was the natural energy of young people who believed they had a future worth working toward. House rivalries still existed, but they were friendly competitions rather than preparations for choosing sides in an inevitable conflict. Teachers focused on education rather than indoctrination, and students asked questions without fear that curiosity might be seen as disloyalty. It was the school that Harry's parents had always hoped their son would attend. "My fellow graduates," Harry began, his voice carrying easily through the hall thanks to amplification charms that no longer felt sinister or manipulative. 6 months ago, many of you watched me stand in a different kind of spotlight and reveal truths that shattered everything we thought we knew about our world. Tonight, I want to talk about what we've built from those broken pieces." The audience was completely silent, hanging on his every word. But this wasn't the desperate attention of people seeking a savior. It was the respectful focus of peers listening to someone who had earned their respect through actions rather than destiny. Harry had grown in the months since Dumbledore's trial, and not just physically, though he was taller now and carried himself with the confident posture of someone who knew his own worth. The real change was deeper, in the way he spoke, without constantly seeking approval, in the way he made decisions based on his own judgment rather than what others expected of him, in the way he had learned to value his own happiness as something worth protecting. We learned that the man we trusted most had been lying to us for our entire lives, Harry continued, his voice steady despite the weight of what he was saying. We learned that our childhoods had been shaped by manipulation, that our friendships had been positioned to serve someone else's agenda, that even our dreams for the future had been influenced by forces we didn't understand. A murmur ran through the hall, not of shock anymore, but of shared acknowledgement. The wizarding world had spent months processing these revelations, working through the grief and anger and betrayal that came with learning that their greatest hero had been their greatest enemy. But we also learned something else, Harry said, his voice growing stronger. We learned that truth, however painful, is always better than comfortable lies. We learned that authentic relationships, built on honesty and choice, rather than manipulation and obligation, are worth fighting for. And we learned that each of us has the power to choose who we become, regardless of what others might plan for us. From his position at the podium, Harry could see familiar faces throughout the crowd. Ron and Hermione sat together in the front row, their relationship deepened and strengthened by the trials they had weathered together. Their friendship with Harry had been tested by the revelations about Dumbledore's manipulations, but it had emerged more genuine than ever, built on real choices and honest communication rather than shared trauma and manufactured circumstances. Luna Lovegood was nearby, her dreamy expression replaced by the focused attention of someone who had found her calling in the reformed Department of Mysteries, where her unique perceptions were valued rather than dismissed. Neville Longbottom had grown into his role as a leader of student reform efforts, his natural courage no longer overshadowed by others' expectations, and throughout the hall were dozens of other students whose lives had been touched by the Lily Potter Foundation's work, children who had been rescued from abusive situations, young people who had received the counseling and support they needed to heal from trauma, teenagers who had been taught that their worth wasn't dependent on their usefulness to others. "The person who taught me the most about choosing your own path," Harry continued, "never had the chance to see me make that choice. My mother, Lily Potter, died believing that love could triumph over any manipulation, that truth could overcome even the most carefully constructed lies. For 14 years, I thought her death had been meaningless, just another casualty in a war that seemed endless and hopeless." Harry paused, allowing the weight of those words to settle over the audience. When he spoke again, his voice carried a warmth that hadn't been there at the beginning of his speech. "I was wrong. Her death wasn't meaningless. It was the beginning of everything that we've accomplished together. She died protecting not just my life, but my right to choose my own destiny. And every reform we've implemented, every child we've helped, every step we've taken toward building a better world, all of it is the fulfillment of her vision." The applause that followed was spontaneous and heartfelt, but Harry raised his hand for quiet. He wasn't finished yet. "Some of you might be wondering what comes next," he said, his eyes finding specific faces in the crowd. Students who had expressed doubts about their futures, young people who still struggled with the idea that they could choose their own paths. The answer is simple. Whatever you decide comes next. You are not weapons to be forged, or tools to be used, or sacrifices waiting to happen. You are people with your own thoughts and feelings and dreams, and the world is better when you follow those dreams rather than someone else's script. It was Professor McGonagall who had the honor of awarding the diplomas that night, her stern face softened by a pride and relief that went beyond mere academic achievement. As Hogwarts's new headmistress, she had worked tirelessly to transform the school from Dumbledore's breeding ground for child soldiers into a genuine place of learning and growth. "Mr. Potter," she said, as Harry approached the staff table to receive his diploma, "I cannot express how proud I am of the young man you have become. Not the boy who lived, or the chosen one, or any of the other titles that were thrust upon you. But Harry, just Harry, who chose courage when it would have been easier to stay silent, who chose truth when it would have been more comfortable to accept lies. Harry accepted his diploma with hands that no longer trembled when faced with attention or praise. Thank you, Professor, but I couldn't have done any of it alone. All of this. He gestured toward the transformed Great Hall, toward the students who looked relaxed and happy rather than anxious and afraid, was only possible because people like you chose to support truth over loyalty to false heroes. As the ceremony concluded and students began to mingle with their families, Harry found himself surrounded by the people who had become his chosen family over the past months. Remus Lupin was there, tears of pride in his eyes as he embraced the boy who had grown into such a worthy heir to James and Lily's legacy. Arthur and Molly Weasley stood nearby, their love and acceptance undiminished by the revelations about how their family's relationship with Harry had been manipulated in its early stages. "So," Ron said, grinning as he joined the group, "what happens to the famous Harry Potter now that he's officially graduated and free to do whatever he wants with his life?" It was a question that Harry would have dreaded 6 months ago, when his future had seemed predetermined and his choices had been illusions. Now he smiled with genuine confidence. "Well," he said, "I've accepted a position with the Aura training program, but under the new ethical guidelines that we helped establish. No more children being groomed for dangerous missions, no more trainees being selected based on their willingness to die for the cause. Just proper training in law enforcement and dark wizard capture for people who choose that career path freely." "And after that?" Hermione asked, her eyes bright with curiosity about his long-term plans. "After that, we'll see," Harry replied. "Maybe I'll stay with the Auras. Maybe I'll focus full-time on the Foundation's work. Maybe I'll do something completely different that I haven't even thought of yet. The point is that it will be my choice, made for my own reasons." The freedom implicit in those words was something that Harry had never experienced before. The simple right to change his mind, to pursue different paths, to make mistakes and learn from them without having every choice scrutinized for its strategic value to someone else's agenda. As the evening wound down and the crowds began to disperse, Harry found himself walking alone through the castle corridors for what might be the last time as a student. His footsteps echoed off stone walls that had witnessed so much manipulation and abuse over the years, but which now felt clean and peaceful under McGonagall's ethical leadership. He paused outside the room of requirement, thinking about all the secrets that had been revealed within its walls, all the truths that had been shared between him and Dobby during those late-night meetings that had changed everything. "Harry Potter is thinking deep thoughts tonight," a familiar voice said behind him, and Harry turned to see Dobby approaching with that characteristic gentle smile. The house elf had changed as much as Harry over the past months, growing into his role as director of the Lily Potter Foundation with a confidence and authority that no one could have imagined when he was bound to the Malfoy family. His simple tunic had been replaced by well-tailored robes that marked his status as a respected member of wizarding society, and he carried himself with the dignity of someone whose opinions were sought and valued. "Just thinking about how different everything is now," Harry replied. 6 months ago, I was a weapon being prepared for deployment. Tonight, I'm just a young man with a diploma and the freedom to choose his own future." "And what does Harry Potter choose?" Dobby asked, settling beside him on a convenient windowsill that overlooked the grounds. Harry was quiet for a moment, considering the question seriously. "I choose to keep building," he said finally. "The Foundation, the reforms, the work of making sure that what happened to me never happens to anyone else. But also smaller things, genuine friendships, honest relationships, the simple pleasure of making decisions because I want to, rather than because someone else expects me to." As if summoned by his mention of relationships, Ginny Weasley appeared at the end of the corridor, her red hair catching the torchlight as she approached. Their relationship was still new, still tentative, as they both learned to trust their own feelings rather than wondering whether their attraction had been influenced by outside manipulation. But it was real in a way that Harry had never experienced before, based on genuine compatibility and mutual respect rather than strategic positioning or manufactured circumstances. "There you are," Ginny said as she joined them, settling naturally into the space beside Harry. "Mum's looking for you. She wants to make sure you're eating enough before you leave tomorrow." It was such a normal, motherly concern that it made Harry's heart ache with gratitude. Molly Weasley's love for him was no longer complicated by questions about Dumbledore's influence or strategic considerations. She fussed over him because she cared about his well-being, and he accepted that care because it felt genuine rather than manipulative. "I should go," Harry said, standing and offering his hand to help Ginny up. "But first I want to make one stop." The three of them, Harry, Dobby, and Ginny, made their way through the castle and out onto the grounds, walking in comfortable silence through the warm summer evening. Their destination was a place Harry had avoided for most of his time at Hogwarts, too painful to visit when he thought his parents' deaths had been meaningless. But tonight, armed with the truth about Lily and James Potter's real legacy, he was ready. The cemetery in Godric's Hollow was peaceful under the starlight, filled with the gentle sounds of night insects and the whisper of wind through ancient trees. Harry had visited once before, immediately after Dumbledore's trial, but that visit had been about grief and anger and the need to process what he had learned. This visit was about gratitude. "Mum, Dad," Harry said quietly as he knelt beside their headstone, his voice carrying clearly in the still air. "I wanted to let you know that it worked. Your plan, your sacrifice, your refusal to let Dumbledore use me as a weapon. It all worked." He paused, gathering his thoughts and trying to find words adequate to express everything he felt. "I know now that you didn't die just to save my life," he continued. "You died to save my right to choose my own life. And I want you to know that I haven't wasted that gift. I've used it to help other children, to build something better from the wreckage of Dumbledore's manipulations, to become someone who chooses love over hatred and truth over comfortable lies." Ginny's hand found his shoulder, offering silent support, while Dobby stood respectfully nearby, a living symbol of the unlikely alliances and genuine friendships that had made Harry's victory possible. "I'm going to keep building," Harry promised, his voice stronger now. "The Foundation will help protect magical children who have nowhere else to turn. The reforms we've implemented will make sure that no one else has unchecked power over young people's lives. And I'm going to live my own life, fully and honestly, making choices that honor the freedom you died to give me." A gentle breeze stirred the flowers that had been left at the grave, not the formal arrangements that had been placed there during Harry's years as a symbol, but simple wildflowers brought by people who had been helped by the Foundation's work, children who understood that Lily and James Potter had died fighting for the right of all young people to choose their own destinies. As they walked back toward the castle, Harry felt a peace that he had never experienced before. The weight of destiny that had pressed down on his shoulders for so long was gone, replaced by the lighter, but more meaningful weight of choices freely made and responsibilities willingly accepted. "What are you thinking about?" Ginny asked, as they paused at the edge of the grounds to look back at Hogwarts, its windows glowing warmly in the darkness. "I'm thinking about phoenixes," Harry replied, remembering something Dumbledore had once said about the magical birds rising from their own ashes. At the time, he had thought it was meant to inspire him to accept his role as a weapon being forged through suffering. Now he understood its real meaning. "True phoenixes don't rise from ashes that were forced upon them," he said, thinking out loud. "They rise from ashes they chose to leave behind, transforming themselves through their own decisions, rather than someone else's manipulations. They become something new and beautiful not because they were broken down, but because they chose to grow." It was, Harry realized, the perfect metaphor for what he had become. Not the boy who lived, or the chosen one, or any of the other titles that had been thrust upon him, but simply Harry Potter, a young man who had chosen to transform himself and his world through the patient work of truth-telling, healing, and building authentic relationships. The future stretched ahead of him, vast and uncertain, and full of possibilities that he would choose for himself. There would be challenges, certainly. Voldemort was still out there somewhere, and the wizarding world still had work to do to heal from decades of manipulation and abuse. But Harry would face those challenges as a free agent, surrounded by genuine allies, making decisions based on his own values rather than someone else's agenda. As they finally turned away from Hogwarts and began the walk back to the Burrow, where the Weasley family was hosting a graduation celebration, Harry felt Dobby's small hand slip into his. Not the gesture of a servant to a master, but the simple affection of one friend for another. "Dobby is proud of Harry Potter," the house elf said quietly. "But more than that, Dobby is happy for Harry Potter. Miss Lily's son has finally found his way to the life she dreamed for him." "We found our way together," Harry corrected gently. "All of us. And that's what makes it worth celebrating." The lights of the Burrow grew brighter as they approached, spilling warm yellow light across the garden where the Weasley family and their friends had gathered to celebrate not just graduation, but the larger victory they had achieved together. It wasn't the kind of victory that came from defeating dark wizards in spectacular battles. It was the quieter but more lasting victory that came from choosing truth over lies, authentic relationships over manipulated ones, and hope over despair. Harry paused at the garden gate, looking in at the scene of genuine joy and love that awaited him. Ron and Hermione were deep in conversation with Luna and Neville, their friendship strengthened by shared trials and honest communication. Remus was talking quietly with Arthur about plans for the Foundation's next expansion. Molly was bustling around with plates of food, her maternal care offered freely without agenda or expectation. This was what his mother had died protecting. Not just his life, but his right to be part of authentic community, to experience genuine love, to make real choices about who he wanted to become. "Ready?" Ginny asked, her hand finding his as they prepared to join the celebration. Harry smiled, feeling the weight of the future settling over his shoulders like a comfortable cloak rather than a burden. For the first time in his life, he was truly ready, ready to live freely, love honestly, and build something beautiful from the foundation of truth that he and his allies had laid together. "Ready," he said, and stepped forward into his chosen future. The boy who had been shaped as a weapon had become a man who chose to be a healer, a protector, a builder of better worlds. The child who had been groomed for sacrifice had grown into someone who understood that the greatest victory was not dying nobly for others, but living fully for himself, while helping others find their own paths to freedom. Harry James Potter, not the boy who lived, not the chosen one, but simply Harry, walked into the warm light of the Burrow's garden, surrounded by people who loved him for who he was, rather than what he represented, ready to write the next chapter of a story that was finally, truly his own. Outside, the phoenix feather that lay hidden in his wand core pulsed with gentle warmth, recognizing in its bearer the same capacity for transformation and rebirth that defined its own magical essence. But this phoenix had not risen from ashes imposed by others. It had chosen its own flames, its own death of what it had been, its own glorious resurrection into what it had decided to become. And in choosing that transformation, Harry Potter had become something more precious than any prophecy could have predicted. A free man, surrounded by authentic love, with a future full of possibilities that he would define for himself. It was, he thought, as laughter and warmth surrounded him in the garden of people who had proven their friendship through trial and truth, exactly what his mother had always hoped for him. The war for his soul was over. Love had won. Truth had triumphed. and Harry Potter was finally, truly, completely free.